Let's go.
Welcome to the Guild. We have been expecting you. Please, follow me.
Hello, and welcome to our very latest episode of the Night Shift Let's Talk Gaming. But of course, if you see the thumbnail, Night Shift technically has been hijacked. That's right. We are going to go ahead and do an Xbox town hall where, listen, I got to be honest, like a few episodes ago, the conversation about Xbox needing exclusives came up, right? And I believe it was Hargeet and myself who essentially went in for almost 3 hours. Like it was like 2.5 hours before we started the show, right? Like it was a long conversation. And that was pretty much where I feel like I said what I needed to say for the most part. But then I did Boom Show yesterday, and the conversation kind of came up, and Boom and I were just on different sides of the aisle when it came to this. So we had a discussion, and that was that. But then turns out that discussion has since been clipped, and now I find out that there's a lot of other people talking, I'm going to say shit a little bit about the opinion I might have. And look, though, this is what I figured. I figured if they're going to go ahead and they're going to talk shit on, other shows and chats on the mics, if they're going to do that, I figure, they might want to come and just do it in person. You know what I'm saying? And we could have that conversation right now. I don't know if, obviously you guys been with me a long time. If you don't know me already, I am not unable to be reasoned with and have my mind change. For instance, this very topic is a topic that I was extremely passionate about on the other end, right? I was pro exclusives until the thing with Xbox happened, and they started explaining it, and it made sense for me, and that changed my mindset. Right now, listen, I'm pretty certain of the things I believe, but again, I'm not unshakable and I'm not unreasonable. So the way I figured it would be best is to go ahead, do a town hall, an Xbox town hall. Let's get the Xbox fans, let's get the ponies. I don't give a shit. Anybody who wants to come in and tell me what they feel, what they think about this exclusive joint. I think that's the best way to do it. So I'm going to put a link in the chat, and anybody who has bars, even if it's for not having exclusives, you know what I'm saying? If you just want to get your bars off as well, your balls off too. You know what I'm saying? Your balls off too. Whatever you want to do. But yes, I'm going to put the link in there, and let me do it right now because I don't want to forget. And then after that, I will introduce everybody as normal. But I just wanted to kind of get this out there. There we go. All right. That's money. Let me see if I could pin it. I can. All right. It's now pinned. Okay. So if you've been sitting in the chat saying, CMoney, you stupid son of a bitch, why can't you understand? Let me explain it to you. This is your time to do so. But before we get into what anybody might have to say, of course, it's Night Shift. It's not just me in this bitch. No, no, no. We have the one and only, most amazingly beautiful Doodle.
What's up, everyone? Happy Friday. Thank you so very much for rocking out with us tonight. Let's get it.
Let's get it indeed. Now, of course, it's Friday night. That means it's Night Shift. That means we have the homie with us. That's right. You know him well. He is the wise one, the author, the patriot, the pony slayer, and the pony bontier maker. It's our boy, Hargeet Shanice. Shout out to the homie Hargeet, man. How you doing, brother? Thank you for being here, man.
Yeah, good. Busy, but yeah, plenty of things going on. And then there's also lots of news.
Right? There is. There is a lot going on. A lot going on. A lot of emotional damage that's happening out there. But it's funny,
No damage.
Perfect, right? But instead of that being a conversation, what the world is deciding that they want to talk about is exclusive still. And CMoney's take.
What's a bot without tears?
Facts.
You know what I'm saying?
At this
you
point.
know what I'm saying? All they do is cry, 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 no matter what.
Facts. Facts. These are absolutely bars, baby. That's 100%.
Oh, they love to cry, man.
They do. They do. But listen, before we get into it, we just had the homie up here and then he disappeared. So I don't know what happened. Hopefully he'll come back and we can hear what he has to say. But again, the link is pinned to the top. Join here. Again, either come on here to give me shit and let me know what's the problem, or come up here if you are on this side of the fence too and you got your bars to say. This is an open mic for everybody. But that being said, you know how we do. Before we go into it, we got to shout out the homies who are live in the building with us now. And we want to appreciate each and every one of y'all. So we want to let you guys know you are the shit. So thank you for being here. But of course, specifically, we want to shout out our supporters over on YouTube and on Patreon. Appreciate you guys. But we really want to shout out our YouTube elite members. That's right. We have the homie Dark Angelic, Queen Witch, Broke Boy, and Pal Xbox for Life.
Let's go. Thank you.
And then we have our inner circle members, the homie Pragmatic Eagle, Hargeet Chani, and Marvelous Marvin. Shout out to you guys.
Thank you, guys.
Now remember, today's the first day of May, which means we have our April champs in the building. Most top threes, best bot of the month was Red Ninja. Shout out to Red Ninja, man. Most first super chats back again with Mac22T854. Biggest super chat back again with our boy Pragmatic Eagle. Woo. Most biggest super chats went to our boy JD Gamer.
Let's go.
Top 3 most gifted subs was from number 1, our boy Spartan 661, number 2, Ryuar, and number 3, Lord Sarkiller XSX. And then the most subs gifted at once was from our boy Spartan 661. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate you. Appreciate all the support you give. Thank you guys so much, man. You guys are the shit. So thank y'all so very, very, very much. Now, of course, you know how we do here. You guys live in the building right now. You guys are supporting us in such a major way, man. And we appreciate each and every one of y'all for rocking out with us tonight. You guys are all so very, very special to us. That being said,
not equally special.
I mean, you can't.
You know what I'm saying?
Right? It doesn't make any sense. It would be special if there's not a difference, right? There has to be a difference. And I can tell you right now, there is a difference. 3 of you are actually special. I mean, you're all special, but like really, really special. Only 3 of you. Okay. 3 of you have risen to the above stature of elite specialness.
Yes.
Okay. And I can
Mac
tell you
put in
exactly
the
how you do.
chat here that sound keeps cutting in and out. You
Who
sound
sounds
fine to
like
me.
cutting
Mac said he just put in a super chat. FYI, sound keeps cutting in and out. For me, I've been hearing you fine,
Is that true?
but I don't know. Maybe somebody else in the chat can say that's happening. Just want to make sure we're not cutting in and out.
Okay. Well, if I'm cutting in and out, I apologize. Let us know. Mac, I appreciate you saying that, and I will put you up here right now. So let me just get our boy Mac22TH54 in the building. Number one again, starting May off right. He ultimately was our April champ
Let's
for
go.
first super chat. So shout out to our boy, motherfucking Mac TH. I'll put you right there. Bam. All right.
Others
So-
seem to be saying it's fine. By the way, in the chat,
Okay.
I'm just looking at the
Mac,
chat. Others seem to
Fix
say
your
it's fine.
shit, Mac. Okay? Fix your shit. Can't come out here and start talking shit to us, confusing me, telling me that I'm cutting in and out. What is this? This is abuse. All right. So of course, let's get back to the explanation. How do you become such a special one? Well, I could tell you very simple. When we went ahead and went live, we put up that on-point bat signal, and y'all saw that bat signal and said, holy shit, I gotta be in the
Gotta
building.
go.
And in the building, these were the first three people in the building. They are the specials. Now, the question is, who are these people?
Who?
Number three in the motherfucking building.
Who?
It's our motherfucking boy,
The owl got swagged.
our homie, motherfucking E-Ranks in the building. Hey, are my horns going off correctly?
I barely heard it.
You barely heard it, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Sorry, E-Ranks. I can't. You can't.
I can throw one on if you want.
Give me something. Do I sound shitty?
Let's go.
That's
That's fire. Do I sound shitty right now?
No, you sound okay.
Okay, hold on.
Oh,
Does it
I
work?
can hear myself though.
You can hear yourself, so it
Yeah.
doesn't work. Okay, so let's go ahead. But did the thing work or no?
No, I didn't hear it. Go ahead
It
and
still
try it.
didn't work. Hold on. Wait. I gotta go and do another one. This motherfucker right here. Bam. Let me see. Okay. Worked?
No, it squashed it.
Still didn't work? Let me try this one.
That
What about
worked.
now? That worked? There we go.
I fixed it.
Thank you. Doodle, master technician on site. She's
That's
not
right.
fucking around.
That's right.
So let's run that back. Number 3 in the building is our boy, motherfucking E-Ranks. Shout out to our boy E-Ranks. Number 3
go.
says, left my ass off. I love the thumbnail, by the way. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I figured let's put in a little work. Let's make it recognizable. Let's get people to come in here and give me some bars. You know what I'm saying? Give me some bars. Number 2 in the motherfucking building is our homie, our brother, our boy. Motherfucker, Ryu Art Gaming. Shout out to my boy Ryu Art with the what?
What?
As his first way. So appreciate you, number 2 in the building. He's
What's
not fucking
good,
around.
fam?
Got this right here. Let me fucking around and not put it in. Bam, bam, Bigelow.
You don't want to not put it in.
I always put it in. You know what I'm saying? Never not putting it in. You know what I'm saying? Just gotta keep it a buck. But we're not done with how we're gonna put it in.
In and out. In and out.
We gotta go ahead with number 1.
The best part.
Our boy, our homie, a real one.
Oh,
I heard in the streets
he a real one?
that he's a real
Let's
one.
go.
That he had my back in some places. That is my boy, motherfucking Fillmore Pockets.
Let's go.
Shout out to the motherfucking homie Fillmore Pockets. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you so much for coming through. And again, thank you so much for
Rocking out.
you know, not letting my name get slandered all over the goddamn place. You know what I'm
Our
saying?
boy.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you, my brother. All right. So we got that handled. Okay. So this is the thing. This is gonna be, like I said, town hall rules, but I want to just make things clear, right? This is not a situation where if you come up here, I'm going to start, slandering you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to give you shit like that. You tell me what you tell me, I'll tell you what I tell you, and that's it. But it's not gonna be nothing like that. Ain't nobody gonna disrespect you. I also don't want to be disrespected, so don't come over here acting crazy, especially if you're not somebody that we know. I'll still let you come up, but don't be wild. Number two,
then we get crazy.
This is also not a huge rant opportunity for you to be here for like 15 minutes or 20 minutes just talking a bunch of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, be as concise as possible so we can keep the thing moving. If there's anyone else that are going ahead and going to be coming up, want to be able to keep it moving. Yeah, I mean, outside of that, I think that's pretty good, right? I think that's a good basis. Am I missing anything, Doodle or Hargeet, that we should say before we have people going in?
I mean,
let's get it.
The obvious stuff. Don't say bad things like bad words that get you banned and shit. Don't be doing crazy ass shit like that.
Please don't, because then I'll just have to take you out immediately, and we don't want to do that. We want to have it be
we don't want name calling or anything like that. This is all about just make your viewpoint. That's it.
Also sound. Please check your sound coming in.
Yeah. If you can, to not sound crazy, that would be great. Shout out to
Not your
22,
voice.
28.
I mean, like background sound.
Yeah. Like if there's people in the back, or if don't let me hear a drive-by behind you. You know what I'm saying?
Oh shit.
Mac with that too says maybe it's just me. Maybe it is. All right.
Shout out to Mac.
Mac's not fucking around. All right. So we do have the motherfucking homie in the building. General Spartan.
Yo.
Shout out to the homie General Spartan. Actually,
welcome
him because he's like hidden over here.
All right. Money, Doodle, Hargeet, can y'all hear me good?
Oh, we can hear you good, fam. How you doing, brother? All right. First of all, let's make it clear so there's no confusion. Before you start talking, are you for or against?
I'm for.
I'm for. So you want the exclusives?
Yes.
All right. Let me hear it.
Okay. From when I played the OG Xbox, Dead or Alive 3 exclusive. Halo was exclusive. Kakuto Trojan exclusive. There were many games when you see that little sticker on that box that said only on Xbox. Now fast forward to now. I know they say times have changed, but that recent report that said that 70 some odd % of people, players say they support exclusives to buy their console. Because last thing I see, ponies aren't buying Sorrows, but at least us Xbox gamers, yeah, we have Game Pass to try the other games. But Forza Horizon 5, Forza Horizon 6, that's coming up in 2 weeks. I'm planning on probably trying to get that along with 007. But that's another story. Now, I mean, later on, we have Gears of War E-Day. We have Fable. We have Halo Campaign Evolved. Those are the main pillars of what forms Xbox. You don't put them on the competition. You got to make sure you entice and you got to market those games to make people come to your box. Make people come. Like they say, when you build it, they will come. Make people come to Xbox. Halo, I mean, the show's doing well on Netflix. Capitalize on it. It didn't do so hot on Paramount, but it's now doing numbers on Netflix. You capitalize on it, just like how Sony didn't do with Twisted Metal as it's doing on Peacock. Otherwise, you still got Clockwork Revolution. Market it some more as the game gets near its release date. Most likely will probably be next year. And also market Minecraft Dungeons. And yes, it's a first-party game. Microsoft owns Mahjong. Market it. Market Minecraft Dungeons 2. And what's this? But I say, like, how many times? But what I was saying is, you gotta make people come to your box. And yes, want to play Call of Duty? Yeah, I see you, Infinite Hero, saying that. And yes, who owns Call of Duty? Xbox. A bundle with a Series S bundle with Modern Warfare 4 entices a customer to invest into the ecosystem, especially those who haven't came up from a PS4 or out of an Xbox One and bought either console in this generation yet. So I say that's why I'm for exclusives, but I know we can't make Call of Duty exclusive because of the terms of the ABK deal. But for right now, I'd say get the marketing rights, get the bundles, make people come to Xbox. Get the commercials on TV, get the commercials online, get the commercials on social media. Above all else, make people come to Xbox.
Okay. All right. So listen, that's a sentiment that I've heard many times. And I appreciate what you're saying. And I have questions because I feel like I am trying to understand the position that people are taking and what they are looking for out of owning this box, right? So, okay. So first thing, I was taking some notes of some of the stuff that you were saying so I can kind of go back to. You brought up the report, right? That most people buy exclusive consoles for exclusive. That's how they choose the box, right? And I know a lot of people are running with that. Obviously, I mean, that report, that sample of responses is from core players, right? Like this is not like a nationwide, hundreds of thousands of results. Am I right, Hargeet? Do you have? I want to fact check real quick. Do you know if there is some, kind of baseline of what that report was based off of?
This was the poll that was done to see who does
like it's Christopher Drain. Christopher Drain had somebody on his show who was saying that, and he's just some analyst or some marketing person. You know what I'm saying?
There was an actual poll that I saw some numbers where it was like 38% or something like that bought the console for exclusives. Something close to that was because my friends are there, something along those lines. Is that what you're talking about?
No, it was the thing that I think that he's referring to is the article that's been the thing that's been spreading around is that Christopher Drain interview with that dude who claimed that 70% or something like that of people are choosing the box based off of the exclusives. And look, if that is the case, right? If that's the reality of his results, I mean, how often have we sat here and talked about the fact that these exclusives don't move numbers like that, right?
Very often.
Like we talk about all the time,
Yeah.
right, babe? Like every other day wow, what a lie. That's crazy. Every other day. Every other year when PlayStation decides to release a game, right? We always say,
oh, catching strays already.
I was like, where are the sales, right? Because supposedly it's so important, right? Where are the sales for that, right? Like if it's important, there's no sales to back that up. So are we saying that, oh, this box has certain exclusives that are only to them, I'm gonna choose that box, but I think everybody is conveniently forgetting that Xbox still has exclusives, right? Like there's still exclusives
Not
here.
just that, if I can jump in real
course.
quick. Not just that, but like if we're talking about Halo, Gears, and Forza, right? Xbox has been pumping out games nonstop. Xbox Game Pass exists. It's been there, right?
Yep.
So by the time that they went ahead, when did they first start doing this? When did Forza go on PlayStation? Like the wheels were already running. People weren't going ahead and saying, I'm going to drop PlayStation and go ahead and buy an Xbox because these games I cannot pass on, right? Even when they went ahead and put Gears on PlayStation, if we're talking numbers, and I find the value on whatever sales they can get because that was money that they didn't have before. So if they're spending pocket change porting these games, right? Whatever profit that comes in that is extra from what the game was already going to make flat, nothing else, that is just extra money. And any type of money is welcome, right? So if the game didn't sell well enough on PlayStation, what makes you think that keeping Gears here was going to go ahead and make these ponies go ahead and drop their PlayStation to buy an Xbox? It didn't happen before. It's not going to happen now.
100%.
So the point here is to go ahead and see how much more money can come in that can benefit these developers, that can showcase these games so that they can become bigger. The bigger they become, the more we get. And at the end of the day, isn't that what it's all about? Right?
Agreed.
If we're talking about the health of Xbox, what is more healthy than more revenue so they can continue to do their thing? We don't want them in a situation where they're cutting out games that you are hoping they would make because they need to make cuts.
Agreed. I mean, there's a lot of different ramifications that come from it for sure. But I definitely agree, especially the Gears one. It's funny because you know, on one side, the argument is Gears should stay here because then people will want to come and buy an Xbox. But on the other side, you're saying we put Gears on PlayStation and nobody bought it. So if nobody bought it, why would they, like, you know what I'm saying? If they didn't buy it when it was on their platform, why would they buy it if it's off?
If the argument is that Gears is going to sell boxes and no one is buying the game anyways, do you really think that they're going to go and spend $500 on a console to go ahead and play a game that they're not even buying when it's on their box? And again, I'm not trying to dismiss the sales because any sales are great, right? Let's talk about PlayStation games. They're not reaching those type of sales right now, right? So if PlayStation first party games are not reaching certain goals with the 100 million boxes out there, the fact that we are matching or surpassing the sales of some of their games, that's a W.
Yeah.
You can't expect people, the players, so 100 million boxes for you know, half of that to show up on a game on an Xbox game because they're not even showing up for their own. So if PlayStation can continue in their mediocre way to make at least one game a year based on the sales that they're having, I think the profit are more substantial than not from porting the games.
Agreed. Okay, so another thing that I have here is the fact that I guess my question to you, General Spartan.
Yep.
And I guess this is the part for me that I find the hardest to kind of get around is they announce it tomorrow. Exclusives are here. Okay. They're going to do all exclusives. What does that change for you as an Xbox player?
it shows that they're willing to one take the console seriously and say, you want to play this game, you need to buy an Xbox. And further, and also, if you say also get bundles and you bundle them with a subscription of Game Pass for say 30 days, entice people. Like it's like you're feeding a little sip of ocean spray or grape juice to them. And you say, I want to get that taste. And say, it's like Sabrina Carpenter, and you want that taste. And you're going to give.
That's wild. That's wild shit right there, dog. All right. Hold on. Just real quick, though. All right, I get it. So, but what I'm hearing, this is the thing. This is what I'm saying.
You're hilarious.
What I'm hearing, General Spartan, is that you're going to get off on knowing that other people are buying the same box that you already own.
Yep. Hey, I say this. Like I said, why waste development costs? Why waste
Thank you for keeping it real, dog.
I love you for being so freaking honest and straight up about what you feel and what you want. I respect that. Okay.
Yo, that's crazy. That's hilarious.
Hey, I say this. It's how things hey, y'all been gaming have been gaming longer than I have. So
damn, why you gotta call me old?
Wow.
That's crazy.
That's below the belt.
Wow.
Hey.
He's like, I know y'all motherfuckers almost close to returning back to dust.
I'm 38. Hey, I'm 38, so
damn it.
Motherfucker, you so close to me, dog. What do you mean? You trying to play me? Shit.
Close to your age.
Damn. All right. So, but this is so ultimately for you, your feeling is it's only about feeling like you're on the winning team.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because
pretty much
because obviously, if let's just say this, let's say if Xbox, stopped focusing on the console as they have been, right? Where they've been going in and fucking putting all this emphasis on getting features for the Xbox and stuff. They just stopped that shit. And they're like, you know what we're going to do? We're just going to spend all our money, market. We're going to bring back exclusives, and that's it.
You gotta have features like the quick resume and all that too, because it's
but Spartan, I'm sorry, Spartan.
Yeah.
They don't. PlayStation doesn't have that.
Oh no, they don't have jack shit.
But I mean, if we are getting in line,
we the winning team then?
Like if we're getting in line with trying to do what PlayStation does, then inherently you have to also be willing to take what PlayStation gives.
And you also got to be willing to end up like them, right? Like in the situation of
a PlayStation player,
or not just the console, right? You got to be willing to get a pisser next round.
Well, you have to be willing to not have Game Pass. You have to be willing to Xbox to say, you know what, we're going to keep games exclusive, but we're not going to do it with all these studios. We have way too much money going out to have this many studios. So we'll just keep Activision with Call of Duty. We'll shed all the studios that make unique games, right? Because, just like PlayStation did, right? Get rid of all the unique games. Let's just keep the most mainstream games and we'll make those exclusive. I guess, General, what I'm saying is, are you willing to give up all these things? Or are you just saying that we should go ahead and give make it so that we hold Microsoft to a different standard than PlayStation when we also want them to be like PlayStation?
I rather our biased media also be holding PlayStation accountable for their shit.
Agreed.
Because
100%.
that DRM shit. Media crucified Xbox One for that in 2013. And I don't see anybody crucifying PlayStation for that right now. And I don't see them going upside PlayStation for, let's see how much they've increased PlayStation Plus, how much they were actually the first ones, I think, to start the $70 games. And also I've seen the Pisser Tech in action because my older brother has a Pro. And yeah, a Pisser is just basically what I just took a couple of hours ago.
I get it. So all right, so basically, so we can get the next homie in because we got some people who's waiting. I appreciate you. I just want to kind of conclude this. So for what I can gather from this conversation is your desire for this to be a scenario where exclusives are back is strictly for that idea that
and also
you now can talk and say, ha ha ha, ponies, you don't have this game. And also a situation where it's like, I hope that by doing this, more people buy the box so that you can feel like you're part of the team that's quote unquote winning.
And also it creates a healthy industry when there's competition. Because
facts.
Because right now
I agree.
PlayStation acting like they have no competition except Nintendo, which that's the problem. Microsoft has to create that competition.
So do you feel okay? So no, I get what you're saying. So my question to you is, do you feel like Microsoft hasn't been competing for you as a player? Meaning that they haven't been giving you the games. Okay. So they have been competing for your attention.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So it's like, okay, so walk with me, Spartan. So what you're basically, this is what I'm hearing. You're saying, mom and dad treat you well and they take care of you and they give you everything you need plus more. But you would like it if they went ahead and figured out how to go ahead and show love to other people that are not part of the family, try to get them to come in, like to get them to want to be part of your family, even though, like I'm trying to understand it. Like there's something there where it's like you're being treated well. You're happy with everything that you have, but you want to also know that they're trying to get other people to join you.
What I'm hearing,
interesting quandary.
You get what I'm saying?
What I'm also hearing is PlayStation acts like they're winning, but that doesn't mean they are. They can barely get a game out. They had to cancel how many games?
At least
like
10.
We're looking at people at a freaking platform they're bleeding out. They are having to make cuts. Developers have to be freaking let go. Studios are shutting down. Games are getting canceled. Keep it acting like you're still a part of it, and being a part of it are two different things. You look at the lineup that you have, you look at Game Pass, you look at the studios, you look at, Asha out here trying to go ahead and make sure that the players are happy and kind of answering questions and kind of doing the things that she can't do immediately to make you happy. And the concern should not be that PlayStation and the ponies think that they're winning. I want to make something really clear. You're never going to get the approval from the ponies that some people are looking for.
These motherfuckers can have 0 games coming a year.
Exactly.
And they'll still try to make you think that you're losing. And what's happening is you, and not you personally, but this conversation is entertaining them. You're saying what they say is your reality.
It's like if you're eating lobster and there's someone eating next to you eating dog food off the fucking floor that's been shit on.
Damn.
And they're looking at you saying, yo, your lobster don't even taste right. This shit, look, I'm gonna get all my homies to eat this one thing. And the homies are like, nah, I don't even want that, yo. I don't want it. Right? Like you're looking at lonely fools trying to matter.
That's wild.
And act like it's okay that these games have been canceled and that they're not getting games. That's not the reality. You buy a box so that you can get those first party games and you can play. And if you have a box for the sake of going on Twitter and saying we got the better box, it's okay if they cancel all of our games. It's okay if we're not getting as much as you guys are for the subscription service. That's self-soothing.
Yeah.
That's not winning.
100%. All right, babe. We're going to go right there because we got people. We got this, baby.
All right. I need
General.
Spartan,
Appreciate you, my brother.
bro. Thank you for rocking
Appreciate
out.
you coming up, man.
All right.
Being the first one and getting your bars out there.
I'm
man.
overstaying my welcome. I need to get out of here.
No, you definitely didn't, bro. You're good, my friend. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much for being here.
All right.
Bye, homie. All right, we got Hectic World coming up next. Before we get our boy Hectic in the building, we do have a couple super chats who are also getting involved here. So we do have the homie Son of Vision. What is up, man? Thank you so much, my brother, for being here. Thanks for that $10 super chat. Appreciate you, bro. Let me get you in here. Okay. All right. So he says, much love, CMoney, Hargeet, and crew. First of all, I'm sorry. I was a little bit, that was rude. Hargeet, just what our boy General Spartan said. I just acted like you weren't gonna say shit about it. Did you, when you heard General Spartan, what he was saying? I know you didn't kind of jump in. Any general words on based on what he said? Do you remember what he said? What you feel about this exclusive situation, the way he projected it, the way he explained it? Oh, you're not there. This is an illusion. Got it. Okay, cool. No worries. No worries. I don't know how you're doing this magic.
Cool. Holy crap.
He's doing fucking magic.
Yo.
He's there, but he's not actually there.
That's so dope.
That's a fucking
Hargeet.
yo. That's a loop, guys. That's crazy cool.
That's
all right.
So
all right.
dope.
Hargeet, you're not fucking around. Thank you, sir. All right, let's bring back our boy Son of Vision with that 10. Appreciate you, bro. Says much love, CMoney, Hargeet, and crew. If Xbox doesn't need exclusives, does it need a healthy amount of console sales? Do we need consoles? I don't see consoles growing without them, GTA notwithstanding. Okay, I think that's a great question. All right, so let's go based off what you just asked. Does if Xbox doesn't need exclusives, does it need a healthy amount of console sales? Listen, first of all, I'm gonna say this right off the rip. The console sales chat, like that conversation, for me is crazy. Okay. And I want to preface this before I go deeper into it, because I literally on this channel have talked so much shit about ponies who sit here and talk about console sales. Okay. We can't play console sales, right? I don't play console sales. Okay. So I just want to preface it by putting it out there. I have no care what Xbox sells. Okay. That's their job. Okay. Now, obviously, I would be concerned if it's zero. If I'm the only person who owns an Xbox,
that would be crazy.
That would be wild. But I mean, I think we're typically between 25 to 40 million guaranteed at this point from just lifelong Xbox people who will just buy the box regardless of the case. For years, we thought that Xbox was having nobody buy consoles, and then we found out that there are that over 40 million, right?
Yeah.
So that being said, I would say that does it need a healthy amount of console sales? I would say yes. They need a healthy amount of console sales. Now, who dictates what's healthy
or not? Yeah.
Or what's not is not you, not me. It's Xbox, right? Microsoft. They get to determine that. But this is what I will say. if they stay in this range, 25 to 40 mil, 100% that is sustainable, like beyond belief, because they're not tied to that number of boxes to do what is the number one thing that they want to do, and that's sell you games.
Exactly.
Like, understand that.
So,
They're not Hargi, are you back?
I would
or
like
like is
to-
your
I
trick
am.
over? Oh shit, that was cool as fuck,
you got
bro.
us, Hargi.
You got me real good, Hargi. That was fucking fire.
Pretty good, right? Yeah.
That was really good. I love that.
I do want to add your point, the fact that, you know, everyone is so concerned about the console sales. And we know that they have said themselves that they're taking a hit when it comes to profit with the console, right? So they're looking to get people to go ahead and, hey, what's good? To go ahead and buy the software, buy those games, sign up to Game Pass. And so when we're here and they're trying to go ahead and get that expansion, right, to make that extra money, and we're trying to chop off their arms while they're doing it, and we also want them to keep the box at a cost where they're getting hit, what are we expecting their future to be? If you're talking about the brand being unhealthy, what do you think? Anemic? Is that where we're heading? Like, like where do you think it's gonna go if they're not making much profit on the console to begin with, right?
Yeah, the box is not the money mover.
Exactly. And let's not act like these are minimal sales. We're also talking numbers towards how long has the X been out for? We're talking about towards the end of a generation, right? So of course these sales are going to slow down.
And there's already talk about next gen, which is obviously going to make people think twice about jumping forward. But the other thing, and I want to put this out there because a lot of people, they want to use this this particular thing as a part of the conversation. And that part is, but if you buy an Xbox, then you will be in their ecosystem and you will spend the money on services and on all these other things because you're there. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to tell you that you are in fact wrong in believing that will happen. Possibility? Yes, but will? No. Why? Easy. I own PlayStation. I don't buy a motherfucking game on there anymore. I did when I thought they were going to make good games, but then they didn't. So they haven't made any money from me since then. So
yeah, selling the box doesn't guarantee that people are going to show up.
Doesn't guarantee anything.
And go ahead and spend the money. Let's also not forget that the box was out there, the Series S, for $149 at a time during the holidays. And if people didn't pull the plug at that time, what do you think they're waiting for? Like, this was the time when they did have a lot more exclusive games. And I'm not saying that everything is not exclusive anymore, but you know, they're a bit more fluid now than they were then when the box was $149. So that adds to the argument that they need exclusives and they need a cheaper box or the cheaper entry point, because the entry point was extremely cheap, right?
Let me
Game Pass was $1 to sign up for a month for people to try it, and people abused it or didn't sign up.
Let me bring this in real quick because we're gonna have to. I want to side piece this real quick over here with Alvin. Thank you for being here, brother. Appreciate you. He says not selling the box does in fact guarantee something, though. You are wrong, my friend, and this is the problem with this entire conversation. You are absolutely wrong. What is there that they can't do? Subscribe to Game Pass? Actually, you can. You can subscribe to Game Pass literally on phone, on tablet, on your TV. You can subscribe to Game Pass and have access.
PC.
Are you talking about buying their games? Oh, wrong again. They release their games on Steam, on Windows PC. They release them on PlayStation. They got you to buy regardless of the scenario.
But
Now,
that's the
you may be
point.
saying, oh, well, but it's not 100%. It's only 70%. Yes. But you know what?
70% is more than no percent.
They can't guarantee you're going to buy a box. But if they release a game that you want and you don't own an Xbox or you don't have Game Pass, then you will buy that game on whatever box you own. And they're making the money that they want to make. So I'm sorry, bud. I know that there's other people out there in these YouTube streets trying to tell you that this is the answer. It's not. But they try. You got to give them, a little bit of kudos. Like, they do try really hard. You can see them sweating, trying to put a thought together to present to you guys to tell you that that's the reality. When in fact it's not. That's not the reality. The reality is that it's not the reality, all right? That's all that you came to there. But let's go back because he does have more. His next part is, do we need consoles? Well, need is crazy, right? No, nobody needs a console. You could play most games on PC. Do I want a console? Absolutely. I want a console. This happens every time for me. And just so you know, because I hear the people talking shit about, PC. Yes, because I'm not a stupid bitch, right? I have the ability to afford to play games the best way possible. Now, in the beginning of every generation, for the most part, the console comes out and is doing everything I want it to do. It's doing it at the levels that I want it to do. Yes, PC is still better, but guess what? Consoles are good enough. It's only until some part, like halfway through, where it's like, all right, like we're stuck here and everything is getting better on PC. And of course, I'm going to play it where it's best. Okay. So
100%.
Just in case you're talking shit about me, right? Personally, playing on PC or whatever, don't fucking be mad at me because I I like to have the everything, right? Like, that's crazy.
No,
to say. I'm supposed to not buy shit because I can.
Switch, you have Nintendo. That's the thing.
It's crazy.
The idea of like picking one box and then saying this is the only box that will have these games, it's a bit ridiculous when we're thinking of the benefits that will come from them going ahead and bringing that extra money in. But if you're upset because that's the box you chose and you feel like no one else should be allowed to touch these games because they made a different decision than you did, I don't think that has anything to do with Xbox or PlayStation. That has more to do with you. You know what I mean?
And fun fact, most of these dudes, they own Xboxes. Or PCs to play the Xbox games.
A lot of people, listen, there are people, and when it comes to his question about the console, there are people that will not play on PC. There are people that just want a console, period. Listen, this is the thing with PlayStation, right? These boxes are out there because they love their PlayStation. Whether it's the box, the controller, whatever reason
not the games
that they have,
not the games,
right? They love their PlayStation. So if you're not going to get them to sway, if you're not going to shift them, then bring them what you want to take money from them for, right? If it's not the box that you have that they want, see if the games pique their interest and then you take their money.
You gain their money. That's the biggest thing, right? Money that you weren't going to get, you now get. So yes, do we need consoles? Obviously, that's up to the individual person. I need a console because I love having Xbox hardware 100%. And I don't just buy one. Understand. I understand that you guys look at us like whatever, but I own literally 5 Series X's and 4 Series S's. All throughout the house, every TV we have in this house does it. So I promise you, we like to have boxes. Okay, do I have a few PCs that are major? Yes, but we have way more consoles than we have PCs, all right, and way more TVs than we have PCs. So consoles fill out everywhere. PCs are only a few places. And then the last part of his thing before we get to our boy Hectic, who's been kind enough to wait and chill right here. And I do see Malcolm on decks and Abacab 72 also on deck. And I think we had called Weeb on deck too, but this stuff goes long, and I understand it's hard to wait. If you had to leave, and you can definitely come back in a little while. But the last thing he says, I don't see consoles growing without them, GTA notwithstanding. This is the thing. This is the other part that I just have to kind of push back on that idea, Son of Vision. PlayStation has the exclusives, right? That's what everybody says. They have the exclusives. PlayStation's still playing catch up to PlayStation 4. Nothing is growing. Nothing is growing here. You're looking at the same group of people who own consoles, and you're just trying to move them from one place to the next place. That's not growing anything. You're still in the same part. And this is the thing. This is the part that I feel like no one wants to acknowledge because it's emotional. And I get it. And that's why we're doing this, because I want to kind of put it all out there. As PlayStation does grow, and if people choose PlayStation over Xbox, whatever the case is, that just becomes another person who might go ahead and buy an Xbox game when they drop it over there. It's the same shit. The difference is those people who didn't choose Xbox for whatever reason, they chose the other place. If they buy an Xbox game, they're still giving Xbox what they want, the money. Yes, it's 70%, not 100%. Okay, but let's be clear. You think Xbox lives off of 100% of their first-party games? That you think that's what feeds them? You think that's the number? Let me tell you a secret, guys. Outside of the biggest fucking game like Call of Duty or some shit like that, bro, these games are not selling a crazy amount.
Mm-hmm.
Xbox is not living off of fucking South of Midnight. They're not living off of Avowed sales or Outer World sales. All amazing games that I love so much that I reviewed all of them. I think all of them got 10s from me. Did they not? Or close to it.
Yeah.
Games that I love. I'm not going to be stupid and pretend. They're not. Xbox is not living off of first party. They're living off of third party. They're living off of Call of Duty and Fortnite microtransactions and Minecraft.
Call of Duty fell off a bit from their standards and what they were hoping.
Yeah, 100%.
It's just the industry. So yes, it is. It's crazy to tell them, hey, you know what? Just hold up. Don't make that extra money.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, appreciate you, Son of Vision. Thank you for coming up here. Hope that I don't know if there's anything else. Feel free to.
And by the way, they didn't know right from the beginning that they were getting 70%, and they still signed up.
That's the deal.
You know what
they
I
know
mean?
It.
Like
they know.
That's
100%.
when it comes down to like, okay, what is it that we're excited about? The game's great, a great console, great, the benefits, great. But at some point, you got to know that, yes, they heard that it was going to be 70% and they went through with it. So 100%. Decisions have to be made by them.
And let me go ahead and bring this up here. Our boy Berg Brizzle in the building. What's up, man? Says, can't change my mind. I want exclusives. Listen, I'm not trying to change your mind. That's fine. If you feel what you feel, but what you feel doesn't change the reason you feel it, right? Like, let's call a spade.
And
it has nothing to do with Xbox and what's going to change for Xbox. You know it. I know it. Right? You know that it's 100% just your emotional stance on this. You just want to know that the game's exclusive and that you can turn around and say, F you, pony. Ha, ha, ha. You want this game. You can't have it. That is what you want. And that's fine. Listen, I was there. I'm just not anymore. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not anymore. So I respect that you don't want to change your mind. That's fine. And I'm still open. If I can hear something that makes me change my mind, then I'm down for it. Hargeet, Bud, before we get our boy Hectic World in here, who's been waiting like a boss. Hargeet, what do you feel about anything that you've heard so far, my friends?
I mean, so far it's not been a compelling thing, but so here's the thing, right? So if we look at the holistic thing of putting games elsewhere to make money, that was the whole point, right? They wanted to drive their profit margins up. Did it work? Well, with Forza, it kind of did. You could say maybe a couple of other games, it really did. Got them some money. For some games, it was pretty bad. In fact, maybe the port cost them more than just even putting it there, right? So that they didn't really make any money. So that's kind of a waste. But like maybe you just try it and see what happens, right? And sometimes you make money, sometimes you don't. you look at the numbers. I think we looked at them, right? This is all based, by the way, on speculative numbers from Alinea. We don't know the actual numbers of sales, but Alinea put out some numbers, and we're all basing everything on that. And if you look at the numbers, they're not great. The majority of the games that were put there, I'm not looking at Call of Duty or anything like that, right? We're just not good. So they didn't sell enough to really make it that much money. So if it's not worth it, then that's a thing they have to do. And that's basically what she's already said, right? Asha's already come out and said, we're looking at exclusivity, but it's going to be data driven, right? It's going to be based on what makes sense. So we can't just make a willy-nilly decision and then cause a decade-long problem, right? So they're going to look at this whole thing and figure out, what makes sense for them. The exclusivity thing, I don't care, right? I've already said that. It's not for me. I'm not here saying people should not be able to play games. However, just being pragmatic, we put in our chat, right, a poll saying, is this a problem? It was 54% said yes. It was way higher in the other ones. When I went to ILP, it was 70%. And when we went with WebDave, it was 71, or they're very close, 70, 71 in that range. Said, yeah, it's a problem. It's like, okay, well, that's kind of, I was hoping it was 15%. That was what I was expecting it to be, but it's not that low, because that becomes noise, right? Yes, this 15, okay, fine. But that becomes noise. When it's 70%, it's like, okay. And then I think you pointed out, hey, we might be in sort of an echo chamber where it might be a higher amount, right? That's fair. Yeah. But even if I take a discount on that, 70%, let's say it's only 40%, that's not noise. That's a lot.
Yeah, but what does it mean to the actual person? Like, for instance, everybody here, did they boycott Xbox? Like, did they decide
that's the thing that they would do, right?
Do it anymore? No, I'm talking about the people who are voting, right? Did they stop playing, like buying Xbox games? Did they trade everybody who comes to these Xbox shows throw away their Xboxes in protest, or they just do exactly what they were gonna do, which is play their box, buy their games, pay for the subscription, and call it a day? Voices are voices, but the reality is until that becomes action, it doesn't matter. And to be clear,
but it has, right? And so if you look at the trajectory of where they're going, it has, right? And so, and you don't have to take my word for it. They're saying it. Asha is saying it.
Well, then
so
the numbers are from so she came out and said that they're not where they want to be, right? She also just started, right? And the numbers are down, right? And they were down from one before. Right? But we also know that the numbers are down mostly, if we're gonna really call a spade, right? The year of after Call of Duty drops is full of Call of Duty, right? Call of Duty sells all year long, right? And let's not pretend that we don't have a Black Ops 7 year versus a Black Ops 6 year.
Yeah.
Right. Let's not pretend that it was a 64% drop in Call of Duty, 64% drop in software sales that they had than the prior year. I'm sorry.
That's huge.
I understand the idea, but you put Black Ops 6 into this pipeline, in this lifeline that we have right now, you all of a sudden, those numbers are not down. The sales of the console still down, but the content and software not down. Dog, 64%. It sells more than all the games in the year.
You're still looking at it from your perspective. I'm looking at it from a Microsoft perspective. They obviously think things are not good. That's all fine. I'm looking at it from that perspective, right? So Microsoft thinks they're not in good state. That's just a fact. They've outright said it. So they don't think they're in good state. So if that's the case, what is that state that's not good? So you have to then take their word for what they're saying is bad, right? So I'm just taking it from their words.
Money. They're talking about less money is bad.
No, they're not. They've switched the thing. It used to be about money. Now they've switched it. Satya himself is saying that I need to get the core back. This is for Windows and Xbox.
The core.
And this, so they're not looking at money anymore.
People buying consoles.
But that's the core, right? The argument that everybody has is that they need to get exclusives to get other people back, and that is what I'm asking.
Trying to paint that picture, right?
But when the voters did they leave? All these people who come to your shows, right? The people who came to Web Dave show, the people who came to ILP,
a lot of people have
come
left.
Here.
Yes,
so they just come to these shows.
People have left. And they went to PC.
Sport.
Most people who left, they went to PC.
PC
And so a lot
to
of people
still
have
subscribe
left.
to Game Pass and still buy the games?
Some do, a lot have not. In fact, a lot have given
Okay,
up
I
Game
mean,
Pass. So
yeah.
I would expect, if I had to guess, I'd say at least 5 to 10 million people have dropped Game Pass. It's a huge amount. That price drop didn't happen because of Call of Duty. It happened because they weren't making enough money because the sub numbers plummeted. So there's just realities that they have to deal with. They're doing these things, drastic changes, because things were going way wrong. And so what does that mean? How do you fix that? Now, I don't know the answer to this, right? I'm just going to guess based on what you see out in the ether. Somehow these signals matter, and they have to figure out what signals are actually the ones they can act on and not cause financial doom to their bottom line, right? That's just the way it is, right? So is exclusivity the thing that's going to fix it? No, it's going to be a lot of factors along with potentially that, but it's a lot of factors that need to change. So, is exclusivity one of them? Sure, if that's going to bring in more people because they're more enthusiastic, or it brings them back to the platform, okay, fair enough. I can't be the one to answer that. I was shocked when we put that poll in this chat and said 54% want that. Holy crap.
So this is the thing I will say, because this is kind of the discussion that we had before, and I get it for sure. But again, I guess the point overall for me and why I wanted to do this is that I'm not saying that Xbox won't decide to do whatever they want to do. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that I don't think they need exclusives. Not about what they're going to do to fix their shit. That's Microsoft's problem. And that is why I don't understand. If I'm an Xbox player, I'm playing my games on, whether it's here, whether it's on my PC Game Pass, however I play them, I'm still playing my games. I'm living my best gamer life. So I don't understand this. And what we're talking about is exclusives matter to me so that Xbox can sell more boxes.
Yeah.
What the fuck does that have to do with you?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with you? Tell me how it helps you, the player. How
in only one way, and that's that you're in a healthy
point?
Ecosystem, right? And that's it. It's just that simple.
But what does a healthy ecosystem mean?
It will continue.
More games? More games?
Will continue. That's it. Well, okay. I mean, part of a healthy ecosystem is more games, is it not?
Okay, so we have that. We have that.
Yep.
Is it updates to the console? Yeah, I mean, we've had more games than ever. Do we have more updates to the console? Yes. I'm trying to understand what I have lost by not having exclusive. But that being said, let's go ahead.
Go out 5 years, right? And first, Game Pass, is that even around?
5 years? If Game Pass is not around, everything changed, bro. We're talking about today.
Yes, exactly, right? So, well, I mean, I'm looking at it from their perspective, right? Asha literally said, I'm not going to make a short-term decision. It's a decade decision. So I'm saying, let's go 5 years. We could go out 10 years. But if you go out 5 years, let's say Game Pass is gone. How many games do you think they make? So, because look, they're already on the path of shutting down games, shutting down studios, right? And PlayStation's far worse. I get that. That's fine. But we don't have to whataboutism it. We have to look at what they're doing. We want the games. That's what we want, right? We have the shield of Game Pass. We had at least the shield of Game Pass. That's allowed games like South of Midnight, right? Because they can just pay for that. They have that constant revenue. Cool. That's awesome. If that goes down because a number of people are pissed off at Xbox, what does that do? You have to look at that holistic thing. So and you can keep saying the brand isn't damaged. The brand is 100% damaged. You don't kill off Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond because the brand is in healthy state. No, that happened because the brand is damaged. So
I would say
have made that decision already. So Microsoft is seeing it.
I get it.
Something's wrong.
This is what I say. So at the end of the day, I will tell you what I've said. I am a person who pays for services. I am a person who buys consoles. I'm the person who does this stuff. So when I speak for myself as a player, right? And as a player who owns the box, I did not say fuck Xbox. I did not say this is the worst. Oh my God. The brand is not damaged. It's not. If the brand is damaged, that's universally damaged. You can't just say these people think it's damaged, so it's damaged. It's not. 40 million people own a box. 40 million people did not say fuck this shit, I'm out, right? They only went down 5% on the content and services, or 7, some shit like that. There's no that does not equal a plummet. That does not equal a crazy thing. That equals a horrible Call of Duty year, Remember, this is only in comparison to the previous year. Okay. And in the previous year, they had Call of Duty that was crushing it, right? But this is the thing. I don't want to keep this going because I want to get the homies who are here for this. Hetik, my dude, thank you for being here, brother. Go ahead and give me your bars, man. First, let me know, are you for or against?
But basically, I don't care. Behind me is what I play most. Of course, I would love to have exclusives and brag about it. Oh yeah, I have it, you don't. So I can be just like PlayStation ponies. But at the end of the day, I don't like PlayStation. But I'm still on the PS4 Pro, and I haven't touched it in 5 years. So right now, my account says the last game I played was Ghost of Tsushima 5 years ago, and I haven't even touched it. I haven't even plugged it in. It's outdated. So right now, exclusives are good for the people that already have a console. What about the people that don't? If Xbox says tomorrow morning, no more all games are exclusives, what happens next? Nothing. Microsoft cannot supply enough consoles to match Sony. You mean talking about tomorrow morning they're going to sell 40 million consoles? No way in hell that's going to happen. No way. Because Microsoft stopped making consoles. They make them by order. Oh, I want 2 million, 3 million. They didn't make them. But that 3 million is not going to matter much to Sony's numbers. You can't catch up. It doesn't matter. The only way you can catch up is to start from zero. Like hopefully with Project Helix, you do a couple of exclusives, hopefully, and then you go from there. But by putting everything exclusive, it's not going to guarantee anything. Because if it did, they would have already done it a long time ago. And then basically Phil and Sarah got fired because it's enough. They got tired of the same thing, and it's okay. Big companies, I work in the financial field. The big companies takes a long time to make a turn. They'll go straight ahead into a wall before they turn, and that's how they work. And right now, Xbox and Microsoft, they hit a wall, and right now it says, look, we can't turn with the same people. We need a whole new crew, and that's what happened. Phil is gone, Sarah's gone, and then Asher's in. But the same thing will happen. They will give her a nice leeway, go straight, see what you can do. But eventually, if she doesn't do anything, she hit a wall and somebody else will take over. Because the thing is, they're not going to sunset Xbox. Right now, it's too deep into our roots. You can't sunset Xbox. Xbox is basically Microsoft now. You can't sunset. You can't cut them apart.
Agreed.
They're part of Xbox. You can't say, oh, they suck. I mean, let me disappear Xbox. No, you know how much money Xbox is worth right now? It got to be 100.
Exactly.
What, $150 billion they worth right now? You don't cut that. You don't cut it off. You can't sell it. Who's going to buy that? Apple can't afford it. Not $150 billion. And then anybody else, they got to make it better. And the thing is also got to remember is Microsoft has enough money to make change. Does Sony or Nintendo does? No. What they're doing right now, they're making a change. Let's try putting games on PlayStation, putting games on Nintendo to see how it goes. Because Microsoft at the end of the day is a company that wants to have the cake eat it too. They want to make money selling games on other consoles and on their own consoles. But the people that are there are going to complain about it. Oh no! But the thing is, if you're not buying 5 million copies of one game or 10 million copies, your opinion doesn't really matter to them anyway. Because they like if you go in there and you sell 10 million Halos, then that your opinion matters. But you come in here and you buy a million or 500,000, no, it doesn't really matter to us. We'll keep doing what we're doing. Microsoft is a company that they want to see numbers. They don't want to see low numbers. Like I said, you said that 50% were not happy with this stuff. But how many of those buying consoles? How many of those are actually spending money in the ecosystem? Because I could be mad. I could have canceled my account and moved the hell on. But they're still there. That means the people that are complaining are not doing the job. Buy games. Buy something. Show them. By canceling your subscription or by leaving your subscription, you ain't showing them shit. Yeah, that means that they're doing the right thing. You can't just say, "Oh, I'm unhappy by not having exclusive." But when you have exclusive, when you had them for Xbox One, we had them for the 360, we had them for the Series X. Those are where the sales.
Fam, where's South of Midnight sales? Where's Avowed sales? Where what we had them? We had them. You just want them to choke out these studios, bro. Like, you want them to be like, yo, your game didn't sell enough, so you're done. No, let them spread their fucking wings to go have the shit wherever. It doesn't matter.
Fair, CMoney, they didn't sell on PlayStation either.
Yeah, but they did, though, because you're acting. I feel like unless we're talking to a bunch of billionaires in the chat,
Seriously.
don't fucking act like millions of dollars is nothing. No, this is not Microsoft. This is Xbox.
Midnight sold like 16,000 units, which won't even cover the cost of the port.
Okay, cool, but doesn't matter. It still goes back to what their overall sales were. No matter how you cut it, you can't take one example when there's other ones that have sold. They don't know what's going to sell and what's not going to sell. So you can't say fuck that one game when they have others that sold hundreds of thousands of copies, right? You just don't know. And they're going to go ahead and streamline this so that it's not a porting process. It's something that is already set and good to go, so they don't have an extra cost to do. I mean, the reality is,
you always have to with PlayStation, right? There's always going to be a cost to port. Unfortunately,
and that's fine. But you know what? Indies launch on PlayStation every fucking day. If they could figure it out, Xbox will figure it out. You know what I'm saying? It's just what it is, right? It's just what it is. So the Hector, go ahead, man. I know you were rocking.
Like I was saying, if a game comes out on Xbox and it fails and it doesn't sell a lot, does it make a difference if it goes somewhere else? Or you just want to keep it to yourself, saying it's exclusive, but it failed. So what's better? Let it go somewhere else and try to make some money, or let it stick with us and it's a failure. Like Redfall, it's a failure, right? It's exclusive to us, so it's still a failure. But why we don't talk about it? Why we not happy about it? Because it's a failure. But put it over with the PlayStation. See what it does. If it sells one copy, it's one that I would never sell before. But we are proud because it's still with us. It's a failure. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Redfall would matter if they put it somewhere else. Like, that's okay, man.
Even they bring out Redfall tomorrow on PlayStation.
And we trashed it. I think the reality is, though, like the idea of being upset that, and again, this conversation obviously is about exclusivity or not. Because I kind of see it all over the place, and somehow, it's kind of like shifting out there in the chat. The conversation that was brought up was about Xbox bringing back exclusives as a whole, period, right? And let's not pretend
people keep juggling.
Exactly.
It's
they
like,
keep playing with it.
Oh,
It's
just
like,
a couple.
Just a couple. No, you're saying bring exclusives back. That means bring everything back.
There's a caveat.
There's a caveat, baby.
Yeah.
There's a caveat, Hector.
Yeah, it can be exclusive, but it has to sell. Because if it doesn't sell games, it doesn't matter. You can't brag about it. Because
So if it's not braggable, then it doesn't need to be an exclusive. So South of Midnight, send that shit over. Who cares?
It doesn't matter. See, Gears of War, the E-Day comes out on PlayStation. No, it skips PlayStation. It stays on Xbox. It only sells 1 million copies. Is that a failure or not?
I mean, I would say it's not great.
It's exclusive.
Not great.
It's exclusive, so it's okay then. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't have it both ways.
Microsoft wants the dollars, bro. No matter how you cut it. There's no version of this that exists, man, that they're ever going to look at it and say, no. There's no. I mean, I don't fathom that idea. Again, we'll see. That doesn't matter. I don't care what Xbox does or doesn't do. That's their choice. What I'm saying is, are we going to go ahead and go to Xbox's house while they're sleeping and light their shit on fire because they didn't give us exclusives? No. For me, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I'm good.
That's the thing, and that's the conversation, because the idea that they need to bring everything back, to me, it's nonsense. Also, they don't have everything over there. A lot of people like to talk loosely as if every freaking game has been ported to PlayStation. That's not the reality. So listen, I'm not saying that they will never go ahead and lock their games down. I don't see a need for them to go ahead and do that and leave money on the table.
Yeah.
If they do it, that's their freaking problem. If they don't, that's their freaking problem. Just like they decided that they were going to put games on PlayStation and no one crying on Twitter stopped it. like, I'm not looking to dictate what they do to make more money. That's their issue. Bring me the games, make sure they're quality, continue to have Game Pass. Because I've heard crazy shit out there. Like, I'm willing to give up Game Pass for exclusives.
I'm sorry,
like,
but
what
if
the
you
fuck are we
can't
talking about?
have-
Unless you don't have Game Pass, unless you only play one or two games a year, and you don't give a fuck about anything else, I don't see anybody in their right mind saying, I'll give up Game Pass for exclusives.
I'm sorry. If you're somebody right now who said that, say that again.
They removed Call of Duty from Game Pass. I'm so mad, man. I'm about to cancel it. I want to Call of Duty.
Well, they pay. This is the thing. They pay for that Call of Duty for you.
I don't care.
That's okay. Listen, just keep spending that money. Just put it on the side. Keep spending it. Pretend you spent the $30, all right? Because you don't want to let it go. No problem. Just put it into an account. Pre-buy it, right? And then just put your money back into the account. All right. The point is that if you're somebody who's saying that me as a customer, I am okay with Xbox taking away from me so that they can profit more, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're either full of shit or fucked in the head. I'm sorry. There's no way you could tell me I'll give up my Game Pass for fucking exclusive. Suck a nutsack, bro. That's crazy to tell a... Come on, man. Come on. Don't fucking play with me. Unless you never had intention of buying any of those games, and you're saying to yourself, sure, I don't need it. I'm only paying for one game anyway.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, get the fuck out of here. Hell no. That's crazy.
To look at the new games I got on Game Pass, and it's right now I'm playing. You see that the new games I have on PC, sledding game, the one with the frog and the frisbee. Think you know how much fun that is?
I haven't tried
that game. I will never buy it.
I've never buy it.
Game Pass.
That's just crazy. All right, I just gotta say that. That's some bullshit. All right, Hector, final thoughts before we slide on, man.
No problem. Like I said, I want an exclusive back as long as they sell. Yes. If they sell 10 million copies, then yes, bring them back. But if they don't sell 10 million copies, send them to PlayStation. That's the rule. That is the rule.
Has Gears ever sold that much?
And by the way, if it sells 10 million copies, imagine
what it done if they would have sent it over there. What do you mean? That's amazing. I want the money for me. I want them to take that money. Let's be clear. If this was PlayStation, I would never say this. But Xbox has definitively shown us that when Xbox makes money, they give it back to us with more and more games in Game Pass. Higher quality and higher volume. That's what they've proven to us time and time again. So yes, I truly know and believe that when they sell these dollars on these other places and PlayStation players are buying these games, those dollars are trickling right back to us in our form of Game Pass subscription being enhanced some way or another. And that's what I want. Hectic, you've been fucking awesome, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, man.
Appreciate you coming through.
To have you on the show.
Thank you, my friend. Good to see you, by the way. Thank you for being on camera.
No problem.
You're the man. All right. We're going to go ahead. I'm going to bring up Malcolm because he's up next, but I'm going to get the super chat. So, Malcolm, appreciate you, buddy, but give me 1 second. We got the homie Emmanuel in the building. Shout out to the homie Emmanuel with that $10 super chat. You the man, bro. Appreciate you. Says, God bless you, CMoney and Doodle, for speaking the truth.
Thank you, love.
And not feeding into exclusive derangement syndrome afflicting the Xbox community. Game Pass is the best exclusive. That's all I need. Bars. First of all, you're welcome. But yes, and thank you for also being on the train, right? Look, I gotta say something, and I've said it before, but I need people to understand. Like when we were first doing this, and I was on that exclusive train, right? The one that we've been on since fucking 2002, right? Or 2001. First of all, this is in Hargy's face. I have always that's what I knew, right? And that's what I believed in. Okay. I believed it. I wasn't doing it for funs and giggles. I believed that that's what it was. I believed exclusives. I believe all that shit. And you know what? There was a time where it 100% held true, because you could go back. You can go back to our show. I don't know when, but a long time ago. And you can go back and see when I described what exclusives meant to me. Okay, what that meant is that your studio was going to go ahead and use every ounce of your box. You would get the best version of a game possible if it was an exclusive, because they would focus on your box and use every ounce of what it was capable of doing. Fast forward to series generation, and guess what? There's shit on that box that we heard about that have never been used by anybody. First party, second, don't matter. There's parts of that box that nobody's even touched or cared to touch. So that entire situation is irrelevant now, right? Is irrelevant. They don't take advantage of the boxes anymore. And now these boxes are so close together, they're almost indistinguishable as far as quality is concerned. Obviously, we can see when Digital Foundry does it, right? But for the most part, most of the shit looks the same, right? If there was no one to measure anything, and we put one game on here, one game on here, realistically speaking, most people wouldn't tell the difference, right? So nobody's taking advantage of these boxes. PlayStation has nothing but exclusive games, and they're still giving you fucking PlayStation 4 level games. Okay? The fuck's the point of the exclusive? Nothing. There's no benefit to a PlayStation player to have that exclusive. It's the maybe if the game was everywhere, PlayStation might actually invest money into these fucking games and raise the quality of them. Okay? So that was my position and my stance. But then Xbox changed gears, right? They went ahead, they went from possibly 4 games, trying that out, to committing to doing more. And you know what? I sat there, I listened to everything they said. And after doing my own and Doodle talking to each other and kind of looking at the situation, the entire thing made sense to me. Okay. So I went from somebody who was so hardcore into fucking exclusives, probably more than most of you in here, and then went ahead because I actually believed it. It wasn't for the bragging rights, right? Because I'm an OG Xbox head. There was no bragging rights when you owned the fucking Xbox One. Okay. Yes, Halo was the shit, but there was a million other games on PlayStation that people loved, and I had fucking Halo over here. Okay. So, like, to be clear, it was just me being pumped about it. But now I see that the business aspect of it is very different than it was back then. There's a lot more cost involved in making these games, which means your studios are at way more risk of closure. And let's call a spade, man. There's way more games. Back then, Halo was unique. There was nothing that felt like Halo. And don't get me wrong, I still believe there's not really anything that feels like Halo, but there's a lot of shit that is pretty goddamn close to it. So there are options for people now. So many options that are out there that any one game, if you don't have it, another one will take its place on the other side. If you make an exclusive game here, that just means on the other box, another game can rise to take its place. Just like Call of Duty. If Call of Duty ever went exclusive, their days of running the shit would be over. Another game Battlefield will rise like no other over on PlayStation. Okay. This is the reality of what will happen. Nobody's going to sit there and be like, damn, this game moved on. I'm going to go ahead and fucking, I gotta leave. I gotta go do this. Very few people are going to do that. Most people are going to be like, fuck, that's crazy. I hate Microsoft for doing that to me. I hate Xbox for doing that to me. I'm going to go find another game that I like. And that's what will happen. Right. So frankly, I understood the business aspect of it. Okay. I understood it. And so now this is my belief. And that's why I'm here saying I changed my mind, right? Say something that can make me think different like Xbox did. Because right now, I already believe this. And the reality is that I'm not going to do like these other people who'll be like, hey, guess what? I was just bullshitting you that I was okay with those exclusives. Turns out I was so mad this whole time. I really want those exclusives to stay. I can't do that, dog. And I know that might piss some people off. It is what it is, man. I'd rather have people come fuck with us because they fuck with us and they either agree or disagree, but they at least respect our position, than me having to sit here and fucking pretend that I give a shit about exclusives anymore when I don't. I just don't. It doesn't matter to me. I have the best exclusive, like our boy Emmanuel said, Game Pass, baby. That's amazing to me. And honestly, it's not actually exclusive. It's the same shit. If they want to go subscribe, I don't give a fuck. All I care about is me and my dollars. My dollars tell me that I get every game that Xbox drops in Game Pass, plus many more from third-party day ones. Come on, man.
And listen, I can respect if people feel like I need exclusives because this, and that. But my problem is that the idea of why exclusivity is necessary is not making sense to me for the overall Xbox situation. And if Asha figures out that it makes sense for them to pass on that money, then that's her decision to make. And,
Facts.
I do want to bring up this point with Call of Duty, by the way. Maybe more people were not okay with them taking back what they said about the skins, right?
Yep.
Maybe people, and this is why we say that this is just our bubble of like YouTube and Twitter, because I didn't hear anybody other than us bringing up the fact that we're not buying skins anymore because they told us something and then they took it back and that wasn't happening.
Facts.
But when you look at the numbers, I mean, they don't lie. Look at the drop on Call of Duty. Maybe more
100%.
people outside were upset that didn't verbalize it and just didn't get the next Call of Duty. Also, when we're talking about a poll with like 70%, when we're talking of hundreds of people voting and maybe some of the people that are listening are not even a part of those votes, we can't take that 70% and apply it to the 40 million boxes or however many boxes are out there. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's small sample size, right? So it's by a base of people who are geared towards
it sounds
feeling
like,
this
holy
way.
crap, 70%, but of the group that you're looking at and whoever did vote, it just...
The other thing too is that, obviously, look, I want everybody to come up here, and if you're for exclusives, I'm still waiting for somebody to explain to me why we need exclusives. I'm still waiting. And hopefully
honestly,
some people come up and they can.
Yes, and honestly, the
conversation
conversation is being had, but I don't care if you want exclusives. Like, if they want exclusives,
yeah,
I don't care.
This is not about whether you want it or not. It's why
if I
we
don't
need
want
it.
exclusives, then you shouldn't care either.
Yeah, agreed.
Or if I don't care for it, I don't give a crap what they do. Exclusives, not exclusives. But...
Before we get Malcolm X-Ice, this is another one I'm just going to bring in the homie Lauren in the building. Thank you, bud, for being here. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says agree to disagree. Xbox doesn't need exclusives. Personal opinion is major single player franchises should stay exclusive. Fallout, The Elder Scrolls, and the like. Look, I can respect that. I can respect that
because they don't need it. They don't. And
yeah, it's not a need for sure.
Personal opinion is this, and that. Now we're having a regular conversation.
Yeah, and the reality is that, Lauren, I think you would agree based off how you wrote it, that it's because of what you want.
Exactly.
Right? You just want to feel like those are exclusive.
I
right?
respect that.
And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that's what you want. It's your dollars. The same way my dollars are mine, your dollars are yours. And if it makes you feel better about the money you spent, okay. But that's very different than Xbox needs to do this or they're gonna die. Xbox needs to do this or they're irrelevant. Xbox needs to do this or they're fucking their fan base. Those are very different situations, right? And then I do just want to let me just get Malcolm. You're up right this second, but our boy Ryu Art Gaming in the motherfucking building went ahead and gifted 20 on Point for Gamer memberships, man. Shout out to our boy Ryu Art. Y'all know what to do.
Tell him, baby.
Put the motherfucking welcome to the family emoji in the chat. Welcome our newest members, man. We appreciate each and every one of y'all for rocking out with us tonight. And of course, our boy Ryu Art, man. Thank you so much for being here, bro.
Appreciate you.
Go ahead and let our boy know that you appreciate him by putting the FBs in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, my brother Ryu Art, man. Appreciate you, bro. Okay, Malcolm, my dude. How you doing?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you, bro. We can hear you, man. Thanks for coming up, bro. All right. Before we go in, for or against?
I'm against for the season.
All right, go ahead.
The thing about Xbox is in a unique position. Xbox is a console maker and a publisher. You do not have the console numbers to sustain the content that has been coming in. You do not, especially in a market that is this saturated. It's like, yes, I personally love the Xbox ecosystem. I have not had to leave the Xbox ecosystem for the past 4 years, unless I truly wanted to. But the thing that PlayStation and Nintendo has that Xbox does not have at this point in time, when Insomniac makes a move, you listen. When Bungie makes a move, even though Marathon's going down the toilet, you still listened. Can you really say that about Xbox Game Studios at this time?
I don't think so. I think their games are for Xbox people.
So you need to get the content to more people. You need to have those games breathe. Now, people are saying that the PlayStation numbers are meh. Sure, when you just look at the PlayStation numbers, but when you look at the sales on PlayStation, Xbox, and PC, could that not keep some of these studios open for another project?
Yeah, that's the point.
Exactly.
100%.
And we don't have, like, it would be nice if one of these studios could become a rock star for Xbox.
Yeah.
But we know that's a long shot. Especially when you have
talent. It's not talent or skill, because Xbox to me makes the best games in the industry. All their games, I love most of the games that they make. It's not a skill or talent. It's what the media has chosen as winners and losers, right? The media doesn't give the same respect to Xbox studios as they do to PlayStation studios.
No.
Listen, Rockstar earned its fuck the media. Rockstar earned its fucking stripes and like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they did what they did for a very long time. They changed the game. So that wasn't a media choice, right? That was just they fucking brute force that into existence, and just the skill level that they commit to and the budgets that they're given allow them to go crazy, right? But the reality is, at the end of the day, I don't think any student and look, I agree with the entire idea of it, but I just don't think, in order for Xbox studios to get the recognition they deserve, I think they should be out there, bro. I just think the games are better than just being in one place. And of course, it's on PC, right? Which is great. But, you know, as far as like the core, you know, console gamer, you know, if you have Xbox players being able to play this game, fantastic. But if we can get some of the core PlayStation gamers, some of the core Nintendo gamers to try out some of these games and really go into it, it'll give them just more life. I don't know. I just think at the end of the day, more exposure is better for this situation, especially thinking of how much money they're giving back with Game Pass and shit like that, and just their investment in these studios.
And I'm just curious a bit.
Sure.
Everyone keeps saying the brand is damaged, but me personally, I thought the games were an extension of the brand.
I know.
I'm not understanding. Like, I understand if you want to feel special. I left that back in the Xbox One era, but it's just like, I'm here for the games. You know, again, I'm in the Xbox ecosystem. Like I was talking to Dirt earlier, you know, Xbox gave last year's game of the year to me. I didn't have to go anywhere.
Yeah.
100%.
It's like,
that's why I feel like we forget that it's about, like, look, I know when we come to these shows, right, we obviously talk more than just games, right? I know that, right? Obviously, we talk about the ponies and their stupid shit. We talk about industry stuff. I get it, right? I understand that. But if we're gonna go ahead and think about this as fans of gaming, it's the games that does it, right? It's the games that does it. And I don't know about you, but there's no other company out there doing what Xbox is doing.
And I just also like to add, the cheapest point of entry is a Fire Stick.
Yes.
Facts.
It's like, it's not a console, it's a Fire Stick for $40.
Facts.
100%.
You subscribe to the same subscription you can get, and then boom, you're into gaming. But I mean, and they still have the cheapest point of entry to consoles. If you want next gen gaming, Xbox is still the cheapest point of entry, right?
Mm-hmm.
It just, I don't know, it just doesn't make any sense.
And to your point, Malcolm, yes, that extra money can keep studios going and working on their next project. And what we're not talking about as well is that if Xbox shuts down a studio or cancels the game, we're not looking at the same grace or overlook that they have for PlayStation when they've canceled all these games or shut down studios or let people go. We're looking at Xbox is dead, which happens every other day, and just hammered bullshit and highlight the situation, mismanagement and all this other stuff. So yes, this is where that money, whatever type of money that comes in, is helpful. Let's not forget that having some games also allows for a little grace when it comes to reviews. Having some of these games on other platforms, because they're not looked at the same way. These games should not be judged by the fact that they're Xbox games or they were made by an Xbox studio. The games should be judged by what the game is, or how it plays, or like the games should be reviewed as fairly as a PlayStation game or a Nintendo game gets reviewed. So there was a lot other than just the money where
definitely.
making the games, a little more known to this whole thing. It was also a play on the media and how they judge the games that Xbox puts out.
Yeah, people want to land on gas planets. It's just like,
That's wild.
You can't really. The thing about Xbox for this season, they're not going to be able to escape that narrative. The games will have to start doing the talking, and again, in a saturated market, that's really going to be the challenge because your studios aren't known. We should be excited for Halo, but we're worried about if it's going to actually be complete. We're worried about the multiplayer when we should be really excited. There's always a but with Xbox, even though Nintendo and Sony are doing shadier things. It's like Xbox can release 10 games, but there's always a but. It's like Phil said, they can make an 11 out of 10 game, but again, it's not going to change people's perspective. So
which is funny because people use that. They use that as a weapon against Xbox, saying, "Oh, they're giving up," and it's like, no, they're still making the 11 out of 10 games. It's just they don't.
I'm just going to shove it down your throat everywhere.
I think that disrespect was there before the so-called brand is damaged bullshit came about. This has been an unfair run for like ever.
Yes, even since the Xbox One, like when the One X came out, things were about to be on par. But it's like, oh, you don't have exclusives when it was close to the power. So it's always something, that Xbox has to jump. They literally got to fly to what PlayStation and Nintendo can walk to. And
dude, it's from their own people, though.
Right?
You know what I'm saying?
It is.
Like, it's from their own people that they're getting this fucking heat. And the world will say, well, you got to say something so you can get what you want. And it's like, fam, bro, we are getting the stuff that we want. What you guys
I'm getting games.
I'm getting so much. Like, I don't know. We all have the same access. What are you guys seeing that I'm not? Fam, I'm stacked for years. They can stop releasing games today, and I couldn't tell you what year I would finish my backlog. You know what I'm saying? Like the amount of game, and I'm not talking about backlog from years ago, just fucking months. If I take all the games they released just this year into Game Pass, if I were to try to beat these games, bro, it would take me forever, my dude. I don't even know if I would ever be able to do it. Like, it's crazy how much we've been given for this subscription is crazy.
Yeah,
it's really insane. But again, Malcolm, I appreciate you, man, because this is, you're obviously you're preaching to the choir. We're on the same pipeline, but I appreciate you coming out here and kind of speaking your truth about it, because it's like, it's really like, I feel sometimes like, what am I like? How is this a thing?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, how do people still see it? And I know the answer, right? I know the answer. This is not about the games. It's about the console war of it, right? It's about the making fun of ponies shit. Listen, guess what, guys?
Keeping up with the Joneses.
We don't need exclusives to make fun of these motherfuckers, bro. There's plenty of shit to make fun of these people
Just
about.
hit us up. We'll let you know what to do.
Holy
like they don't
shit.
fucking, you don't know how to freaking twist the freaking knife. Do
Like,
you
bro.
not see the situation that they're in?
There's so much. It's
Come
just
on,
that's
man.
all this is about. And I get it, especially from the YouTubers, right? I understand. You know, listen, I'm not going to take for granted the fact that we are in a pretty fortunate position in life. And we don't need YouTube, right? This is not like oh my God, if I don't make this money, I can't take my kids on a trip for vacation and shit. Like, I understand that is a different situation, right? If you're somebody that is relying on this and you're an Xbox person, I'll tell you straight up, when all this stuff broke out, all the numbers dipped, right? All the numbers dipped for people, right? All the Xbox channels, the numbers dipped dramatically because everybody was pissed at Xbox. And if you're pissed at Xbox, you're not going to go to an Xbox channel to watch shit about it, right? I get it. 100. Oh, did Malcolm drop by mistake? Here, let me get it back. You're not going to want to go.
My bad, like
watch
that.
shit. No worries. So it's like, okay, cool. They're like, oh, please God, let this come back so that we can go back to being able to talk all that shit to ponies about exclusives, and everybody in chat is going to be all pumped, and they're going to go ahead and be like, oh yeah, let's go fucking super chat because I got to go fucking talk shit.
Why does Xbox need to compete like PlayStation and Nintendo?
Malcolm, I am wrecking my brain on that one because they are seeing the situation, and that is not a position that anyone would want to be in. And that's what I think to myself, right? And then I hear things like, I'll give up Game Pass. And then I'm like, well, maybe that is a position that they would want to be in. Like, fuck you, asshole.
Oh, fuck, what are you talking about?
But,
don't be spending my dollars.
At the end of the day, like, I could not even imagine having Xbox, like after they've come this far, go ahead and end up in some bullshit like that. That would be insane. That would be insane.
Yeah, agree.
Everyone keeps talking about the 360 days, but also back in the day, all three consoles were unique.
Yep.
It's like nowadays it's majority the same with minus the Helix, which is going to be again, a hybrid, and that's going to be a good little future to look forward to. But again, we got to get Xbox. You got to get the games out. You got to get those devs to have notoriety. That's where the issue is right now. No one cares about your software as much as people think.
But Malcolm, were they not complaining then too?
Oh yeah, I still remember Tomb Raider.
Exactly. So they say, bring us back to that time. Motherfuckers, you were complaining then too.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You're going to just pick something else to cry about.
It's real crazy.
It's like, oh, it can't hit AK is the next one.
and look, listen, look, Malcolm, I appreciate you
Malcolm,
coming out here.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, no problem, guys.
Yeah,
that's the homie.
You, dog. Thank you so much for coming through. We're gonna go to the next person, but thank you, man. I appreciate you.
Stay safe, everyone.
Hey,
you're dope, bro. Thank you for rocking out with us.
By the way, there's I see that there's people in the chat who are talking, negatively, but like the idea here is like get up on the stage. The link is there. Like come talk, or let's figure out a way to do this because I want to hear what you guys have to say, but I can't go through fucking 50,000 different random chats, right? Like we got to figure out how to make it happen. Let's get first of all, we got Abacab who was next. So Abacab, go there. Wait, did I do it right? Hold on. There we go. Abacab in the building. Abacab, we're gonna go to you in 1 second. I'm gonna just read some of these things and you will be in. We got Alvin in the building with that $10 super chat. Appreciate you, homie. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you, my dude. Say shout out to CMoney, Doodle, and Heartbeat for hosting the town hall. Just want to mention that Asha hasn't tweeted the word publisher once. She posted the word console dozens of times already. Listen, Alvin, I'm glad you said that because I'm another thing that people are quoting or somehow telling me, and I'm trying to understand where I missed it. And I'm not saying I'm not saying there's no way that I missed it. I just haven't seen it myself. Everything that I've heard from Asha has been geared towards me, the player of Xbox, right? The person who owns the Xbox, right? When I hear her say core before more, what that sounds like the ethos is not, hey, how do we get more people to buy an Xbox? I hear, hey, how do I make the people who own Xboxes happier? How do we get them so happy that they just keep spreading the word, right? That is what I hear. I hear Satya say we got to get back to winning our fans back, Xbox fans back. I mean, if you're talking about the people who are on Xbox, who were on Xbox One and then switched to PlayStation 5, or that were on Xbox 360 and switched on PlayStation 4, sure, you know, those people, you want to get them back. But those are Xbox fans. I didn't hear Satya say, hey, we need to figure out how to go get people who have never been in our ecosystem to come buy the system. All I've heard is words of focus towards us, the people who are already here. How do we enjoy what we have more? How do we keep engaged? How do we keep playing? You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I have been hearing. But yes, that is Alvin. Appreciate you, brother. You're right. I mean, they haven't said that shit. They're focused on console, which they are doing that, and they're focused on showing us, the players, the people who are here, that they give a shit about us. And then all I'm hearing is Asha's trying to say, hey, I care about you. And then you're like, hey, how the fuck are you going to get other people to come over here? They're like, didn't you want me to care about you? No, fuck you. I wanted you to care about all those other people out there. I'm playing with imaginary dolls right now. I don't know if you see that. Okay. This is you guys. And then this is Asha. All right. But I love you guys. No, fuck you. I want you to love everybody else. Like, shut the fuck up. Just be happy that they're giving us shit. They're happy for us. They want us. They're telling you, hey, you matter first. Just accept that fucking love. Somebody wasn't fucking hugged by their fucking parents. Jesus Christ. Fucking A, man. God damn.
Oh my gosh.
All right, we got the homie GX Zimmy in the building. What's up, man? Thank you for being here. Thank you for that super chat. Says 70% vote don't mean 70% of Xbox gamers will buy games. Facts. It's real easy to hit yes. It's a whole different button to hit buy. You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, I want an exclusive, but I'm not gonna buy the exclusives. I just want them exclusive. Come on, man. Calm down. We got the homie Pragmatic, member for 15 motherfucking months.
Thank you so much.
Shout out to you, my brother. Appreciate you, my dude. He says exclusivity is dumb. Hashtag change my mind. Bro, I've been waiting. Real talk. People need to get out their feelings on this. Microsoft has the numbers. We don't. They'll do what they think is best. Exclusivity never helped Xbox, though. Agree.
100%.
And again, like, to be clear, I'm open. But it has to make sense to me. And so far, we're not there. So hopefully we can get there. But appreciate you, my brother. And then, of course, we have our homie Dark Angelic in the building with that $5 which I appreciate you, my dude. Says opinions are like assholes. We have opinions and ponies are assholes. Facts. Facts. Fucking A. God damn, that's amazing. Love it. All right. Appreciate you guys. Okay, Abacab in the motherfucking building. Thank you, sir, for being here. First, let me know, for or against.
See, I was gonna be for, but now I'm like, I can't pick a side.
No shit.
Because there's arguments on both sides that I agree with. But there's also stuff that I feel Microsoft should have done a long time ago that they were doing that I felt was damaging the brand more than where they put the games, which was taking themselves out of different countries.
Okay.
I mean, one of the things is the reason why people are saying how many Series X and S is sold, like 35 million or something like that, and then you have 85 million or
It's
90
like
million.
40 million, right? 40 something.
40 million. Okay. Actually, that's not too bad, but still, they're in 1/3 of the amount of countries that Sony and Nintendo are.
Yeah.
Facts.
And
But like,
so,
and like you said, that's old though, right? Like that's from a long time ago. Like that grave has already been dug, right? So it's like, so my question to you, when just
I
in that
mean,
little
when I
segment-
see people in comments, like this was like a couple of weeks ago, there were people in Poland complaining that they couldn't get a Series X. They had to import it, and stuff like that. I'm like, can't they see this? Look at this. Make your stuff more available everywhere. You'd actually sell as many as everybody else.
I mean, I get that, but like, how many people are there? I mean, we don't know those numbers, right? We don't know those numbers. Right. The question is like, how much would it cost them to try to grassroots that idea now? Like to just start seeing if they could do it when so many people are already entrenched in the other side. Like, does it make sense to try to see if you can get anybody to break away from the stronghold that these other consoles have in these other markets, or do you
not
just
with this gen
them like cows? You know what I'm saying?
Not with this gen. I would say start that with Project Helix.
Yeah, just right off the rip, be in as many places as you can, which that's what they sound like they're thinking about, right? They sound like they're trying to be global, right? They said that we're going to be where the world plays, but we don't know how they're going to categorize that, right? Is that the console? Is that just
the game?
The Xbox window mode?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like
now, and as far as exclusives being available to people or not, most of the people are saying we don't need exclusives. They're the core. Those people that are saying that are the core. They're the people that already are getting what they want to get from Xbox. So I'm not listening to them. I'm listening to the people that left and the people that are basically louder, which is, they say they're a minority, but I mean, those are the ones that are getting the ears of the normies, as Boom likes to call them, the casual people. They're the ones, people are, they're not going to hear Hargeet speak, or you and Doodle, or Sean and Dutt, or anybody else talk about the brand and talk about the games and what's great about the games. You guys actually show these games off and play them and do stuff like that. A lot of these other people who have these shows, they may have larger audiences, but they're the ones that people are paying attention to, unfortunately. And they're the ones that I think they're keeping them away from the Xbox ecosystem, because if you're and plus the media doesn't help, not just social media. I'm talking about regular regular media, like the GameSpots and the Kotakus and the IGNs and all those people. They don't help either. And so when you have so many people that are against what you do and what you're about and what you are, and they're praising the other two, and it's like they're giving them get out jail free cards, like all this stuff that's coming out, PlayStation stepping on rakes left and right, and they're defending them.
PlayStation doesn't step on rakes, okay? Only Xbox steps on rakes.
Rakes are underground.
PlayStation owns no rakes to step on. PlayStation can do no ill.
Xbox
has bought them and laid them all around them.
Fuck that. They step on rakes. They stepping on rakes just as much as any other company, and sometimes it's the corpos that are trying to get into the gaming thing, and they have no idea what they're trying to do. But as far as, I mean, I saw what the numbers were as far as what was being sold and what wasn't being sold. My thing is this: the games that that are multi-plat that make sense to go everywhere, like Call of Duty, Minecraft, those, just leave those as they are. Don't touch those. Just leave them as they are. Put them out everywhere. That's how they always were. That, and they've been making a lot of money off of those. As far as the newer games and, the tentpole games, I'm kind of, like, I don't know. I don't feel. Besides, I don't want to have to be like, well, Xbox is the only one putting their games everywhere. Nintendo and Sony aren't, and they're supposedly doing better than Xbox, and they don't do that. So it's like, how are they doing better than Xbox if they're not doing the same thing?
Abacab, do you think PlayStation is doing better than Xbox?
Well,
when it comes to us,
so that's the question
for you, like for you.
Well,
player, like, would you trade places with a pony to get what a pony gets?
Not with a pony, no. It depends on what you mean when you say a PlayStation gamer. I wouldn't say, definitely not a pony. Fuck them.
Okay, so you're saying that you would. If you had the ability to swap right now, boom, slap your hands together. PlayStation inherits everything that Xbox has and everything they are, their position, their Game Pass, everything. And now Xbox has everything that PlayStation is. They're number one. They get the games, the first party games that they get the deals that they get. Are you telling me
$100 million boxes out there
for Xbox to be where PlayStation is, you rather have them swap places and you would be happier as an Xbox fan if they were in fact in the position that a PlayStation is right now? They had exclusives, just 1 or 2 a year, no Game Pass, nothing like that. You just want to be in that position.
Do they have the same ecosystem?
No, PlayStation's equal. You would be swapping places. Listen, Xbox would be number one. Well, I don't know how you could consider number one.
Well, they wouldn't be number one. They'd be number two, but go ahead.
Yeah, but between Xbox and PlayStation, they would be number one. Xbox would be number two, right? But if we swap, Xbox would be number one. PlayStation would be number two, okay? But you have to get everything that comes with, right? So we're saying that Xbox should have did PlayStation moves. Okay, so PlayStation moves got PlayStation where they are. Xbox moves got them to where they are. Would you swap places? Would you take everything that Xbox is today, move it to PlayStation, take everything that PlayStation is today, move it here? So now you're still Xbox, but you're number one, but you have the games they release, the services they offer. Would you be happier here with Xbox being number one or over on PlayStation with being number two and with Game Pass and 40 studios that are making games?
See, I can't wrap my brain around that analogy because I've been an Xbox head since 2002. So I've been, and it took me a long time to get into PlayStation. I didn't really get into PlayStation until the PS3. And so being basically from the ground floor up, growing with the brand, I guess you could say, I wouldn't be able to say with any type of, authority that, I'd take the change. Of course not. I mean, it's like, I've always thought, even though they weren't selling, I've always thought the Xbox games were superior to PlayStation's games. Now, there were some games that ended up coming later to Xbox from PlayStation, like the Final Fantasies, the GTAs, and all that stuff. And then when I got to play them, I was like, oh, I see what people are talking about. These are good games. But when I played but I never did that with their first party stuff unless I had an actual PlayStation and played their stuff. And really, the only games that really came out to me, of course, this is someone coming into the PlayStation Nation late. So I missed Chrono Trigger, I missed Final Fantasy VII OG, all that stuff. And most of that stuff is on Xbox now. So, that's, but that's neither here nor there. So, I mean, the big games that I was playing on PS3 and PS4 were stuff like Heavy Rain and
great game.
Yes.
Uncharted 2, which I still think is the best Uncharted game. And
I like Uncharted
felt
4 now more, but I agree. It's good.
But but the thing is, with those good games, even though there were friends of mine that were on Xbox, some of them owned PS5s, but we never argued about which was better. We always were like, oh, this game was great. Imagine if that was on Xbox. That would be so cool,
Yeah.
And also listening to a couple of different Xbox podcasts back in the day. One of them was actually saying, you know what, it'd be so cool if there was just one giant console that everybody had and everybody had everybody's game on it and all that. I'm
all
like,
the time we used to talk about that shit.
I'm like, dude, that would be so awesome. You know how much money everybody would be making?
Yeah.
But and I think part of the reason why the numbers are so low on the PlayStation side is because even PlayStation's not promoting them. They're just, it's not just Xbox isn't promoting them over there. They're not promoting them.
Games, my dude. There's so many games nowadays, man. Even bangers, studios close down.
Yeah.
People will release a dope ass game and they're gone. Like, it's their farewell game, their first and last game, banger game, and is gone because the world, for whatever reason, decided that they weren't going to go buy that game. And
I feel that the quality left with Sean Layden too and Connie Booth, more so Connie Booth than Sean Layden. I felt the quality for their games left with them. It's almost like, you have Neil from Naughty Dog. He wants to do like regular transmedia. He wants to do TV and stuff and movies and stuff like that. He wants to leave gaming. He wants to do a reverse of Ken Levine, come from Hollywood and then go into gaming. But yeah, it's like
but just to be clear, right, Abacab, at the end of the day, what it sounds like is that you wouldn't.
I personally don't have a problem with the games going over to PlayStation. I did at first, but at the time it was like, what is it going to matter if it, as long as they don't take it away from me. But the thing that makes me go no is when I hear these people, mostly ponies, but also media people, saying stuff like the only place you should play this game is on PS5 Pro because of the Pisser 2 and all that stuff. And it's like, they're not buying it on the Pisser 2 though. They're still playing it on our box. And I'm like, if that's the case, well then might as well just leave it there. If it's a cost issue for them, if the sales for certain games are so low that it costs more to port it than it does, then I'm like, just leave it.
Yeah.
But some of the bigger stuff, like Elder Scrolls 6, I expect that to be everywhere.
Yeah.
Forza 6, I know that's going to be everywhere. And stuff like that. But other than that, I just, because I think there was one podcast I heard, it was Colin Moriarty and Christopher Dring talking about, oh, we get all the Xbox's games and they get none of ours, and we're gonna put our boot on the neck of Xbox. Ha 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 ha. And I'm like, shut the fuck up.
No, true.
I'm
But you
just
see,
like,
that's the part. That's the thing that gets everybody riled up,
Yeah.
right?
mhm.
So people hear that and they're like, "See, no, man, Xbox should do that. That's what Xbox should be doing." And it's like, I can
But what
appreciate
games
it.
can PlayStation offer at the
Exactly.
moment that anyone would really want? Like,
Listen-
honestly,
Wolverine.
Listen to what they
That's
say,
the
but then
thing.
watch what they do. Colin's
exactly.
talking
Mhm.
shit about exclusives, but where does he put his game? He made a game.
Everywhere.
He put
Everywhere.
that shit everywhere.
Exactly.
Mhm.
So what does that mean? And wasn't he talking about a Game Pass bag or
Well, he wanted to
yes,
get a Game Pass
he
bag, but they
wanted
wouldn't
that
give it to
bag,
him.
right? And isn't putting your game in Game Pass a bad thing? Like, why would anybody want their game in there and take a
Well,
bag,
when you're
right?
running a business, that's a whole different thing
But
than
that's
if you're
the
just
thing.
podcasting.
But that's the point. When they're
Exactly.
there just to talk shit, they talk shit, but actions.
Yeah,
That's
they
where
need.
it's
like, hold
at.
on, that's my money. I'm not gonna do it. And that's the problem. The people get mad because guess what? This is my money. When I pay for Game Pass, I want the most from it. I know what this is gonna equal. I can already see the road ahead, man. If
Yeah.
they give in and do what you want, not you personally, like what people are saying
Right.
about exclusive and shit like that, we've already seen it, bro.
Mhm.
Xbox was going to go away. That's what was going to happen. As crazy as it sounds, it was
Mhm.
going to go away. We found out. Phil Spencer saved it. Okay, so understand, if they ever like let's not pretend that they haven't told us the exact words. The plan is the plan
Until it's
Until it's not the plan.
and that works in all directions, not
That's
just the way
the-
you want to do it. Not
That's
you have
the
Okay,
thing.
I have a question for you guys. If they
Yes.
did end up backpedaling on this and did decide to make their first party games more, with the exception of the obvious, Call of Duty and Minecraft at all, if they
Yeah.
were to make those other games exclusives, like the other tentpole exclusive, would that bother you?
Oh, I don't care.
It would
what
not
they-
bother me, Abacab.
As-
Not at all.
as long as they don't fuck with my
Not at
shit.
all. Don't mess with our Game Pass. Don't mess with what we're getting. Keep the quality of games. Like,
No,
that's a
they would
decision
still-
for
they would
us to
still-
make when it comes to the money and whatever they need to do. I just don't think it's something that makes sense, because that's leaving money on the table. But if they
Right.
look, I can only talk from like what my common sense with what I'm seeing, but if she has the numbers and we are not seeing what she's
It's not gonna.
seeing.
It wouldn't be the.
And
numbers.
that's-
I gotta be honest. It wouldn't
They
be the numbers.
stopped. They stopped showing numbers. If you really think about it, they stopped showing numbers, sales numbers for everything at Microsoft at the same time, which was right around the time Satya took over.
Yeah,
So
because
it
he's
wasn't
responsible
people
for
were saying,
does that.
well, Xbox is selling so bad, that's why they stopped showing numbers. No, they made that a company-wide thing. They stopped showing how many people were subscribing to Office 365. They stopped showing the sales of Surface
because that's
laptops
creating
and all that stuff.
barriers for them to look like
Mhm.
failures when it doesn't equal failure.
Yeah.
And that's
Right.
the reality, right? They're still making a shit ton of money. They are not in the negative. Like, understand,
They're
this.
making
People
more
get
money
confused and
now than
think-
they did
because-
before Satya. They're
Exactly.
making more
You're-
money
you're-
now.
People think that because they see negative, their little brains make them believe that means Xbox is not making money and they're somehow making negative money. No, they are making shit tons of money. It's just less money than they were making last quarter. Last year, the same quarter, but they're still making money. It's not.
Yeah, but
making
also
huge-
last year, same quarter, the hardware was going down, but the services and software was going up. So they were selling games, but it just weren't selling consoles. And the consoles consistently kept going down. But people, I think the change of the you're not going to see it on these numbers because these numbers were for last quarter, were for the third quarter. They changed that stuff at the beginning of the month in April, right? Was it the beginning of April that Game
It's the end of
Pass
March.
went down? End of March.
The Game Pass change.
Yeah,
that was in April, wasn't it? It was
so that would be so that would be this current. Yeah, so we won't know what those numbers are until they announce them in, say, July, because the quarter is April, May, June.
Did you see the profit levels for that segment? The segments including Surface, Xbox, and Windows.
I didn't see the profit information. I didn't see the profit. It went up.
Say that one more time, Hargeet.
28%.
28% what?
Profit.
So what? So they made money.
I bet you that was more than what Sony made.
Ton of money.
Okay, so they made a ton of money.
But that's not just Xbox. That's all of Microsoft.
No, that's Windows, Surface, and Xbox. That's combined.
That's pretty much. That's almost all of them. There's three of the
the majority of the money that Microsoft makes is in cloud and Office.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the point is that they are not losing. Like, they are making money. They're making a ridiculous amount of money. Like,
and they can take more risks. And they can take more risks because of the money they have.
Exactly.
They're never going to have the infinite upswing, right? It just not what happens. Anything can fuck things up, like Black Ops 7, right? When you hinge so much of your Xbox game sales on one game, and that game doesn't do well compared to the previous game in that series that was the year before, it's going to tank your year numbers. Every quarter is going to be affected because Black Ops 6 is not there, right? But that being said, listen, Abacab, thank you so much, my brother.
Abacab, thank you. I think
awesome.
you brought up. I love that you brought up
in here.
The fact that back in the day, it was just like, oh, that game is dope, I would love to play it. Where now it's like, well, this game is better than that one. It's just become such a toxic situation. But a game like Gran Turismo, which they swear is better than Forza, as soon as Forza showed up, look at how they showed up.
Says who? Says who?
Exactly. And
says
who? How
who?
many people waited for Final Fantasy to come to Xbox?
Even Greg Miller doesn't believe that bullshit.
Not enough for people to go and buy the box,
Facts. Yeah, agree.
I was saying, even Greg Miller doesn't believe Gran Turismo's better than Forza.
Facts. But
he's starting to get more friendly to Xbox lately, so that's something.
More of an Xbox person than a PlayStation.
Yeah,
person.
because he sees what's happening, right? He sees what's happening, and the games are available, right? This is the thing. Forza, that narrative would never change if Forza didn't go to PlayStation. Now it's changed forever. As these games continue to go over there, the quality of game that we know and love that's always been on Xbox, as they go over there, they will infiltrate their market. And
I just need you to stop talking about Forza right now, because the more people talk about Forza, the more I'm like, damn, it should be out right now. It's like watching watching a commercial and you're showing burgers and stuff, and I'm like, damn it.
But the point is that without that, the brand would never go, bro. The moment Forza 6 goes over there is going to be crazy for them, right? They're going to be making so much money, and now what happens is their scope will change forever. They can always now look at these numbers and be like, all right, Forza Horizon 7 is going to go everywhere. You could do all this extra shit that you want to do because we know what we can expect on the back end. And slowly but surely it's going to happen. The other thing, and our boy Farrell says it every time, but it's the truth. We don't look at it, but a game from Xbox going over there takes away a potential sell from a PlayStation game.
100%.
It's just the truth. Those first party games, every time somebody chooses an Xbox game over a first party PlayStation game, it fucks them good. And that is the reality of what happens. But Abacab,
the only problem with that is I don't want to see like House Marquee get shut down, even though, they put out a game that not many people are interested in.
I mean,
in
that's a personal problem for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, get their shit together. Make better games, dude. Make games that are exciting. Like, people
they're
like
saying it's better. They're saying it's better than Returnal. So,
but it's preaching to the choir. You know what I'm saying? The people
True.
who like Returnal are saying that this was better. Cool, but it's still the same shit. Like, if you didn't like Returnal,
yeah, I'd like to hear that from someone who didn't like Returnal and then tried Soros.
Exactly. People saying Returnal was my game of the year and this is better. Okay, cool. You like this type of game. You're part of the few, right? Which is cool. Nobody, I mean, not every game's for everybody. So I'm not saying that studio shouldn't exist or the game shouldn't exist.
One more thing.
That's the only game they have for the year outside of Wolverine. You know.
One more thing before I sign off. And this is just to finally set the record straight. I got my name from an album by Genesis.
Oh,
it's called Abacab.
Nice.
And Ed Boon, who's the guy that created Mortal Kombat, he's also, he's a fellow Chicagoan. 2, he's also a big fan of Genesis. And he added an extra B at the end and used that as the code to unlock the blood and gore on the Sega Genesis version of Mortal Kombat 1.
Nice.
That's dope, Abacab.
Yeah. So the Sega
Abacab.
Genesis has its Abacab and the real Genesis has their Abacab. So, yeah.
Yo, man.
It's been a pleasure,
it's
bro.
been awesome.
Shout
Great
out to
hear you
Abacab.
boys, have you talk to us, man. Thank you so much, brother.
Great to talk to you too. Hope to do this again soon. You should have more town halls to talk to you, your buddies here.
Maybe, I like this idea. Maybe depending on how the shows go, maybe we could add like at the end, like a segment where people can kind of come up.
That'll be dope. I like this too.
About whatever we talked about for the show or whatever, some shit like that. That might be cool.
I like that, Abacab.
Do you give a shit news?
Yeah.
Don't nobody give a fuck.
Yeah, right.
All right.
My brother.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye bye. Guys, thank you all for your patience. For everybody who's been waiting, we got Power Boss in the building. Hold on, just sit there tight for a second, Power Boss. We're gonna get our boy Pragmatic Eagle in the building. Shout out to our boy Pragmatic, man. Appreciate you, my dude. Went ahead and did a $20 super chat. Appreciate you, my dude.
So much.
Says serious question for the chat. Do you genuinely want your preferred brand to succeed, or are you just salty because a few games you want aren't on your platform and in turn want others to feel bad like you do? Please be honest. Damn. Truth hurts.
Do you want to put it in as a poll?
Yeah, I like that.
That's a good idea, because then we can see how many people we got in here who are salty, who should be coming up here to talk, but instead they're just living their best lives in the chat. God damn, how can I copy and paste this shit? What the fuck? I gotta write. How long am I gonna what I write?
There's like a limit, right, to the characters in a poll. Is that right? I think there's a limit as to what you can put in the poll, right?
Well, how do you say preferred brand to succeed, or are you salty? Like, what's I feel like the question is gonna be a kind of like a
it's a please be honest type of question, though. So
all right. I'll do this. I'll go be on. I'll say be honest. That's the way. That's the question. All right.
Be honest. Salt or no salt?
Honest. Is it for brand to succeed, or it's for own personal
Oh, chat trying to make it
Feelings.
nasty. I
For
see
own
you.
personal feelings. Maybe. I don't know if they're going to be honest though.
I don't know.
Chances are they're not going to be honest, bro. Everybody's going to say it's for the brand, but I think what he was hoping is that people will actually say stuff about this. But I think it's a great point, Prag, and you're. I mean, we've been saying it from the beginning, my dude. Like, I'm sorry. I gotta just say it for what it is. Xbox selling better is not going to do shit for you. They'll do the same thing as they've done. They'll keep investing, sure, but selling the consoles only half the battle. They still got to buy the games. If they sell more consoles, they sell more consoles every month. There is no 0 months, right? People are buying consoles every single month. The number is always going up, right? So the fact that people are buying every time, great. What that needs to equal is Game Pass subscriptions going up, but the world has told us that they don't really go up. So I don't know how that is going to help. And it has to equal sales of the games. If those two things are not happening, then it doesn't matter, right? If people are just buying it for the sake of buying it, that means they had no other. Bro, Fortnite, Minecraft, Roblox, Call of Duty, the 4 games that the world cares about, 3 of them are still available any generation of console that you go back from last generation to this generation. PC, no matter how you play, you can play Roblox, you can play Fortnite, you can play Minecraft. The 3 games that are the evergreen games, they're playing them already. If they have the old Xbox, Microsoft does not need somebody who has an Xbox One to move over to the series level of console in order for them to collect microtransactions from Fortnite, from Minecraft, and up until this new one from Call of Duty. Definitely not from Roblox. These are all games that are accessible to everyone right now. Doesn't matter if they ever move over. The vast majority of dollars that Xbox and frankly PlayStation make come from Call of Duty, fucking Fortnite, Minecraft, and Roblox. That's it. That's the biggest thing. So these people who are buying these consoles, if they're just buying the console to just play Fortnite still in better resolution, that's not changing much for them. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to do shit for them. All right. We do have the homie Razor in the building. What's up, man? Thank you, bud, for being here.
Yo.
Thank you. Empower, you're going to hop in right after this. Razor with that $2 super chat. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for being here. Says, so you can't believe that exclusives will help Xbox. I don't. Not at all. Not at all. I don't think they will help Xbox as oh my God, Xbox is now in first place. Xbox now is dominating sales. No, it will be the same thing. PlayStation people will still tell you that your games suck. Like they did this entire time.
And then they bought Forza Horizon.
This is what they will say. This is what they will do. This is what will happen.
They still act like they're winning. They may not feel like they are.
There are 0 fucking games that matter, and they're still the winners
like
somehow.
They're winning.
Like a pony walks into a room and looks down on you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
While you're sitting there with all the games. You know why? You know why? Because when the pony walks in the room, you lower your head. That's what you do.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that's what you do. You don't like hearing it. I know. And you're going to write something that says, no, I don't. Fuck you, CMoney. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You think that the ponies are right. Their narratives are the ones that you are telling us. This exclusive shit is because ponies make fun of it, right? That's just what it is. That's what you're upset about. You want to be able to say, you don't give a fuck about Xbox selling more. Stop lying. Nobody cares. All you care about is what you play, what you have. If Xbox stopped giving you games, but they sold more because of exclusive, they only went to 2 games a year and they had exclusives, you know what you'd be saying? Where the fuck are my games, Xbox? That's what you would be saying. That's the reality.
The pony's approval. You're
That's the
never
reality.
that is never going to happen because they are fighting tooth and nail to not lose face. But that doesn't mean that they're in a good situation.
You
And
know how we know?
what?
Because you make fun of a pony for talking about console sales, yet you motherfuckers only talk about console sales. Console sales don't matter, ponies. They don't matter. Where's your games? Guys, we need to fucking talk about these console sales. But you got the games. The fuck the games, man. We need the console sales. Come on, dog. Listen, I'm sorry. I know what's out there. I know it's hard because you leave here and then you go back out into these streets and they're like, yeah, console sales, man. What the fuck? We need those exclusives. You're like, yes, finally the words. Doesn't change the reality. Doesn't change the reality. The reality is what it is, right? Come Helix, come time for Helix, when that comes out, if you buy Helix, well, you will own or have the ability to own every single PlayStation game that matters. What will be your argument when Helix comes out? Oh, but it's not the Xbox version. I'm just buying the Steam version. But you can play it on the Xbox. Yeah, but I still got to buy it on Steam and they didn't make any money from my Steam purchase. But I thought the whole idea was to get them to buy the box so that they can do other things, right? No. They got to buy the box just to buy the Xbox version. If not, I don't think it counts. Motherfucker, get the fuck out of here, guys. Bro. Oh, my God. Razor says, so you don't believe that product differentiation is a real thing in business and marketing? No, I believe that 100%, but I believe the box itself is the thing that's going to matter and the services that it provides. So I believe the fact that if I buy an Xbox and it's the best way to play the game, that I have a justified reason for owning that box. If I own that box and on console, there's no other way for me to have Game Pass, and Xbox is the way that I can get Game Pass, then I'm good with that. If other people got Game Pass, sure, cool, whatever. Those people can go get Game Pass on PC. If they could work out a deal to get Game Pass over there, cool. I don't give a fuck. The point is that, Phil Spencer said it, and I gotta tell you, I agree 100% with what he said. He wants people to buy the box because they made a better box. That's the reason we should want it, because the box is better, because they gave us more. If they give me a box that I can play all my PC games on, are you fucking kidding me? If you never owned a PC before that plays games, or you never played games on a PC, and you now own the box that had the ability to go ahead and have access to hundreds of exclusives that are not on PlayStation at all, and they are now available to you on Steam and other PC stores, because now PC games are available on Xbox. I'm sorry, but that is something that's different. Having exclusives is not different. Other people have exclusives, so by definition, there is no difference. It's just one game that's exclusive and a different game that's exclusive. Which one's better? Well, if you like one game, then that's the one you like. Does it matter if a game's exclusive if you don't like that game? No. If Xbox had 1 million exclusives, but you didn't like all the fucking exclusives they released, what does it matter to you?
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Mm-mm.
Right? And again, let's call a spade, right? We can try. I know it's hard because we're all the main characters, right? So we can't imagine this world, but like, you all have Xboxes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You all have Xboxes. So, I mean, are you saying you're not going to buy an Xbox? You're going to do what? Buy a PC next time? Helix comes out, you say, fuck this. I'm just going to go all PC, not the hybrid. Okay. And then what happened? You don't like Xbox games anymore? You don't like them anymore because they're going to other places? Or are you still going to buy Gears E-Day? Or are you still going to buy Halo? Or are you still going to buy Forza? I would, if I was a betting man, I would go ahead and bet that you are in fact going to still buy those Xbox games that you were going to buy before.
Yeah.
Or you were going to get it in Game Pass before.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying, prove me wrong. Like, come out here, get on the fucking mic and tell me how I'm wrong. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Give me the reason. Show me how I am wrong. I just want to hear. I still haven't heard why Xbox needs exclusives. I know why people want them. I know why the people who want them. But Xbox doesn't need them. No console does. PlayStation releases. How many fucking exclusives do they release in a year? You think they survive off that shit? Don't you see the numbers when they break down what they make from first party exclusives and shit and their third party? Like, just saying. Okay. But that being said, thank you. Appreciate you for being here. I know the situation. I know it's hard, man. Like, I understand that there's and I'm not saying, to be clear, I'm not saying that people are not thinking for themselves. I'm saying that you have a thought and then you go somewhere where people are feeding that thought and it's like a plant and that bitch grows, right? And then you come over here and you're like, hold the fuck on. You're not saying anything? You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Like, I get it.
I
It's just a
think
different beast.
that's the thing. The piling on also when the people are out there hearing the same thing, when they tend to hear a difference of opinion, they want to change those minds, or you're delusional. But the thing is, I don't care if you guys believe that that's what they need to do. Factually speaking, from like in having the conversation, and that's why we're doing this, to hear the other side and maybe understand and see if anything makes sense. But I don't have a problem with you, and I don't think you do, see, with anybody wanting that back.
No.
Some of the things we're hearing are a little out there. But in the same breath, it's okay for us to also have a different opinion than what everybody tends to have out there, which it always tends to be the same way.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right. Well, let's get
Baby,
first of all, Hargeet, do you have anything to add to any of this talk?
By the way, Hargeet, know you can jump in whenever you want.
Like,
wait, real quick, Hargeet, did you get a new chair?
No, it's the same one. I've always had this. You guys have one of these too, right? The Maxinomic?
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
I have the Fortnite from Secret Lab.
Yeah. I have mine there.
I feel, unless I'm just like seeing it more today, I thought it was like.
No, I usually had it hidden. So like there's a filter that like remove chair, so it goes away.
Oh, that's it. Okay, that's why. I feel like this is the first time I'm seeing it. I thought it was brand new. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I always had that one.
I like it. It's dope.
Yeah, I mean, look, like everybody's gonna have their own opinion about it. Ultimately, none of our opinions matter. It matters what Microsoft does, right? So what is Asha gonna do next? And they're signaling that they are looking to make changes. There are going to be some things they do that will either help or hurt this whole thing, but it's all going to be data driven. She's already said it. She's outright come out and said it. It's going to be data driven. So we will just see what they do. They basically have to figure out where it makes sense. I took the numbers and saw how much they were making, and some of these games, it just is crap. Like Penta made like $200,000. It's like, okay, was that really worth it? I don't know. Maybe it wasn't, but that was part of the 4 games, right? That was one of the 4 games. It's up to them to figure out where the budget matters to them and how much money they can get from a different platform. Like a game like Kiln, I just think is perfect everywhere, because like you want to get as many players in that as possible. So I think that game would be like ill served to be an exclusive, because why? Right? What's the value there?
And I think that's the problem people have, Hargeet, though, because it's like, okay, well then this is nothing but will they, won't they? Right? Well, this game's gonna go, but this game's not. until they decide, okay, well then this game is gonna go, and then will they not?
That
Like-
unfortunately is an Xbox thing. There's no way around it. There's
Yeah,
such a
that's what I'm
big
saying.
publisher of games. There's like they're gonna put Call of Duty everywhere. It's just gonna happen. I know people want. I've heard this from people. Let's make that exclusive. Like, dude, even if you go past the 10 years, why would they take away that much money?
It's stupid.
The thing's
It's
gonna make
stupid. It's
billions. It would
It's
just make
stupid, man.
no sense. Like the whole point of a Call of Duty is to make the other games because that will
Yeah.
just bring in cash. Now you can keep funding your other studios, right? That was the beauty of what they were able to pull off. Why do you think Jim Ryan wanted to have like 10 freaking live games? Because he knows that's the only way to fund his games. He literally went crying everywhere. Call of Duty is how we make our games. Don't take it away from me. Like, dude, it's just not, I don't see that being feasible. Right. So would that work? Maybe that would get a whole bunch of people who like COD to go over to Xbox. Yeah, it's possible, but they would be putting money. They would absolutely be taking money off the table. There's just no way you would say that makes sense.
100%.
I like from a financial
you're losing
perspective, to
money.
me, that's just a killer because we basically be pushing people to other games. And like, why would you like? Nobody's gonna go spend like what's Helix's cost gonna be like $1,000. Why would they do it? It makes very little sense to me to take that kind of game away. I just don't buy it. There's going to be other games like that. They have to make the value judgment. And again, I don't know that. To me, it's always been marketing. It's if you put yourself out there, this is the previous person who said like, "Hey, I see a cheeseburger or something like that, and I suddenly want to eat it." That's it.
Yeah.
That's what you need to do. You just need to be there, which she's by the way been doing every week. There's something going on.
She's crushing it, bro.
Yeah, she really
Right?
is.
That's what you got to do. You just got to be in the zeitgeist all the time. And then people are like, well, I got to be on this then. If they're the I just keep hearing Xbox. That's what you need to do. To me, that's it. It's marketing. It's getting yourself out there. All the time people are talking about you. Suddenly everybody's, well, I want to be on that because everybody's talking about you. That's what you need. It can't be Xbox dead. That was where they were, right? And that's what they need to change. And I think she's already on her way doing that. Look, it's multiple things, but I don't know if the exclusives matter or not. It's going to be a tough thing for me to figure. I don't care about it. I don't. I prefer everybody play. To me, it's better that way. And I want PlayStation.
Think about movies. Think about music. Like what other form of entertainment does that? Like I get it. It was the way it was, and so was the other things, right? The other things had different media places they were in, different places you can go to fucking do it. But you know what? After a while, something that's costs a lot of money on Netflix shows up another streaming service.
Yep.
Something that costs a lot of money on a streaming service puts it on Netflix. Some fucking people just put their shit directly on the Netflix. They're making it. Paramount makes it. They put it on Netflix day one. It's just, this is the world that we live in. There's too much content that exists to limit people on how to to gain access to it. They don't live in a bubble, bro. There's too many choices. People will just go somewhere else.
So many choices, bro.
Gaming? You know how much people make fun of mobile gaming? How is mobile gaming the most dominant way?
Right?
Because they don't want to buy a fucking console. They play games on their phone. They're good enough.
So not just that. It's like you have it in your pocket. You have it with you all the time.
You don't have to buy something new. It's just the reality. I'm not saying
the convenience, right? It's there, right? Yeah.
Yeah. It's like people are not gonna fucking leave, dude.
So if they were to do anything like that, that game would have to be something that's very large. It's the only way you're going to attract customers to make it exclusive and bring them over. I don't know. Like I keep hearing it. Look, the community has certainly said it, right? It's out there that's a big deal to them. Fair enough. But how does it work? Like where does that exclusive? So you'd have to have like 15 exclusives to have somebody come over, and those 15 would have to be big enough. Because think of it this way: I do not have a PlayStation. Why? I don't care. The games they put out, just like whatever. Like I don't care.
If you play it, great.
Right?
If you don't play it, I didn't lose out on life.
It didn't change my life, right? So if that were the attraction factor, then how do you what games are you looking at, and how many before it actually becomes enough for somebody to say I'm going to invest here? Again, I don't know how they do that and what games those would be. It's not going to be Call of Duty. People want that. It's like, no, that's just not, it's not going to happen. It's just not. Besides the fact that there are 10-year agreements in place and regulators would totally eviscerate Microsoft if they went back on it. It's just not, it's too much money. They're not going to do it. So What game would be so big that it would, so you'd have to tell me that these massive things that even if you take all these games that are coming out right now, Fable, Halo, Forza, all that, is that really enough to entice? Forza Horizon 5 was an exclusive for how many years? It didn't move them over. It didn't, right? They
just
still sold
waited.
5-6 million copies on the other side. It didn't
Yeah.
move them over. Right.
It
So
didn't,
is that
bro.
going to change things? I don't know, right? But I also understand the other side of it, where they're saying, hey, I need to have this because that makes me happy to be in this ecosystem. Okay, that's an interesting issue. I don't know how to really grapple with that,
But,
right?
I mean,
So
but they're still in the ecosystem. Being happy to be in the ecosystem versus being in the ecosystem are two different
or
things.
leaving, right?
Or leaving, but
and
leaving
then so the
means
question is,
that
how
you
big
don't
of a
want
deal
those
is that,
games.
right? Right. So, and if they leave, where do they go? Right. And so I don't know what the answer to those things are. They must have the information, right? They obviously know their customers. They have that data, right? So they can figure out what are they doing? What are the customers doing? How many are leaving because of that? How big of a lapse is that in their revenue streams? They're going to have to work that out. And, I understand just the feelings. That's what it is. It's feelings that it's going to help people come over. Maybe not. Like, for me, I don't see enough value in a PlayStation, but a lot of people do. A lot of people seem to think it's great. It's like, okay, cool, but I've used that thing. I didn't like it. The interface sucked. The like ecosystem sucked. You had to pay to save in the cloud. Like, well, get out of here. It was so terrible. I don't understand why people like it, but they like it. Okay, so now equivalently, they could say Xbox sucks. Their ecosystem's horrible. Like, okay, fair enough. If you feel that way, you feel that way. I don't know how to make that better for you, but like that whole thing is really zeitgeist. Put yourself out there, make people talk about you. If there are banger games, even if you can buy them elsewhere, you might just decide, hey, why am I even here if all the games I'm playing are from there? Why don't I just buy their box? Right? That's the better answer. But I'm okay with whichever way. Like, here's another fun fact. Now that PlayStation's been hacked, there's now a whole project where you can literally install Linux directly on your PlayStation 5 and play anything you want because it will do whatever you want. So all those PlayStation 3 games that don't run natively on PlayStation 5 because they're fucking morons at Sony that didn't figure out how to do it, you can now do that. You can just literally play the PS3 games because it's on Linux. You can just play it. This
go.
Like, it's literally a PC. All those people keeping saying, "Oh, it's a console, it's not a PC." No, it's literally a PC. It's literally running Linux. It always has been, by the way. It's all running like a Linuxy OS underneath anyway. But you just have the full ability to just run Linux. Go ahead and play whatever the heck you want. Right? All Steam stuff, everything available. You have it. So again, like the exclusivity thing is very interesting, but like it's just that. It's an interesting, trend that we've had since the beginning of the gaming thing, mostly because we had specialized hardware and the game had to be made to that hardware. That's kind of gone. It's all like they're all x86 machines. It's the same freaking code running on all of it with minor tweaks. And it's like, well, okay, at that point, does it really matter? And if you want the console to rule them all, you already have it. It's called a PC. It literally runs every freaking game. Everything's on there. Like, legally or not, it's literally everything's on there. You can play anything you want, and I have mine hooked up to my phone. So
that's it.
Like,
that's the way it works, man.
Right there, you want it, you got it. It's there. But like, so is this gonna help them, hurt them? I don't know. I've been on I'm not gonna make the claim one way or the other because I don't run Microsoft. I don't run Xbox.
I think for us, ultimately, this conversation is less about if it would work for them or not, and whether or not we're going to crucify them for doing it or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a difference between, hey, what business decision they're going to make and whether or not they decide to do something versus coming out here saying, if Asha, like, oh, Asha's so amazing, Asha's so great. If she doesn't announce that there's exclusives, is she fucked now? Like, she's trash?
That's what I don't want,
like,
that because she has been phenomenal. I don't want that. Like, in the beginning, there was a lot of questioning her and all this bullshit. And it's like, let her do her thing. Let her kind of just figure out how she's going to go and guide the ship, right?
Yep.
And look at her. She is doing exceptional.
So good.
Now what I don't want is like, okay, because she did say and understand that this, like you said, CMoney, this goes both ways. Right now, she might be making a decision that works for you and you're happy with. But what are you going to do when she does not make the decision that you guys think is correct? Like, what I don't want is the same gang up and bullshit that's been going on for so freaking long. She is that backbone, that freaking quick on everything that we've been looking for and that Xbox needs. So what I don't want is her getting dragged around because the game wasn't made exclusive.
Well, that's what they're setting it up for.
Exactly.
Right? Like all these other shows, what they're doing is cultivating an idea that if this doesn't go their way, what do you think is going to happen? You think everybody's just going to walk away from this idea like, oh, all right, well, I guess it didn't work, guys. Yeah, up top, we tried. No, people are going to fucking flip the fuck out. Oh, my God.
100%.
She didn't fucking do it. Xbox is not listening. Xbox is the worst. Bro, you're setting yourself up for the same shit that happened when the first 4 went. But everything was already past that moment. And because the conversation is still going, now they're going to go back to it. It's just so stupid to me. But let me get real quick because we got a lineup of people and we got to get to these homies who've been so patient. And appreciate y'all. And I do want to get back. And Power Boss is already here. I do want to grab this real quick because I'm a little confused. So Verg Brizzle in the building. What's up, man? Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you for being here. Says, I get your feelings, CMoney, but the way you are pushing it out is you are all knowing. You laugh at people who disagree, talk down on your chat and over talk. Okay. So so that is something that I wasn't expecting because
this is our channel. We kind of just talk and
like I'm not
a conversation rather than take your turn type of thing.
Yeah, like we don't do
shows,
like I know that you guys are probably trained in other shows to like sit and wait till everybody gives their dissertation. But if you saw us coming up when we went on other people's shows, that's not fun to me, right? I'll go to fucking sleep, right? Like it's a conversation. Like I don't like if you have a thought, you should be able to talk about your thought, not just fucking talk out into the world and then be like, well, I said my piece, cool. Like, no, if you're gonna talk and you say words and then somebody hears your words and say, oh, interesting. Well, what about this? If you malfunction and say, I can't say anything else because my thought was really just a script that I had in my head to say, that's not going to work, right? Like that's not our channel. It's never been our channel, right? So we always talk when people talk, we all talk, right? It's not a just wait your turn. I tell Hargi all the time, just fucking talk, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like
Hargi, jump in.
Like this is just how it is, right? We just talk. I don't think I'm talking down on anybody. I think if I see you in the chat, like I can't sit there and talk every person that talks, right? But I glance over. If I see you saying the same points, even though I'm talking, right? If you're refusing to change your stance at all by anything that you're hearing, then why, like, yes, I'm going to come at you with the same energy just because I'm not putting all your shit up here. When I post it up here and I finally bring you up and I say, okay, here, this is something that you just recently said. I saw that you kept saying similar shit no matter what I'm saying. So if to you, no matter what I say, it doesn't fucking matter, then why would it change for me? You know what I'm saying? If I hear you and you're saying the same shit, you're not giving me, and I'm not talking about you, Verg Brizzle. You're saying that I'm talking down in the chat. If you're gonna come out and say some shit,
he also call you
then have the shit ready to go,
or some shit like that. And it's like, listen, I can't control how you feel about what I'm saying. Or if he smiles or laughs when he's talking. People sometimes cry when they're happy, right? Like
better than being mad, right?
It's better than being mad. So like I can't control how you receive or the information. It's like when
listen, I mean, look, at the end of the day, look, I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad. I'm just talking just like everybody else is talking, except I'm just on the mic, right? So everybody else is, it's on the screen, so it's not like people can't see what you guys are saying, right? So if you're in the chat and you're saying a whole bunch of shit, and then I click on you and like point something out, and I don't agree or whatever, and I'm giving you my bars, like, look, do I believe certain things to be true? Yeah, I mean, look, if the whole point is to change my mind, if you're not saying something that's changing my mind, then I don't know what to say for you, man. Like you guys, like the whole point of this is just to give me the reasons that makes. I still have not heard a reason why we need exclusives. Why we need exclusives. All right,
Anyway,
that's
you want me
just
to play devil's advocate.
Go ahead, man. Yeah, you're in now, bro. Tagged. You're in. Bam.
Fine. Yeah, that's patient. No problem. So there's only two arguments for exclusivity.
I'm ready.
One,
Let me hear it.
You want to sell the box. That's not going to happen when they raise the price the way they did.
I mean,
Can you
that's
higher
something
his
that
mic a little bit for me. I can hear him better.
I'll try.
Thank you.
Okay, so I know. So you're saying, in your mind, console equals selling the box,
right?
But when they had console exclusives and they weren't selling the box,
it wasn't selling the box anyway.
Then? Yeah. So what was the problem then?
People just weren't liking the games because it was riding the coattails of the Xbox One generation.
Gotcha. So the games that dropped this generation, like Avowed, South of Midnight, that were exclusives, what happened then?
Xbox people bought them. Xbox people played them on Game Pass. It didn't sell gangbusters. People loved it on PC. Everybody in the games media and on PlayStation were shitting on them because it wasn't on PlayStation. What happened? It went to PlayStation. Didn't sell gangbusters there either. PlayStation gamers don't buy games. Plain and simple.
So if the exclusives didn't sell the consoles then, how are bringing back exclusives going to sell the consoles?
They're not. Because I am with you. I'm with you that I am against them bringing back exclusivity. Okay. So let me be first and foremost with that. You know, I'm a PC gamer. I own every console. You know that. I've been gaming for a long time. I'm old. I'm like Hargeet's age.
Yep.
But at the same time, you know, like I said, I was playing devil's advocate. There's only two arguments. The first one is exclusivity is to sell the console box. And that ain't going to happen because they raised the price. Okay. So that's already out of the window. The only other argument for exclusivity, and I think Doc Dart covered this on his channel the best when he brought up Joey, Phantom Kraken, because Joey said that he doesn't care about exclusivity. He just wants the exclusive to say it's not on PlayStation. And that's a console warrior list war argument. Perfectly fine if you're coming from that terminology and that perspective. But in reality,
be clear about it. Right? Like just say, hey, I want this because I want to be able to talk shit to PlayStation people instead of pretending to an audience that exclusives actually matter to the success of Xbox, right? It doesn't. It just matters to the success of you and your channel. And that's why you're out here pushing that so hard. Because if that's what dude, I could flip the script and do the same thing, right? But I just don't think that makes sense because I'm not going to bullshit anybody. Go ahead, continue, Paul.
So now on the flip side, when you look at against exclusivity, okay, they're already putting games on PC day one. So what are you going to do? Strip away the biggest player base? There's what, 1.4 billion PC gamers potentially? And we know that Steam alone is 142 million of the market or more. Okay, so at the same time, you have to look at what does Xbox gain by trying to cut out half of their marketing, especially when the next Xbox, being the Helix, marketing as a PC console hybrid. That makes absolutely no sense. The whole design of the Helix is you make a game once, and it works on both PC and Xbox seamlessly, flawlessly. PlayStation is Linux driven, so that's why they always have to do a port. You know how much a porting costs, right? Any game is between 5,000 and 10 million, whether it's a factor of an in-house studio done during the game's development or after post-development and ported later, like say Indiana Jones. That was an Xbox exclusive. It was on Game Pass. It was on PC. It was perfectly fine. It took months later, however many months, it could be 1 month, it could be a year. It doesn't matter. So when you look at that Alinea Analytics, okay, even though, you know, I don't trust them as far as I could throw them, to say the least, you have to look. Every game on there, that's only like, what, 13 games, and we know that there's about 17 in total that have gone from Xbox to PlayStation, and that only shows the ones that sold over 100,000 at least. Every game on that list has either taken 5,000 to 10 million to make the port. That means that at most, those games only costed about roughly 200 million at most to port. They made that money back. So now what they have to look at and what everybody has to determine is, from Xbox's business standpoint, is that a percentage margin worth still porting games over? Do they still make the money back or more in profit by porting those games? And that 667 million that was reported on Alinea NX is already after PlayStation takes the 30 cut too.
Yep. So the other thing to keep in mind that I think a lot of people are forgetting is that there's such a thing as user acquisition cost.
Yes.
And as much as people want to like downplay it, even a small amount of sales on a game on another competing platform, you're still acquiring those users, right?
Yes.
And with the potential, which is what this is all about, to gain more sales in the future from them and the way that they speak on your games, right?
Absolutely.
So you're creating customers that maybe they didn't all jump at this one, but you're getting them to the point where they're going to become
You're getting
custom,
acclimated, yes.
yeah, to your games coming out and them liking your type of games. The other thing is I did see, people talking about the one thing I will say, and I think again, this is a pony narrative that they're putting out there, is the idea that Xbox needs PlayStation.
Yeah.
Xbox doesn't need PlayStation. They want every dollar that they can make. That's business. It's not about I need PlayStation. They need customers always from anywhere and everywhere they can. So it's not oh my God, they need PlayStation. No. PlayStation doesn't matter. Those are customers. Those are people with a way to play a game. They don't give a fuck that the way that they can play that game is on a box that says PlayStation.
Of course not. Listen, we've talked before about, the places where they don't sell Xboxes, right? And what is going to be easier to break through that? Do you go ahead and start selling these boxes there and try to convince or hope that one of these people who are only are aware or only like they only care for PlayStation are going to change their minds and maybe pick up your box and spend a bunch of money freaking marketing? Or do you say, well, they have 100 million boxes of people who don't necessarily buy a lot of games, but what if, like you said, CMoney, instead of buying a PlayStation game, they buy our game instead, and it's reaching places where now the Xbox name could possibly be known, right? Or even if they don't like Xbox, they don't realize that they're playing an Xbox freaking game. Exactly. And here I am taking their money. You are having access to the people that said fuck Xbox. You're having access to the people that said that to the countries and places where Xbox is not known or where the box is not sold, and now you're looking at money that you weren't going to have anyways. So in an easier way to go ahead and get that cheaper as well.
And the same argument can also be made for the upcoming Steam machine as well.
Facts.
Because
yeah.
They can only be sold literally only by the Steam marketplace. It is nowhere else sold. It's not a third party unless it's scalpers. And let's
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it's not guaranteed that it's going to be as powerful as what we already have on the market today. Also,
that's true. Just to clarify, the 667 was pre the 30% takeout. So, because I ran all the numbers again, and yeah, that's pre. Just as an FYI.
Okay, fine. Now, maybe you can clarify this on me, Hargy. Okay, the last number that we know from Xbox Game Pass was 34 million. That was February of 2024, right?
For Game Pass was as far as like the number of subscribers.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that officially they only had that. Yeah.
Okay, and we know that there's about 30 million Xbox consoles between Series S and Series X, and they have still been selling.
If not more, but yeah.
40,
And they have
40
still been
million.
selling. And they have still been selling. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Rockstar put out a tweet saying that they were targeting about 140 million Gen 9 systems, not including the Switch 2, because they consider that a handheld?
Yes, and so we were from those
That's what we
numbers.
got
We
to
were
40
surmising
million.
that it's a bit over 40 million
Yeah,
Xboxes. Yeah,
it's like 44 million or some shit.
And at the time, PlayStation was between 80 and 85 million consoles sold, not 90 million plus.
exactly.
it was-
Even if you took the
that's how
90
we-
million, it was still
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's
in
how
that
we came
range,
to
45 or so.
That's how we came to like 44, 45 million for Xbox, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. And people
Yeah.
say that Xbox isn't selling, yet every month it's not
stupid.
selling bangers. It's still selling 100,000 a month.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's still growing.
Yeah.
It's growing every month. They're not going down. People didn't say fuck Xbox. It's just the volume of it, and not for nothing.
And people
But
in Japan saying that
cost
they
has
have
risen, my dude. Like normally,
Yeah.
later on in the lifetime, prices go down, but prices have gone up. Now, the point is that at the end of the day, people are going to buy the box that they want to buy. And if you think about the entire world, most places have availability to buy PlayStations. They do not have the availability to buy Xboxes. So more people, by definition, are going to be buying PlayStations every fucking time because they're available in more places. So the question is does Xbox have a desire to put their boxes in all these other places? Or right now the answer is no for this generation, right?
Now,
for
let's also not make a mistake.
They're just trying to take advantage of the install base that these other boxes have to sell their games. That's why Forza was number one in all of these countries that Xbox will never be number one in. Yet the game was, because they're tapping into an existing install base where they are not available.
Now, let's also not forget also that on that same token, people are not going to abandon their digital libraries all of a sudden for PlayStation to come to Xbox. Okay, if you've been on PS4, you've been on PS5, and you're happy with the games that you have and the quality of content they're giving you, then those content is still coming your way. Okay, the PS6, by all means, go ahead and get it. Okay, but make no mistake, when you have the Xbox ecosystem, you have the possibility of play anywhere, game saves crossing to the PC where you can play it completely better than what your console could play it. And at the same time, sure, you're not getting those PlayStation exclusives, but for every PlayStation exclusive, there's an Xbox or PC equivalent. And it's likely better than anything you get on PlayStation, plays better, runs better, and has everything infinitely better because you can have infinite replayability with mods if you go that far.
That's if you're going to go deep in the rabbit hole. I feel like most people don't. And that's why like this whole thing about Helix being all this other shit is so stupid, because the casual market, and believe me, that game, that console is not earlier casual for a long time.
You touched on it earlier.
Go ahead.
The PS5 just got hacked, completely jailbroken to install Linux on it. So what can a PC do? It can dual boot. So you can install Linux onto your new Project Helix when it releases, have Linux, and be able to run all those PlayStation games that previously were not exclusive to the Xbox.
I mean, look, that's going to be the workaround for sure, right? The people in the know can figure out how to do whatever the fuck they want to do, and they'll have that access, right? But those are the hardcore people, right? That's the point. Like, none of this shit really matters to the majority of people, right? Like, people are talking about, oh, well, do you think PlayStation people who are buying PlayStations now I saw a Google poll in the building. I see you, player. He said something about whether or not they're buying PlayStations now because they found out that it's getting Halo and Gears, and the answer is no. I don't think that, because I think most people have no fucking idea about any of those games. Listen to the words, most people.
Absolutely.
The vast majority of people don't know. And guess what? I'm sorry to tell you, if you guys are not getting this right now, this is only the remainder of people who are buying consoles now. all your hardcore have already bought the box that they wanted to buy.
100%.
All the hardcore have the new boxes.
They're the ones
This
who
is
get it day one or within the
only-
first year.
Bro, 100%. These are only casual people. These people don't give a. These people are just upgrading to play the games that their friends are talking about. Fortnite, Call of Duty, Roblox. How do I know? Go look at the list of most played games on these boxes, dog. Like this
It's
is
even
not
that way
science.
on Steam.
It's not science. Yeah, agreed. It's not science. This is all out there. The number, people want to come at me with numbers. Oh, look at the numbers of what this, bro. The numbers, the real numbers that matter is the same number that Asha said. Daily players. Who's playing this shit every day? That's what we want. Well, guess what? Every week, 7 days, they're playing Fortnite, they're playing Call of Duty, they're playing Minecraft, they're playing Roblox. These are the games that they're playing. Not Halo, not Gears, not your precious Gears E-Day. When that drops, that's not going to be on that list. It may be in the beginning, very, very briefly, right? But then it'll go away. Not that it doesn't deserve to be played, but
I'm
at the
excited.
end of the day, the casual players are the ones who are playing most of these games, my dude. Look, 40 million consoles sold by Xbox would be shit if games were selling 50 million copies.
Absolutely.
They're not. If a game is lucky to sell 5 to 10 million, then having 40 million consoles available is more than enough. Is more than enough. Having 25 million consoles is more than enough. If your biggest games are not selling more than the boxes that you have out there. It's just a reality, man. Again,
And what was
I
the last
understand, but
exclusive that PlayStation Studios put out before Sorrows? Marathon, right? We just got numbers that 1.1 million bought that on
more
Steam,
people are playing on Xbox.
and 600,000 people bought it on PlayStation. 500,000 people bought it on Xbox. And of all those people, Steam being the largest, it's dropping drastically. How many of those Xbox and PlayStation players do you think are still playing that game? Not to mention, on top of that, why is a console that is outselling Xbox damn near 4-1, or 2-1, or a third to one?
It's like 2 to 1.
2.5 to 1, yeah. So why is a console that's outselling you by that much selling almost as many copies of the same game?
Because there's more per capita, more hardcore players on Xbox than there is on PlayStation. Okay, so although that, and again, not actually more, just per the amount of players that are on each base, more of that 40 million are hardcore players than the 100 million or 90 million or 85, whatever that number is, than PlayStation players. So Xbox players make up, they just spend more. Okay, we've already seen these numbers. We've already seen shit like this, right? It's just what it is. So at the end of the day, this is the reality of the situation. But look, I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole because it is a rabbit hole that we're going to go down.
Absolutely.
I do want to keep it as much as we can to this. We still got homies that are waiting. But Power Boss, man, appreciate you, my dude.
Thank you so much, man.
I loved your wisdom.
As always.
Thank you for bringing the bars,
being
brother.
here. Always here.
Appreciate you, my dude.
Glad to be back.
Thank you,
the
my
homie.
Nice seeing y'all again. Margit, Doodle, CMoney, everybody else.
Catch you later, man.
Peace out.
Easy, brother.
Thank you, bro.
Peace. We do next have our boy Rylan Killer in the building. Give me 1 second, Rylan. Thank you for being patient and waiting. I know it's a long wait, man. And I know some of you guys copped in and couldn't wait long. And I apologize. I know Be Nice was in there. He couldn't wait. I know Called Weed was in there. He couldn't wait. I understand, man. It's long, but everybody's getting their bars off. And this is just kind of this type of show today, unfortunately. Or fortunately, I'm having a great time. We do have the homie Reggie Bone in the building. Thank you for being here, man. Thank you for a $5 super chat, man. Appreciate you, bro. Says you are downplaying feelings. But as a business owner, one job of yours is to make your customer feel valued, and exclusives help with that. Well, I mean, this is the thing. First of all, number one, it depends on what type of business you have and how that value is given, right? So if you have the type of business where you show up to do a job for a person and then you do that job well and they give you your money, that's the value exchange, right? So not every business is about, keeping people happy forever, right? I mean, yeah, technically you keep them forever because if you do a great job, they're happy with you long term. And then if something happens and you stand by what you told them, that also does it. Sure, for sure, 100%. But it's just a different situation. And I will say that at the end of the day, as a business owner, there is a line, right? There is a line that you go, because at the end of the day, everything has a cost, everything has a value, right? And if I have to spend all the profit I made from you back to you to keep you happy, then my business is fucked.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not the way this works, right? So you can't tell Xbox that, hey, I'm going to keep you happy, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut our profit drastically because you want us to. So we're not going to put our games elsewhere because you want us to.
I think where the
That's crazy to
value
ask for.
to the customer is in what they do with their subscription services, with
Facts.
Game
That is
Pass.
the value.
The fact that they went ahead and said, okay, we're gonna drop the price, even though at $30 is where it was at. We're gonna have to take out Call of Duty, but here's your money back and then some if you want to go ahead and buy it yourself.
That's value.
I think the value comes with the box that you paid for, but the quality that you're getting, right? I think the value is there, right? The value is with first party games, not just third party games, and relying on seeing if anybody else out there makes games for you to play on that platform. No, they're supplying you with the games. They have the studios. Like I don't think it's fair to say that the value is just exclusives, because you pick the box for more than just that, I would think. But again, everything they're offering, you can't just wash that off because on this one thing.
Yeah, because it's the thing that you don't.
It's not sitting
Like, that's
well.
why I say it, and that's where I get the confusion. So it's like, okay, cool. What if they didn't give you the other things?
Yeah.
So what if Game Pass wasn't popping? If you only got leftover games like PlayStation Plus, right? What if they didn't invest in all these studios and just kept it bare bone minimum like PlayStation? Like, you understand that you're asking for something, or not even asking at this point, is demanding, right? It's like being held hostage. Like, if you guys don't do this, I'm gonna lose my shit. I'm not talking about you personally, Reggie Bone. I'm just talking about in general. That's the feeling that I get when I see the way people react to how we feel about things.
These decisions are supposed to be made, and supposedly it's for the better of the brand, right? They would know what is best for them. So that is a decision that in turn should be up to them, not something that you have to make deals and be like, okay, well, what are we going to do here so that you can just keep it from them having it, right? Again, back to Matt Booty, some games are bigger than the platform. In order to figure that out, you have to take the risk and you have to go. I think right there was flat out where it's like the mentality was. Whether Asha changes that or not, that's up to her. But the mentality is, let's figure out what games can go out there and maybe do what Minecraft does, or do what Call of Duty can do. Like,
I mean, that's true. It's never going to do. Nothing is ever going to be as big as those games if they keep them where they are.
No,
that's just a 100% fact. There will never be a zeitgeist game coming from Xbox or PlayStation, to be clear, based off of this. Every game that PlayStation has that's like that is from a previous older generation, right? They have not come out anything new that has set the world on fire. That's not the way it works. Or it's an IP that they don't own, right? Spider-Man, that's not theirs, right? They have a deal. That's a Sony deal with Disney. That's just what they did, right? But that's not sustainable. Go ahead, Hargy.
So let's just say if we want to be fair about the numbers, let's just play the numbers out. So let's say I don't know what the actual profit is, but let's say it's 15% right now for Xbox, and they make about a little bit over 20 billion a year. So we're talking what, like $2.5-3 billion, right? They make, let's say, $3 billion in profit. If they lost the 250 per year that they made, is that going to be, you're saying it was drastic. Is it drastic? No. But it's a question of, can they take that hit or not, right? And that's up to them. but you're looking at probably 10-15% of their profit would go away, right? Is that a big hit to Microsoft? Hell no, they don't care. It like literally pocket change to them, right? No big deal. But from Xbox's perspective, it's a question of, do I want that 10% drag when you're always looking for increases in growth? And so then they have to figure out, okay, is keeping the core happy with this thing worth it or not? This is the stuff they're going to do, by the way. They're going to go through all the data and say, if I play it out this way, what does it look like in 5 years? If I play it out that way, what's it going to look like in 5 years? If I give E-Day to to PlayStation day and date, am I going to sell a ton of copies? Maybe, right? They sold close to it, 1 million. It was a little less than that for Gears, right?
Gears like 600
the remaster thingy, right? Right. And it's like, well, that was a remaster.
That's an old
very
game.
old game, right? And they still bought that much. What if the new game comes and they buy 3 million copies, 4 million copies? Well, that's a lot of money. No, we're not talking chump change. That's a lot of money. Are you going to walk away from that? Like, so these are questions they're going to have to work through, right? And say, is it worth it or not, right? And maybe they have to play through this a bit more to say, okay, we tried it and E-Day only sold like 500,000 copies. I doubt that. I think it's going to sell more. But let's say it only does. And they're like, oh, well, it really wasn't worth it. Maybe they change their mind, right? But just to put the numbers in perspective, it's not like it would kill them, right? But it is a hit, right? It's much like on the PlayStation side, it was like, oh, well, we only make $2-3 billion. Oh, we can take the hit. Like, why would you take that much of a hit? Right. For them, it's even more of a problem because like Sony literally banks on the profits of PlayStation. They've said that. That's not me. That's them saying that. Right. It's like, well, you want to take away that much money then? That seems kind of crazy. But like on this side, yes, Microsoft can 100% sustain that loss. It's not a big deal. Right. But just to put it in perspective, right, this is the kind of hit they would take. About 10-15% of their profits would go away. So just to keep that in mind.
Yeah. Well, agreed 100%. Now, I want to bring this up. Alvin, my boy. Gotta tell you, dog. Gotta think about every angle of this before you come at it, right? He says, if they have 5 more years of 30% hardware decline every quarter, they'll be Sega and the Helix will get Windows Phone. Can't convince me otherwise. If you take 2 seconds to think about Microsoft's position on hardware, you would see that the Surface line, those are their laptops. Those are hardware that they make. That line only makes up about 3% of the market. And they still make Surface laptops, dog. Xbox accounts for over 20% of the market. Understand, lowering the amount of people that enter doesn't take away the people who are already there. Do we understand this?
Yeah.
Right. So
100%.
like if 30% less people keep coming in hardware, right? They just keep less and less and less.
Doesn't take away
It
the people
still
that have
means that
already
it's
been
been
there.
40, 41, 42 million people who are still engaged. And I got to tell you, this generation is not ending in the way that it used to.
No.
So when they come out with the Helix and people upgrade to that, they're not losing anybody who has an Xbox Series console.
No,
not gonna
and
lose
they're
them.
very well aware
still gonna
that that's
get there.
exactly the route that they're taking.
100%.
And I think we can all agree on that. I also think that obviously we're gonna the way that these consoles are being made, the money that's going into it, I think this kind of cost quite a penny. So I think that the people that were out there buying 3, 4, 5 consoles, that's going to drop, right? To maybe 1 or 2. Look at the handheld. What? $1,000, right? So unless obviously you bought the $600 one, but still, right? So we're not looking at the same prices. Everything is changing. So the Helix is going to have a different price tag. And so the Series X, Series S, that's why there are things in there that haven't even kicked in yet, right? Oh, why did they put that in there for if it hasn't been used? Because it will be used, because it was future proof, right?
Well, at least we hope it is.
Yeah, we hope.
Well, I mean, I agree. And I think that's the that's the bigger thing. But again, like, look, what again? Like, I think we're not realizing that still equals people coming into the ecosystem.
Yeah.
Like 30% less is not zero, and they're losing 30%. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, if they had 1 million people and 30% went down to 700,000, that's still 700,000.
The whole
Right.
point is that as you continue, obviously, and we're deeper into the generation, everybody popped off that was going to buy it right off the get-go, right? And then you gradually start getting people in. Oh, here comes the sales during the holidays. I didn't do my upgrade. Let me do it now. And as years go on, obviously, it all declines. So
Yeah, I think, look, at the end of the day, this is still growing. Like, again, if you can show me a number that Xbox produced that said, yo, we didn't sell shit this quarter, we sold 0. Sure, come at me, tell me, look at what happened, nobody bought one. But unfortunately, nobody's gonna ever be able to show me that, because every single quarter they sell them. Every single quarter, every single one. Just the reality of what it is, no matter how you cut it, right? So again, maybe they're not bringing in multitudes, but again, this generation is not leaving. This generation is here to stay. So unless everyone is going to sell the box that they purchase to go buy a PlayStation, and then in turn go pay full price for games that they would have gotten in their subscription, I mean, again, guys, I'm just saying, this is the reality of what it is. And I know it sucks, because, you know, the numbers that are trying to be used that are otherwise just don't matter. They just don't matter, because they're still growing. They're still growing. It's still growing no matter how you cut it. Microsoft is still making bank on Xbox. Profit, not loss. They're not losing money on Xbox. They are making profit. Billions of dollars in profit on Xbox. Sorry, man. It just doesn't go your way. Now, again, to be clear, Asha is a mysterious person. Okay. I got to tell you, I would have never, ever, ever put money on the fact that she would have lowered the cost of Ultimate. Never. I thought she was going to bring in a new entry point. I never thought that she would do that. And she did it. And it doesn't make any sense to me.
But she did justify it, right?
Yeah,
if she had just dropped the price and that was it, then it's fine. Okay, whoa, what the heck? She dropped the price. We're getting everything in there. That was it. She took out Call of Duty.
And
so it was kind of like a wash. It was like, okay, we're taking out Call of Duty, and here's the price drop. So it wasn't a clean price drop. It was justified.
Yeah, agreed. So like that particular situation, I still wouldn't have done it. I mean, I still wouldn't have thought it in my mind. So listen, again, I'm not arguing that they won't do some form of this shit. That's fine if they choose to do that. That's their problem. Don't fuck up our shit, and there will be no problem. If they fuck up our shit, then we'll do exactly what we did with Call of Duty. We just won't support. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. And I'm not living in that thought process, because I don't believe that to be a actual possibility. So I will, if something comes up, then I'll deal with it. But right now, it's just not there. Let's go ahead and shout out the homie, motherfucking Michael, in the building. He just went ahead and became a member of our channel.
Thank you so much,
to Michael, man.
Welcome.
Y'all know what to do.
Tell him, baby.
Put that motherfucking welcome to the family emoji in the chat. Welcome our newest member, Michael. Thank you so much for the support, man. Thank you for being a part of the family, bro. Appreciate you, homie. Guys, go in the chat right now. Go ahead, put the FBs in the chat. Welcome our boy Michael the right way. Okay, get the FBs in the chat. All right. Appreciate you, bud. Thank you so much for the support, my dude. We got the homie Gotham guy in the building. Shout out to Gotham guy. That $20 super chat. Appreciate you, homie. Says Hargeet said it best weeks ago about pricing the Series S as low as possible to be the cheapest entry point for GTA 6. That would increase the install base first, and then maybe one day having exclusives could be an option. I mean, I don't know if I remember that 100%, but I will say, I don't think he was saying to lower the price to be the cheapest entry point, because they're already the cheapest entry point to play GTA 6. So I think he was just maybe talking about boosting. I don't remember. Hargeet, what was it? What was your What was your words on that?
Yeah, it was making it enticing. You just make it as cheap
just
as you
kind of
can.
give it extra entice, not a
Exactly,
you know,
exactly. And like
we're already the
and
cheapest version of it. It's just to help
it,
the people who it's too much money still to jump.
exactly, right? So if you had to go buy a PlayStation, I don't know they'll discount it. I'm sure they will, right? And you had to buy it for like $500, with the game or something like that. Versus if they could do it here at $300 or $350 with the game, right? There you go. Now you got a differentiation, and if that's enough for you, it's like, hey, I'll get the cheaper one. Hey, whatever, right? I just want to play the game, right? So
yeah, agreed. And look, I think that there would be. I think it would be like I understand the concept, right? So if people are going to upgrade, then it'll be stupid for them to lower the price because you want to capture the most dollars, and they're going to, if it's the price, if they're price conscious, then they are going to pick your box because you are the cheapest entry point. If your desire is to say, okay, we want to force the hand, we want to say, hey, you person on Xbox who will not leave because every game you want is accessible on Xbox One, and you're happy with that. We're going to make this so cheap that you would be stupid not to jump this holiday. Then yes, that's what you would do if you want to do that. But again, my mind starts coming into play is like, okay, well, that person who didn't jump probably didn't jump because they get what they want, which is a Fortnite or Minecraft or whatever they want from the box they own, or they're just paying for Game Pass and using cloud to play the newest games on their Xbox One. And maybe for them, it's just not worth spending any amount of money to change over when the games they play are already available on the box they have. So in that case, it's like, well, what will be the point anyway, right? Just let them, they're still making money, right? If they stay on Xbox, they're still making money. Now, are you saying, hey, PlayStation 4 owner, come on over to Xbox because you want to play Grand Theft Auto and the only way you can play it is here? Yeah, you make it cheaper and that's the only way they can upgrade at all, then yeah, you'll get that. But if they were going to upgrade anyway and it's only about price, then you're going to get them on Xbox Series S regardless because of the price, right? They're already the cheapest. But appreciate you, man. Thank you, brother, for being here. Appreciate that. We got the homie Spartan 661 in the building. Thank you, my brother, for being here, man. Appreciate that $5 super chat. Says Xbox needs their own exclusives, especially to draw in the casuals, but also to appease the hardcore long going on Xbox fans. Okay, so Spartan, I think that sentence for me is wild because I feel like I don't think the casuals give a fuck about any of these games, right? Like the casuals are not playing these games. The casuals are playing the Fortnites and the Call of Duties. I don't think they care at all about what exclusives are where. Frankly, I don't even know if they know that these games are exclusive. You know what I'm saying? Like even PlayStation owners who are casuals, if The Last of Us come out, I don't think they even realize that the game's not available elsewhere. I don't think they care. I don't think that's part of their purchasing, decision. I think they just buy the box that they know. But yeah, I don't know. And if you want to expound on that, that'd be great. To appease the hardcore long going on Xbox fans, I mean, depends on how you define those people. I bought the box day one in 2001. I had Xbox Live the first day that it dropped. I've been playing Halo ever since the first time. I've been Xbox ever since that box came out. I've read every piece of, magazine that had anything with Xbox in it until the internet came out that was, popping. And I read every website, everything about Xbox all the way up until like now. Right. So I'm a hardcore long going Xbox fan. I've always owned multiple Xboxes since being an adult. And it doesn't mean anything to me. And I think in the poll that we did here, it was like 50% cared, 50% didn't, right? So there's like at least 50% with us typically that don't care about the exclusives like that. And then on other shows, you still got 20, 30% who don't care as well, that are, I would say, more hardcore, right? So I don't know if that's appeasing hardcore long going on Xbox fans, or is it just, talking to the people who only excitement on the internet is to be able to talk crap, to the other side about an exclusive. I mean, I don't know how that the reality of that works out or shakes out, but You know what I'm saying?
Maybe if they, and even then, if they start, if they say all the Fortnite skins are free on this platform,
Maybe.
or what do they
Maybe.
get? The box for Roblox, Infinite.
Yeah. Right. Facts.
Something like that.
Smart, appreciate you, man. Thank you so much.
Thank
He also came back with a 20 gifted membership.
thank you
Goddamn,
so
our boy,
much, bro.
motherfucking Spartan 661. You're the man. Thank you so much, my brother. Y'all know what to do.
Tell him, baby.
Put that motherfucking welcome to the family emoji in the chat. Welcome our newest members, man. We appreciate each and every one of y'all for rocking out with us. And of course, our boy Spartan 661. You're the motherfucking man. You were the champion last month, my friend. That's right. You were number one in gifted subs. You are the goddamn.
Oh, shoot. Yeah.
Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you, homie. Goddamn. Put the FBs in the chat for our boy. Okay. Show him some love. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you, my dude. You are the man. Shout out to the homie Michael. Went ahead and gifted an on-point membership as well. So he
thank you
subbed
so
and
much,
gifted.
bro.
Y'all know what to do.
Tell him, baby.
Put that motherfucking welcome to the family emoji in the chat. Welcome our newest member. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. And Michael, you're the man, bro.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you so much for the support, bro. It does mean a lot to us. We really do appreciate it. We got the homie and Rylan Killer, bro. We're coming at you in like 2 seconds, man. Thank you so much for rocking out with us and sitting tight. And everybody else, Nate Dogg, I see you. Outward Lyric, y'all coming up. Just trying to get everybody in as much as possible. Mac with that 5, appreciate you, brother. Says CMoney, and they still make the tablet, and that's less than 1% of the market.
Yep.
Hashtag big bank beats a little bank 100% of the time. Yo, you ain't lying.
Bars.
Dog. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's just when you look at the entire landscape of it, they're not going to stop making consoles just because they're not doing business the way you guys, some of you want them to do business. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, that doesn't make any sense. They make billions of dollars in profit off of Xbox consoles, you know what I'm saying? And their subscription and all this shit. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And then we have the homie Boss. God, what the fuck? Let's start that shit over. Boss Bronze in the building with that $5 super chat. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you so much for that support.
Thank you.
Says Microsoft will do what Microsoft wants to do.
Yeah.
As long as the Xbox brand is healthy and Game Pass is strong, I do not care. Bars.
100%.
Facts, man. Look, at the end of the day, that's what matters to us, right? That's what matters. We got games. We're playing these games, man. We're having a great time, bro. I'm swimming in games, whether it's first party games or third party day one drops into Game Pass. We got so much, bro. They're flexing so much, and we take it for granted. We take it for granted because we have the audacity to ask for them to be like PlayStation when PlayStation gives their players shit. Nothing. Garbage. And we're begging Microsoft, please, Microsoft, sir, please. Can you please follow? Can you please follow PlayStation? Please. I really, really want you to be like PlayStation. Please. But then if they really turned into PlayStation, motherfuckers would be like, what the fuck happened? Where are all my games? And if they put out that post, hey, this is Asha. We heard you. We heard you. You said be like PlayStation. We're fucking like PlayStation now. No first party companies we have. No. We have like 5. Okay, we picked 5. One of them is Call of Duty. Sorry, that goes everywhere. Everything else is going to be exclusive, but you get like 5 games total over the next 6 years. Okay, we got to spread them out quickly. 1 month, this year, you get another one. This year, another. I'm just saying, if they actually did what you guys are saying, y'all be mad. I'm telling you, you would be really, really angry. All right, Rylan, we're going to you, but 1 second. Motherfucking Spartan said, fuck that. Hold my beer. I'm back with a 50 gifted membership. My dude Spartan, he is not fucking around. He is slapping hoes nationwide. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy.
Woo.
Y'all know what to do.
Tell him, baby.
Put that motherfucker. Welcome to the family emoji in the chat. Welcome our newest members, man. We appreciate the fuck out of all of y'all. Thank y'all for rocking out with us. And of course, our boy Spartan 661.
Spartan,
bro,
thank you
better
so
put so
much,
many
man.
FBs in that chat for this man. He deserves it.
I would, but I'm
Okay?
not
He
freaking
deserves it.
getting lucky here.
Shout out to the boy Spartan. Appreciate you, my
get-
dude. You the man.
I didn't
Thank
get
you,
one.
sir.
I don't have
Let
the
me update this
emojis,
goddamn
babe.
banner. You ain't got it?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, baby.
It's all right.
So many got it, and you're not getting it.
I
That's
know.
fucked up.
It's ridiculous. I've been
That's fucked
waiting.
up. That cuts deep. That cuts deep. Let me go ahead and do that. Let's do this. Cut that. Bam. Boom shakalaka. Go here. Bam. Bam. Bigelow. Okay. Love it. Love it. Love it. Cool. All right. Beautiful. Boom. Go here. All right. Rylant Killer
Yo,
has been patient as fuck, and we appreciate
thank you, man. Thank
my
you.
dude. Bro, we're ready.
All right, CMoney. I've been here for a while now.
You've been here for a while. I appreciate you, my dude. First off, before we hear what were you for or against, so I can know the context.
I kind of I teeter on both sides really, and for against is if they start messing with my Game Pass too much. Which I'm already looking at them kind of sideways since they removed Call of Duty. I'm they removed my card. I mean, when we already had 2 tiers that already didn't have card in it, so it almost feels as though my Xbox punished us for them creating a bad Call of Duty, because as we see, Black Ops 6 did amazing, but Black Ops 7 did bad, and then a year later, like, we're not going to do that again. So, like, you punished us instead of punishing the studio.
Keep in mind, though, remember Asha? What'd she say? We're listening. What did a lot of people say? Why'd you take out fucking Call of Duty? Take it out.
They took out. But they took it out. They only said that because Black Ops 7 was bad. They wasn't saying that when Black Ops 6 was out.
See, you gotta be careful what she's listening to. You put the wrong thing out there, she makes a choice. You're like, no, but listen, that I get that. But I would say for me, just personally, and you already know because you've heard the show, but at least the dollar amount that she reduced it by, still, if you save that money as if you were paying $30 every month, you can buy it and have some left over, right? So I get that it sucks, but she at least is giving you enough that if you just pretended you were still paying $30, you would have enough to pay for the game.
It's the bundling and the fact that it got touched. That's the problem. That it's
that's my
sideways. What if you try to do some other shit like that?
That's my biggest problem with it, and I think I'm not too sure on the prince, because for me personally, I hadn't bought a Call of Duty since Ghost, and that's like 2015 ish. So when they threw Call of Duty back in, that a lot, because I'm not big on minor updates like your NBA's, Madden's, Call of Duty, those minor updates. So even EA, when EA Access came into Game Pass, that's when I finally jumped back into playing 2K a little bit. Finally, dabbling around. So now I'm only doing microtransactions. So I was like, all right, cool. So now I'm kind of teetering on the line of not even messing with Call of Duty anymore. Because like, if you want me to buy it, you should have just left it in the service, because you were getting more money out of me than that. So like, that's just me. But
I get that though.
Yeah,
I get that.
I mean, I'm
like right now,
I'm not rushing out to. Like, unless that shit like once I see it, I'll make the decision. But unless that shit blows me away, I'm not, dude, they already soured me with Black Ops 7. Like not the game itself, like a bad version when they make a yearly game is what it is. But with the skin shit, right? So I'm already like not jumping on the train. So they have to earn the hell out of me buying that game. Like whatever the next one is, better blow my fucking mind. If not.
But that's exactly, so it's easier when it's just kind of like bundle in there and you're like, okay, well, let me try this, let me try that, let me play this and that and see if it's like, let me see if this is a good card, rather than pulling back and being like, okay, let me decide if I'm going to buy it. Now it becomes, so I get what you're saying. If I have the option, then I'm just going to either weigh it out, because they are throwing it in a year later, right? Black Ops 7 was just on sale for like $40 like a month ago as well. So
depending on how good the game does, I guess.
But that's the thing. Now you kind of got to wait and be like, well, let me see if it's even worth buying.
Now it's a choice. I feel you though, Rylan. Go ahead.
So I am kind of for exclusive, but not for the reason most people are. I think us, I'm 35, so like us 30 and up crew, exclusives don't really matter to us, or they shouldn't, because we have adult money now.
Yeah.
I'm not pocket watching anybody, but at 30 plus, you probably have at least 2 consoles in your house. You have a TV, you have tablets, you have phones, you have the devices to be able to do the things. Where I lean towards more is your ages 10 to 15, from 15 to 18, and from 18 to 25. These are the guys, people that don't have their disposable income. They don't, and what Xbox needs to do, they need to grab that 10 to 15. Because because I was 10 years old when Halo Combat Evolved came out, and my dad wanted to get me a PlayStation, but when I saw that commercial for Halo Combat Evolved, I wanted an Xbox. So like
Yeah.
I literally I went from a Super Nintendo, an N64 to Xbox. I never played any PlayStation games until 2013, December 2013, and it wasn't even to play any of their exclusives. It was to play like Final Fantasy 14 MMO. So like I missed all of that, and then I got a PS4 to still play Final Fantasy 14. So it's just like I've been a bot forever. So my thing is, the advertisement or the exclusive starting from those young ages captivates the audience that we are today. That's my thing. So just like I was listening to Boom, I think it was Thursdays, when they want to drop the price of this. If you drop the price of the Series S around the time GTA comes out, you hold off on making Gears, Gears, Halo, and Fable. You hold those for the year. You drop down the Series S, drop down the Series S to that $250. You bundle in your GTA 6. Now, instead of, you get a console, one paid game, and plus 4 other games that are AAA titles. And what teenager is not going to want 5 games instead of 1? That's just my whole thing. That's how you get into the mind share of those the exclusives, helping the mind share, and getting Xbox back into the mind share of the younger people, because all the adults know what PlayStation and Xbox is. They should be trying to go after the younger generation. That's my opinion on exclusives.
So when it comes to that, this is the only problem. And again, obviously we can all only go by like our own life experiences, right? But as you know, Doodle and I have the spread, right? We have the spread. So our 19-year-old, I've been Xbox since day one. Okay, obviously you all know that, and I always had a million Xboxes, but I've also had PlayStations and Nintendos and shit. And our oldest, who's 19, could give 3 shits about any of the boxes. Like, he just likes the games, and not most of them. Okay, like there's just very specific games that he would mess with. He doesn't care if it's on Xbox. He doesn't care if it's on PlayStation. He doesn't care if it's on Nintendo. He plays just what he likes because he have access to them, right? But he doesn't care. And none of the people he messes with or fucks with, like his friends and shit, there's nobody out there with them saying, hey, PlayStation is like, they just don't care. They just don't care in his situation. Now, I do think it's geographical. There's certain places, like, call a spade, right? Like in the hood, motherfuckers are looking to buy PlayStations. Okay, that's just what it is. I grew up there. I have peoples over there. The same shit is always the same way. I get it, right? All my cousins and shit, they all fuck with PlayStation. It's just what it is, right? It's just it's the hood system. It's always been. But like our little ones, our 9-year-olds and our 6-year-olds, bro, they could They're even further. They could give 3 shits. You know what they love? They love Roblox. They'll sit there. They'll play the fuck out of Roblox. They'll go over there and they get the real zeitgeist exists on Roblox. I swear to you, you could think whatever you want, bro. You know what I don't see? I don't see any fucking toys of Avowed at the store. You know what I do see? Fucking, what's that shit that we just Poppy Playtime?
Oh my god.
Fucking Roblox game that got taken from Roblox, okay? Turned into games on console. You can buy it on Xbox. And those little 4-inch figures, $60 a pop at Target today. We just went and bought our daughter a bunch of them because she's pumped. We didn't buy the $60 fucking little one. Fuck that.
For the 4-inch?
But the bigger one was fucking $30. The taller ones that are skinny, $20 each.
Yeah.
Roblox games. Just explaining to you.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, CMoney, because I mean, I'm in a household of 7 myself, so we're
nice.
household of 7 myself, so we got I got all boys, so it's just like so my thing is we're all gamers over here, so we all have Game Pass, and I get you with the Roblox and the tablet and whatnot, but I will say Roblox does have like a grip on my very youngest, which is 7. But as my 12-year-old and my 10-year-old, they've transitioned into Game Pass because we got PCs, we got Nintendo Switches, Switch 2, we got everything. Whatever we got it all. So like they've transitioned to Game Pass. And they don't even think about buying games because we come from a generation of buying games. They're not even as long as Game Pass exists, they're like, okay, this is where I want to play. They're not even thinking about PlayStation other than like my oldest wanted to play the Spider-Man game at one point. And I was like, you want me to hook up my PS5 for that? But I was like, I let him play it. But then he got bored with it because it's not, he's been used to Xbox type of games and like an actual game, not a simulator.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's my thing. And that's why I say Xbox is trying to they are reaching the hearts and minds of the young people by having Game Pass. And now when I know when my oldest gets to about 15, I mean, we play Combat Evolved together, and it's not that, I don't know, it's an older game. So like I'm thinking once a newer game comes out, newer graphics and stuff like that, then we'll get to that point to where he's like, oh, this is different. But
they're not about that old shit.
Yeah.
Stuff.
Thanks.
But I agree with you. I think like with us growing up, and it's like it was just like that one console, right? That you got to pick which one you want. This is a freaking a huge decision, to make. And it's like if anybody else that you knew got the other box, then that's where you went over and you try the box, and you were like, I like mine better. I made the right decision. But yes, and we grew up picking the games that we wanted. But now, like you mentioned with your kids, and the same thing with ours, like I think because we had a pick, we try to make sure that our kids don't have to choose. And it's like, this is what's available. You get it all, right? Because you want to do better by kids. And I think that's more of what they've grown up with. I remember midnight releases, and with our older kids, we went out and did the midnight releases, and
my oldest was like 14 months at the Halo 4 midnight release.
Nice. That's fire. It's good times, man. It's good times. It's just, look, I think the conundrum is that, we are at a point where there's so many games out there, different ways to experience them. And, it's just, these kids are not necessarily looking at it the same way. And it's not that they, like you said, right? Like your kids are hooked on Game Pass, right? They don't even understand this like concept of buying a game, right? But that's the same thing that people on mobile do, right? They download all these free games. They don't understand that you got to pay for games that you want at some point. They just move on. Like I watch the kids and they'll go and, Roblox has some paid shit. So they'll go look at it and they'll be like, oh, you got to pay for that? Move on. They don't even think, it doesn't matter what it is. Like, nope, I'll just go find the free version of it. And they find it. And they go and they just
No, my oldest is a hustler. He's been hustling my parents out of money with because he makes straight A's all year. So he pays for he pays for his private server on most of his games, so his brothers can play.
Listen, I love that. Learn that.
That's dope.
That's right.
That's dope, man. Yeah, I feel that, bro. I feel that, man. Well, all right. So when it comes to the exclusive situation,
yeah, I'm more for it. Yeah,
do they need it?
They don't need that's like a it's weird because they like I would say I don't need it. They don't need it for us. They need the content or whatever for the next generation that's coming behind us. It's just something that makes, to gravitate towards as they get older, because those we're talking about just the 10 to 15. So once they get to that 18 to 25, then they start, not just playing ball and gun games and stuff like that. So, what's drawing that crowd that can only afford that one console? Because in your early 20s you're not really well, some people can, but not everybody was affording all the consoles. You pick one. So like that's who they need to grab right there. And that's why I say yes to exclusives, but also no at the same time. We don't need them, but it will help.
Kids are not gonna, your kids just want Game Pass.
Yeah, they're going to be on Game Pass. Yeah, so it's not for me. I'm not even. The argument isn't for me because I'm blessed to have everything.
It's not for your kids. It's not for my kids.
Yeah.
So what
it's
kids
for
are Riley? What kids are you got fucking 5. I got fucking 6. It's for your house. Give a fuck about these exclusives.
It's for people that are a little bit less fortunate that can only choose one. You either going to get a PS5 or you going to get an Xbox.
They want the Game Pass life.
Of course they will. We know the greatness of Game Pass. Not having to buy a game 6 times is great.
No, but you got a point with something.
100%, bro.
With something that Xbox unfortunately can't really fuck with is the fact that like the one game that your son wanted to play was Spider-Man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And yes, that is a exclusive game to PlayStation. And if you want Spider-Man, then you got to go buy one, right?
Yeah.
Go buy or play it on PC. Or play it on PC or buy the Helix. You know what I'm saying? Because you'll be able to play that shit on the PC, right? Both of them. All 3 of them, actually. All three Spider-Mans. So yes, that's where the dilemma comes in, right? Okay, cool, I get that. But it's like, how long is that gonna last? Like, how long are people still gonna want to play the old ass Spider-Man game? You know what I'm saying?
That phase passed a long time ago. And it was literally only because he had friends at school that told him about a Spider-Man game. And then they played my youngest, he cared about the Astro Playroom and the Astrobot 2 thing. And after he beat it, it was you kind of how Andy in Toy Story just kind of dropped the toy. I don't want to play with it anymore. It was after that, it was just done. I don't want to play this anymore. So it's just yeah. So I mean,
we got bamboozled by our kids because they liked Astrobot Playroom, right? We platinumed it because they played the hell out of it. And I was like, all right, this new Astrobot came out. You want it? Sure. We bought it, bro.
Nothing.
They played it for literally 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Put the controller in the hand, turned it on, walked away. Came back, controller on the fucking ground. Kids are gone.
Nah, they played that one for me. The one I got bamboozled on is that Donkey Kong game. They begged for it. They begged for that and I got to switch to. Yeah.
from
I did
Doodle
the same thing. I
himself. He
bet Boo for
bought it,
myself,
bro.
Doodle
And-
was like, "Don't do it." I was like, "I really want to," and then fucked myself. Yeah,
right, like he walked away, and he was expecting the kids to like get into it.
I was like,
and
"Come on, kids, play it. Make
Everybody
my
left the
purchase
room.
worthwhile." Ain't nobody want that shit.
Because it's not Mario Odyssey. That's why. It's like it wants to be, but it's not. It's not.
Donkey Kong. Nobody gives a shit about it, bro. Oh my god, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh
All right.
man,
All right.
I do.
Yeah.
you're awesome, bro. So
Thank
nice
you
talking
for
to you.
coming up here and fucking going in. I enjoyed that. Thank you. We gotta have you back on. You're good.
Right?
I enjoyed it.
Yeah. No worries.
Appreciate
I'll be
you,
back. I'm always here. Well, I try to stick around sometimes, but I work. I work on Saturdays, so it's like I'd be like sometimes you guys run a little late, so I pass out and then watch the replay.
Just a little bit.
I think so. Yeah, you're right.
He's just like us too. He's got a lot of kids.
Yeah, I feel you, man. That's the life, bro. It's a great life.
Yeah.
Great life. Busy life. All right, player. Thank you, man.
All right, you guys have a
Thank
good
you
one.
so much, bro.
All right, homie. All right, peace. All right, let's get our boy. Thank you for waiting, man. Motherfucker, our lyric in the building. Shout out to you, my dude. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for waiting, man.
Thank you so much, bro.
All right, bro. For or against?
Well, before I answer that, y'all can hear me,
He
right?
fell asleep.
I can hear you, bro. I can hear. I thought he was gonna be like,
No,
oh,
I
shit, bro.
I didn't
Like,
fall asleep. It was just busy at work, so I'm a little tired. So I probably got to go do something in a little bit too. So I'm gonna just try to keep it short and sweet.
Yeah.
But honestly, for the whole either for or against exclusives, I'm kind of in the neutral because
Dude, everybody's in the neutral, bro.
because I don't mind that they're putting their stuff everywhere, because I mean I'm still getting it in Game Pass, right? Because I would say the only argument you could have for Xbox needing exclusives is for that small percentage of, and I don't even mean this as like console warrior or like anything like that, right? I say that only for like the small percentage of people that aren't subscribed to Game Pass, kind of like when Phil Spencer said, hey, if you only play like 1 to 2 games a year, Game Pass probably isn't for you, which makes sense, right? So if anything, that's probably the only argument I could come up with, that'd be like, hey, maybe at least have those exclusives for those people, right, that don't have Game Pass or aren't attracted to that, right? But other than that, I mean, they can freaking do whatever they want, man. Like,
Okay,
as long
but
as
do you feel like that 1 to 2% or whatever it is that are not subscribed to Game Pass that need exclusives will outweigh the amount of people who will buy these games on the other console?
honestly,
Like if these people are not subscribed to Game Pass, that means they're gonna have to buy the game regardless, right? So like what is your loss? Like the 30%? If they say, oh well, if it's not exclusive, that means I could go buy a PlayStation and buy the game. Like what's the bigger loss? The 30% for that one sale, or the amount of other people who would have never played that game or never bought that game now being able to buy it?
probably the amount of people who won't buy it if it's not on their console, because hypothetically, let's just say the 1 to 2% people who aren't subscribed to Game Pass buy it because they think it's attractive or whatever. Let's just say they port it to PlayStation later on, like let's say it's a timed exclusive, right? They could literally make the same amount of sales from whatever small people on I didn't mean this as a diss, that came out weird. But whatever, like the smaller population on like PlayStation that could buy it, because obviously these games are getting expensive and all that other stuff, so not a lot of people are going to really buy as many games as they would like. They got bills, they got other stuff they got to worry about, emergencies. Y'all already know the drill. So but yeah, no, definitely like they would definitely be losing more people not porting it everywhere versus just keeping it exclusive to satisfy I can't even say small majority, because the thing is like if they do bring the exclusives back, because I know you guys are like probably in like the smaller minority of like saying Xbox doesn't need exclusives, right? So they're mostly
Yeah.
listening to like, Twitter and mostly like social medias and like, the other bigger popular content creators and all that. So that's kind of
I mean,
where
but are they
I'm
though?
thinking.
Because Asha has come out and did bang, 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 bang. And this thing, she's like, I'm gonna got to get back to you. You know what I'm saying? So, like, is she? I don't know. Listen, again, if they end up doing this, right? That's fine. The question is not whether or not they're going to do this, right? That I can, like, I don't care as long as it doesn't mess me up, right? What I'm saying personally is that I do not believe they need it. So I'm not out here championing it and saying they're stupid if they don't do it, or they gotta compete. They're not competing. Like I'm not
damaged
I'm not
if they
saying that
don't.
the brand is damaged because I'm not saying any of that.
Yeah,
Like
no, of course not. Yeah,
I don't
the whole
feel that.
brand is damaged is like that's just so stupid. The brand's gonna be quote unquote damaged either way because you can't please everybody, right? So it's like who cares?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like that the question is, do they need it? Does it have to happen in order for Xbox to be successful, in order for you to be happy as a gamer on Xbox? Do you need to have them have exclusives in order for you to be satisfied as an Xbox gamer?
If I wasn't subscribed to Game Pass, then yes, I would want that to, feel satisfied maybe and maybe like feel like my purchase hasn't gone to waste. But since I am on Game Pass, I don't need the exclusives just because they're even though that price increase did suck, they did give a lot more value, especially with like when they put, freaking Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and 2
Yep.
on Game Pass and stuff. I genuinely was not expecting that. Like they were cooking with that. So
Oh yeah,
but yeah,
100%.
me personally,
Okay, so what you're
I
saying is if you didn't have Game Pass, if you said fuck Game Pass, I just want to buy games. You're saying that if Xbox did not have exclusives anymore, then you would what? You would leave Xbox and go to PlayStation, or you wouldn't buy Xbox games anymore? Or like what would be the outcome for you if tomorrow Asha says, "Hey, listen, motherfuckers, definitively, there's no exclusives ever. I'm going back and I'm releasing every game we ever released in the history of Xbox's fucking history, and I'm bringing it over to everybody." What does that mean for you? Are you out? Are you done with Xbox? What is that outcome for you if they don't do exclusives?
If you didn't have
and
Game
you
Pass
didn't have
and they
Game
didn't
Pass?
do.
if I didn't have Game Pass, I can't even lie to you. I wouldn't be out and go to PlayStation. I would literally just have to suck it up and just either buy it or just shut up because it's like I'm not gonna leave something that freaking I've already, invested like so much other of money and whatnot. Cause I started on the 360 and whatnot, right? So all my games from there and stuff, like when Phil said, they lost the Xbox One generation and all that because people started building their digital libraries either on the Xbox One or the PS4 and maybe even the 360 and PS3 if you really want to go that early. So I definitely wouldn't leave like I just said. I would just either suck it up or just freaking play different games and all that, keep playing the free to play
So
games and
life
all
will
that.
go
So
on.
yeah, life will go on for sure.
Life will go on. Okay. I mean, that's really the scenario here, right? Like, yes, if they do it, if they go exclusive, great for them. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not going to change the channel to a hey, I'm going to go ahead and be like, ha ha ha, we have exclusive. Yes, oh my god. It just doesn't matter to me. It just doesn't matter to me. I just feel like it's such a nothing burger. You know what I'm saying? We've been there, done that. I still get my games in Game Pass. That's all that matters to me. Now they fuck with Game Pass. Whole different discussion.
Now we got a problem. Now
Agreed,
you
agreed.
said our lyrics that you started with the 360 generation. Question: did you play the Connect? Did you enjoy the Connect?
I did enjoy the Connect. I only was able to play it because whenever I'd like go over to like my cousin's house and stuff and like spend a weekend over there, and
Yeah.
whatever. Because my uncle and my aunt, they had like the 360 and the Connect and all that, and I did like playing like the Connect Adventures or whatever. I couldn't get the Connect. I can't say it was like a money issue. I would say more so it was like a space issue because when I was a kid and stuff, I lived
Yes.
in like apartments and whatnot. So like I didn't have like a super big TV or nothing, right? So I kind
Yeah.
of just didn't have the room for it and all that.
Yeah,
But
you
yeah, no,
did need the space for it.
yeah.
But it was so dope though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Well,
no, it
listen,
was.
fun fact: if you didn't know, the 360 will always be the most important Xbox to me because it is the first Xbox that I ever bought with my beautiful lady.
Yeah, went for the
Doodle.
midnight release.
And that was right before we got married because we got married in December and it dropped in November of
Yep.
2005.
Oh, that's awesome.
So,
That's how I feel
yeah.
about my Series X. Like, I didn't have a girl at the time, right? But what's it called? That was like the Series X was actually like my first Xbox that like I actually bought freaking what's it called with like my
Nice.
own money for like hard work and
That's
stuff like that. So
Nice.
That's dope. Good shit, man.
Yes.
Good shit. Well,
I love that.
brother, appreciate you, man.
Thank you so
Anything
much,
yeah, of
else?
course,
bro.
no worries.
Oh, damn. All right, he dropped real quick. All right, cool. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. All right, we got Nate Dog. Oh shit, what the fuck? Nate, what just happened? You were literally just about to get clicked on. Bro. You about to get skipped? If that's all right, there you go. All right, Nate Dog. There you go. Give me 1 second, Nate. But you're in. All right. But before we do that, we have the motherfucking homie JD Gamer in the building. What's up, man?
JD
Thank you,
in
my
the
brother, for being
building.
here, bro. He made the list this month. That's right, brother. You're on that list. You done did it. You did the most biggest super chats for the month. So shout out to you,
Shout
brother.
out to JD Gamer.
He says exclusives cause a multiplicative effect. It's a let your nuts hang move.
Oh,
Damn. And more than anything else, games are a zeitgeist-driven product. Watch it sell. Fact, the problem is you need the zeitgeist game to do so. And unfortunately, I mean, again, I get what you're saying, right? That's the same thing people are saying, but it's like we literally had that with South of Midnight. That didn't give us anything in that respect. It gave us an amazing game, but not something that sold anything crazy. Avowed, we had Indiana Jones, we had released early. Forza Horizon, we had obviously for years before it went over. Like I get the idea. I think it's just a, like you said, let your nuts hang move, right? It's just a, yo, look at what we did because we can. Cool. I mean, if they choose to do that, that's fine. But if they don't choose to do that, JD, the question is it fuck Xbox? You know what I'm saying? Like if they don't do it, if they don't come through and say, hey, we're doing exclusives, across the board, is it fuck Xbox? Like that's the question. You know what I'm saying?
listen, sometimes you gotta let them hang.
Sometimes you gotta let them hang. You know what I'm saying? You ain't lying.
It's hot, right?
Sometimes the shit just happens, bro. Sometimes the shit just happens. We got the homie Riley Killer in the building. My dude, thank you for being here. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Says Game Pass is the exclusive, but I get wanting them. I feel that. We got Pragmatic in the building with that $5 super chat. Appreciate you, homie.
Thank you,
Says,
man.
you better make it a something burger with mustard for
extra
reasons. That's
mustard,
disgusting.
please.
Why?
A little bit of olive juice sprinkled
You know how
on the
disgusting-
bun.
That's so disgusting. You guys fuck with me, man. That's fucked up. Oh my god.
Yes.
Hargeet, why?
Yes.
This is horrible. This is hard. I can't believe this. Okay. I can't
See,
believe
I would zoom in. Is this why you sabotaged my computer? See?
I did that.
Right, you are. We've cracked the case.
That's crazy. That's
He didn't want me zooming in on the olives and mustard anymore. Damn it.
Ryur says Halo. CMoney, did you go to Halo 3 night release? Hell yeah. And I walked out with that big ass fucking box with the goddamn fucking helmet in there. Hell yeah, I did. And it was glorious. It was glorious. Hold on, we got JD. He's responded. He says people have turned poison fish into a delicacy, and now it's all the rage. Oh shit!
Yo,
Damn, those are bars, bro. Holy goddamn. Mustard is disgusting. Pragmatic. It's not for adults. Okay,
it's not for adults.
It's not for
What?
adults. It's for children who eat mustard and pick up the disease of liking it, and then they become adults,
Oh my God.
and they now
For
have
children.
they burnt their taste buds with the disgusting taint of mustard. Ugh,
You're wild.
disgusting. All right. Nate Dogg, before we go, we do just have to shout out the motherfucker hole because Spartan 661 is losing his fucking mind.
Yo!
He went and gifted another 50. All point for gamer memberships.
Let's go.
God damn it, Spartan. You're fucking crazy. You are the man.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. Y'all know what to do.
Tell them, baby.
Put that motherfucker. Welcome to the family emoji in the chat. Welcome our newest members, man. We appreciate each and every one of y'all for rocking out with us. Thank y'all for being here. And of course, our boy, Spartan 661. He is a killer.
Thank you so much,
He
bro.
said, fuck what you heard. I already fucking locking in my next month fucking banner spot. He ain't fucking around. Shout out to Spartan, man. Thank you, brother. Put the FBs in the chat for your boy.
Get him.
Let him know. Give him the appreciation of a FB. Okay? All the good friends do that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that is one heck of a friendship.
Listen, on this channel we do. All right. All the friends go ahead and give a good old fashioned FB. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
Oh my God. All right. We got the homie Ben Yang in the building. Thank you, my brother, for being here. Thank you for the $5 super chat.
Don't
Appreciate
run
you,
around
homie.
doing that to your friends in
Yeah,
real
well,
life.
listen, unless they
please.
like it. Stop dropping so much substance and let me focus on some games.
Yo,
Facts,
Ben.
facts.
Thank you so much,
Appreciate
bro.
you, brother. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, my dude. All right, Nate Drizzle,
Whoa.
Nate Dogg in the building. Thank
Hey,
you
Steve.
for waiting. Appreciate you, man. Sorry that it took so long. How you doing, brother?
Good.
Good, good. All right, man.
Awesome.
What are we? Are we for or against?
Well, I just wanted to say, I heard you say on Boomstick Show, you thought platform features could sell a console. I remember you saying that, and I totally agree because I bought my PS3 for free online, and I consider that a platform feature. You're talking about
It is.
Helix, Helix at a reasonable price with the advertisement of free online. That does matter, despite what people are saying it doesn't matter. But I am absolutely for exclusives. They should have exclusives, and I think they'd make the most money doing exclusives. And I don't care
Why do you think that?
even if Sony is not profitable as Xbox or as Nintendo, you can still, I believe, doing exclusivity be profitable just because Sony hasn't done it. I mean, Xbox has the capital to do stuff Sony never could have dreamed of doing, right? Even now, they could go buy Sega. I think they will buy Sega.
Oh, me, I hope so. Let's fucking go.
You do all that with, even if you don't have COD, you have Blizzard. That's WoW too. I mean, the stuff you could do doing exclusivity, and you don't have to put it on PlayStation. You could just create a monster.
I mean, you definitely, I mean, to be clear, Xbox doesn't have to do shit, right? Because if Microsoft said, fuck it, we don't need to make as much money as we can. We'll just fucking do this for the love of the game. You know what I'm saying? The sport of console warring. We're gonna fucking that's the business proposal we care about. Let's stick to that. They can absolutely do it if they wanted to. For sure.
I think the shareholders switched and went from, we don't care about selling consoles, the number of consoles. We're on Game Pass now. I think it switched to, actually we do care about hardware a little more now. But you don't need exclusives to do that, but I feel you'd get an extra 20, 30, 40 million doing that.
I mean, that's a big ass number. And I mean, maybe I guess the the question is, and again, I don't care if Xbox does it or not. Okay. I'm just saying that for me, when I look at the business, it's not a need. They don't have to do it, right? If they don't want to do exclusives, they're not destroying the brand in my eyes. So my question to you is, do you feel, right, you want them to do it? Okay. But aside from console sales, right? Aside from console sales, what is it to you for them to do exclusives? What does it mean to you? Aside from whatever Microsoft might lose or gain.
I've been thinking about this a lot, and the console sale that really only matters to the executive, right? A guy who's like Peter Moore's, he's probably happy he sold 85 million consoles, but me, that does nothing. That's his achievement and his team. But I think it does matter that you go out and you buy $400, $500 console right now. I think it does matter. You don't need it, but
you're saying you think it matters. So what you're saying is you think it matters to you, but why does it matter to you? Like, what about it
I think
matters to you?
In the entirety of it, ultimately what I think is it makes better games. Because what I'm betting on is that if I sell the most consoles and I got the most people in there, bigger budgets, all this stuff is, I feel you can do. Bigger budgets, all that stuff, I feel you can do. Making a bigger machine. I feel like you can make better games doing this because you're making more money.
So, but just one question. I think so. Are you suggesting that if they have a bigger footprint to sell their games to, that they would be more willing to invest in the game?
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a confusing discussion because the Game Pass factor, you'd have to.
So this is what I was going to say. So Xbox growing their base.
My question is, sorry to turn you off.
No, go ahead.
To interrupt you.
No, you're good.
How much money are you forfeiting with this Game Pass stuff? Is the question. Versus game sales, how much could you be getting? And it doesn't matter to me personally. I love Game Pass. The amount of money you save, if you actually think about how much money you save, getting AAAs and stuff like that, it's nuts. And Phil never get the credit for doing it, but it's really 100%. One of the best stories in gaming is getting all that stuff for like a fraction of the price. But
okay, would you give it up?
Yes, absolutely.
You would give up Game Pass so that you can say that you have an exclusive.
Game Pass is, you're changing fundamentally what the platform, it is the platform.
Okay.
So I played every generation, Wii, PS3, whatever, PS1, PS2. There was no Game Pass, and I love gaming. So if you ask me, it's kind of a reversion, not getting that stuff. It's paying way more money, but it's like if I had to go back, ultimately, yeah, I'd probably go back.
Okay, so you're saying that for you, you would say, take Game Pass away. I don't want to save money. I want to spend more money on the games that I'm going to buy. And you would be okay with that. Just no benefit to you outside of, hey, this game is exclusive.
Well, what I think they'll do is they'll pick and choose. They'll be like, Double Fine, you're launching day and date. Whoever, Arcane, you're launching day and date. And they'll pick. I think they'll pick and choose. I don't think it'll be a complete.
Damn. So you'll give up Game Pass not for full exclusive, just for some exclusivity?
No. Yeah. I think there's a way you could do it where you can have Microsoft does bullshit.
They can't do it. It's not that they can't do it. You're 100% right in the fact that if Xbox wants to do exclusives, they can 100% do it. My question to you is, are you willing to give up your Game Pass to say, hey, Xbox, I'll give up my Game Pass. You make the games exclusive.
My pushback is Game Pass is about subsidizing games. Really, to me, that's what it is.
They are,
because you're
That's
not
what they're
getting
using other people for, right? They're using PlayStation players and other companies to make up for the people who are playing their games through Game Pass.
But
right?
it's ultimately, if you're talking about a third party, it's a bet for them because they're like, what do I bet? Do I take the Game Pass deal, which is money up front, which is awesome? Or do I take potentially getting 10, 20, I don't know how many more $1 million. But my point
But
is, I
third
think
party
maybe you
can
could
sell their game anywhere.
maybe you
right?
could sell more, make more money ultimately selling a la carte rather than doing Game Pass. And if you're asking me, would I take that? Yes, because I think better games could come out of it. Because I think you're making more money selling a la carte than. But me personally,
So you
I don't know how
definitely
to think.
are.
I don't know how to take it because yes, I want to save money, but I feel like you'd get bigger budgets going exclusive.
But PlayStation has exclusives, and
They don't
their
have.
budgets
They
are
have
not getting bigger.
They're a 20th of. Are they even a 20th of Microsoft? Microsoft
Yeah, but
can do
Microsoft is
stuff.
not Xbox in that way, right? Xbox doesn't have Microsoft budget. You know what I'm saying? Xbox still has their own budget.
That's
right?
the thing. I mean, shareholders got to get more serious about this. Spend more money. They could do it if they wanted to. I think they could.
But the other thing too, though, is, and I'm just wondering, I don't know your gaming palette, but like when you look at a South of Midnight or a Avowed or a Keeper, Outer Worlds 2, like any of these games that came out. Well, Outer Worlds 2 was multi-platform from the get-go, but like these other exclusives that we've gotten this generation, okay? Did you think they were bad? Did you think they were badly made? Even if they weren't your cup of tea, right? If you didn't like that type of game, do you think that that they lacked budget? Or that Xbox was like,
so many
no?
games, man. I miss South of Midnight. There's just so much to play.
Okay,
I
so
heard
but
it's
this
a
is the
really good
problem,
game.
right? So you pay money for Game Pass every month, right? So even though you didn't
No,
pay
I
game
Oh,
you don't what?
How I use Game Pass is when it's a game I really want to play, which I mean, there's a lot of them on Game Pass. Then I'll put up
So
the
you
30.
only subscribe when a game comes out that you want to play.
Ultimately, when you're broke, you got to do stuff like this. Like, just you got to pick
Okay.
and choose
And
when
I'm
to.
not fighting that. I understand the hustle. Fuck that. You get yours, right? That's exactly how you use that shit if you need to, right? Instead of paying $60 for the game, you pay $22.99 and you can play that game plus everything else for a month, right? Great
Absolutely.
fucking great deal.
I think about
If they allow it, it's a smart way of doing it if that's the way you spend
yeah,
your
you
money.
gotta look
100%.
out for your wallet, man.
But I would also then at that point say that what you're suggesting is you would be willing to lose that just for the idea of an exclusive and kind of fuck up the way you get to play games.
yes,
Oh,
because
shit.
because what
Dedication, bro.
because here's why. Because a lot of you guys, when you're on Game Pass all the time, you play a lot of different stuff, games you would never have played.
Yep.
But if you're asking me, you put all that AA stuff and you put it all into making a big AAA. Yes, I'm about AAA.
Well, they're not going to
So if
stop
I had,
making the AA because then you're saying that they have to shut down these studios because like Double Fine's never going to make AAA.
no, I
South of
disagree.
Midnight is,
I think he could absolutely make a AAA if he wanted to. That studio's awesome. They could do anything.
yeah, but like the games don't sell to justify triple. Hell, the AAA games are not selling.
This is
You
where
know,
I think, the guy from PlayStation, Yoshida, he just made a comment recently about budgets. I don't know if you saw it. He said, I always felt more comfortable the bigger budget a game got. So I think if they start pushing more budgets into these studios, going a la carte, I think all this stuff is I think it would work, but it's just my opinion. That's how I would do it.
And your opinion is your opinion. So listen, I would say that based off this conversation, it sounds like you have a belief that if they went ahead, it sounds like this is less about exclusives and more about dropping Game Pass. Like it's like you'd be more willing to drop Game Pass so that the budgets can go in theoretically to force you to buy games. But I think we're forgetting that the point of Game Pass, the reason it exists, is because less people were buying games.
Yeah, but you could have also attacked that a different way. You know, Phil put his whole career on Game Pass, but he could have gone a whole
Not
different
whole career. He's been with them forever.
Right.
He took
Well,
over.
he did it pretty much his whole career. I mean, for a lot of it, he was doing Game Pass.
2014, he took over. That's like 12 years ago. He's been with the company for 25 years or some shit like that. So he's with the company for a long time.
running Xbox. He's been doing the majority of it since 2014. They've been
since 2014. Yeah, before that he was just doing first party. But
he could have gone another route.
Xbox for Phil did what he had to do with Satya to make the brand work, and Game Pass was a fundamental part of that. You know, to even let Xbox continue because he found a way to make it enticing, right? But look, I think I understand what you're saying. I just think at the end of the day, you know, there's no actual gain that you're going to get. It's just you hope that if one thing were to happen, then something else would happen, right? You hope that if they do exclusives, that's going to lead to bigger budgets. But if we use the only analogy that people have, which is, hey, copy what PlayStation's doing, we know PlayStation doesn't invest more in their games. We know all their games
do it better than PlayStation does it. I don't think we need to
put
PlayStation
I believe so too.
As you know, watching Hargeet and all these people for years, you don't have to chase Sony and what they're doing, man. You can make a bigger, better platform, but they're gonna have. You can figure it out. I think you could do it.
But I think they were. Let me ask you this: do you think they weren't trying to do that leading up to the moment in 2024 when they decided to try something different? Like you don't think they were trying to figure it out? Because they bought ABK, they bought Bethesda in 2021 and 2022.
I think that's what they wanted to do. I think that's what they wanted to do is put even COD exclusive. I think so. People are going to disagree with me, but I think they initially wanted to do that.
I mean, I think everything was discussed, right? I think every option was discussed. And I think that as soon as the regulators got involved, they had to very quickly decide what was going to happen, what wasn't.
I don't think COD was going to be, because like the first thing Phil did was call up Jim Ryan to say, we're not taking COD away.
But
so
that I'm just for 5 years.
That was the time when Jim Ryan lost his shit. That was
saying for the sake of this conversation.
We'll never see a time like that again.
First tweet I saw from Phil is, I tried to sign a 5-year deal with PlayStation. 5 years. That's not 10. That's not. I know there's no perpetuity, but that seems very strategic that he's going 5 years when 5 years is 2028. And that's when Helix comes out. And you have COD as an exclusive. We don't know what that could have done, but there's no point in talking about it. But yeah, I think they wanted to go all in on exclusives, and I think you still can. But yeah,
we don't know what happened in the background, right? We don't know if it was Satya pushed it, Amy pushed it, if it was Phil himself saying, you know what, we need to try this. I don't know what happened. We don't know what happened. But certainly up to a certain point, Phil was all in on the exclusive things, right? That's why we had this is about great exclusive games for you on platforms where Game Pass exists. That was the going into it, right? But then things changed. And the question is, what caused the change? We don't know. If it's like, hey, your profit margin is too low, we want it to get up to that 20-30% range, like, oh, okay. Well, let's find a different way to do that. Or it could just be like
I
low
saw
game sales.
It could be.
Which
pragmatic
could be.
comment. More budget. Conquer said, "Hold my beer."
Yep.
Oh, that's fine.
Sorry, I couldn't.
Yeah. No, I get that.
Oh my
Um,
god.
look, I think like I think I just understand the gist of it. So at this point, it's just like the idea of what might happen, as opposed to what you actually would be gaining, like the actual thing that you will be gaining by them going exclusive for you doesn't exist. It's a possibility that if they go ahead and make it exclusive, if they decide that doing that means they're going to put more money into the games, that theoretically you might end up with better games, or they can just take that profit and keep it and not invest it more, or it can all go to shit and they can close studios. You just don't know the outcome, but
Yeah,
you
I
would
would
be
say,
willing to bet Game Pass on it.
yeah, I guess I would gamble everything because that's I don't know, but it sounds more fun. I don't know.
Sounds more fun.
Sounds all right.
No, I got
Well,
it.
let's
I got
not
it.
trust you with our money.
Yeah, no, listen, just be careful in, Vegas. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I would go
don't
for
just
it all,
go in
man.
there.
That's it. I would go for all exclusives, everything. But yeah,
Yep.
it's just me.
All right. Well, listen, Nate, man, I appreciate you
Nate
coming
the
on
Great.
here
Thanks
and
for rocking out, man.
Thanks for
dropping your
hitting me up,
bars,
man.
bro. Hey, man, absolutely, bro. Appreciate you, dog. Thank you for being here and thank you for giving your bars, man. All right, brother. Let's go ahead and first of all, let's get our boy Michael in the building with that $2 super chat. Says bars, sea mustard. Goddamn mustard.
Oh, sea mustard's back.
That's really crazy. Fucking sea
Nice.
mustard. God damn it. That's wild. All right. Listen. Be nice. It's finally here. Be nice. I know you waited and you left and then you're back.
Hey,
Yo.
My dude. How you doing, man?
hey, what's good, CMoney? What's good, Doodle? What's good, Chani?
Yo, what's up?
Chilling, man. Chilling. Bro, let me know. I think I know your answer, but that's okay. For or against?
I'm in the middle.
In the middle, bro. This is middle land. Everybody's in the middle. Well, not
No,
our boy Nate. Nate
but-
thought that he'll sell it all.
But
He'll give it all.
I don't think any of the other guys had the same reasons why.
All right, I'm
from
ready
what
for it,
everything
brother.
what I've heard.
All right. Let's go. I'm ready.
There's a couple reasons why I'm in the middle with it and it's mainly based on Return to Xbox, the identity of Xbox. That's the whole reason for my wanting exclusives. Is not to say, you know what, oh, ponies, you can't get my games or anything, because to be honest, I really don't care about that, but I do care about Xbox and its identity. That I do care about, because it's no different from you watching a sports team and you want your team to win, and if you can get some players on your team that can help you win, then hey, then that's the whole reason to watch sports. You're not gonna just go to a game and just to say, oh well, fuck it, if they lose, they lose. You know. My thing is with the exclusivity, it needs to be more strategic. There had to be a reason in what games they make exclusives. I feel that they can do. I say this all the time in the chat. They could be exclusive, multi-platform, and keep Game Pass hot. They can do that easily. If they pull 3 games, I understand. Yeah, they're gonna pull from Game Pass and all that. Okay, well, the plan is a plan till it's not the plan. And I understand that the whole day one goes back from day one from when Game Pass dropped. That I understand. Now, if they do exclusives, hey, they can go ahead and pull 3 games from Game Pass and make them full exclusives where they're just
You're
on.
saying take it out of Game Pass?
Oh yeah, I know. And then I know I'm gonna get burned at the cross for this.
Oh, it's okay. I just want to make sure I understood before
But
you
hear me out, because
okay, take 3 games
there's
out.
several ways that they can twist it.
Okay.
They can either say take 3 games out of Game Pass or day one and just put it on the box to sell, and they could replace those 3 games with some third party games that are coming out that year. At the same token, you will have exclusives, but you also, even though you're removing from Game Pass, you're still kind of putting in. If you take some third parties, some good third parties, I'm not just saying some shitty ones. I'm saying some good third party games and put them in there. And they can do that to keep Game Pass hot at the same token. Or they can just say, you know what, let's not put it on PlayStation. We'll just take 3 games, something that's gonna have identity for Xbox, not for the sake of let's not put it on PlayStation, but it has to be something that's gonna complement the brand. Well, we already have those titles. We have Halo, we have Forza, we have Fable, and I understand that. Yeah, what's the saying? Halo, Forza,
Halo
whatever.
Gears of Forza.
Yeah, I understand that, but just at the same time, Xbox hasn't been leaning into their intellectual property as far as for marketing and pushing that identity out to everywhere. The only one that's really known right now is Halo. They know when they see Chief, that's Xbox. But when you start confusing the people that are not on Xbox and saying, "Oh, Halo's over here," well, then you kind of taken away from identity from Xbox. Now, in the same token, I did before was I did had and I was on the position of like if they put Halo on PlayStation, is to go big, not to go little. And what I mean by that is to put Halo on front and center like they do COD. And I'm not saying to make it every year or something like that, but they need to increase the production of it and probably bring out more games. Now, I understand I'm going way off of exclusivity. Um, the whole thing with exclusivity for me on this right now on coming up right now is because Helix coming out. You need something to sell the box. I understand, yeah, they're gonna be able to play Steam and all that, but I mean that you're saying, oh, Steam is the exclusive for Helix. I understand it's gonna be powerful. It's gonna be able to play PC games, but at the same token, so will PlayStation. So is PS6. PS6 is gonna be kind of on the same level as far as graphic fidelity and all that stuff is going to be somewhere near that same level. Maybe Xbox is going to be way higher than that, but games are not breaking the graphical barrier right now, so they're going to probably be somewhere in the same area. And if the box is at a higher price, then you want to also have something to go with that. And I don't necessarily think they need exclusives just for Helix, but what they do need is launch titles. And that's something that when the Series X launched, they didn't have a bunch of launch titles. What they had, 3 at best. Halo was not even ready when Series X launched. And then on top of that, then they kind of didn't really, stay on top of Halo. And the whole thing is that they have all these intellectual properties, some of the best icons in gaming, from Master Chief, you got Marcus and Dom, you got the Ghoul from Fallout, you got the Killer Instinct characters, you got all these people, all these different characters, and you don't use them. You don't put them out there. Put them on the market, and show them off. They don't do it. The one thing that Xbox put out this last year was Avowed, South of Midnight. I would love to see Hazel get some shine and maybe in a bigger budget game. But those games right there, Avowed and South of Midnight, those are not like those are not going to attract the crowd to move over. And you're trying to sell a new box, so if you're trying to sell a new box, you got to lean into the other stuff that you got too. I mean, they need to do some attention grabbing content. Man, Ed Boon, he was tweeting about Killer Instinct. Why not get Killer Instinct versus Mortal Kombat? Hey, if you made that exclusive or something or to Xbox, you don't think that'll grab attention? And if you did a Halo versus Doom or a Halo Doom crossover, that will pull people over. Like, man, I would like to play that. I know Doom didn't sell well on PlayStation, and that's crazy. But exclusivity does count if you look in the grand scheme of things. And I'm not looking at it like, oh, you know what, Xbox should go full exclusive. I don't think that's the way to do it. Um, I think it has to be they have to use their IP to um increase their identity, because right now their reputation is kind of been put all through the dirt and everything. Casuals, when back in my day, my parents be like, "Well, you're always stuck on your Nintendo." Well, in today's day and age, is, "Oh, you're stuck on your PlayStation or something." Well, maybe not even then. Right now, probably a tablet or something for these kids.
Mhm.
But right now, when you associate the gaming for parents, like we're the parents, usually some that don't know better will go and be a casual and pick up a PlayStation for their kid. And that's the whole thing, that they need to give back that identity, that brand identity. And if you spend 2 years saying everything's an Xbox, then you hurt your brand by doing that. And I think right now, Asha is her mission is to kind of bring that back. Like, hey, you know what? Let's go serious with the console. Let's do this. But at the same time, you need something. You need more than tweets and commercials. You need the games. You need to say, hey, you know what? You only could find that over here. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna buy Wolverine. I'm gonna buy Phantom Blade Zero. And those games are not going to Xbox. Or at least I don't know about Phantom Blade Zero. But those games are not.
Wolverine is rumored 6 months, but
Yeah.
we'll see.
But even then, I want to play it. I want to play it day one. I'm ready to buy those games. Like I've been eyeing that game for a hot minute, but I want to play Wolverine. You know, and the thing with that is, like, back, I don't know, maybe last year, maybe even the year before, when we talk, we'll be like, oh, we're bots and stuff. I got a PlayStation. I'll play those games that are not on Xbox. Those are the exclusives. And I understand, like, right now games are not even successful games right now. Man, they're calling a game that did 3 million successful. And that's crazy.
Yeah,
Like,
because people are not buying games like that.
yeah, people are not buying games, and it is tough. But you have to also have some compelling IP. The thing that I don't get, this is what I honestly don't get. I don't understand, like, how is Spider-Man, how is Wolverine, and some of these other titles, Rise of the Ronins, Stellar Blade, you know, Last of Us, and all that. Why are they still stuck on PlayStation? And PlayStation is not the one with the bigger bank behind them. And why is it every time, everywhere I go, I see PlayStation advertised everywhere, everywhere? I mean, I'm not even kidding. I'm not even looking for it. I I see a PlayStation ad. I see this, and they're in the places that, outside of YouTube and Facebook and stuff like that. I'll be going to the store and stuff, and I see something about PlayStation, and it's crazy. I'm like, how is it that they got their exclusives and they got this marketing, but yet they don't have a big machine behind them to back them? You know what I mean? I know Xbox doesn't have free will to the bank of Microsoft. I know that, but they do have them behind them. And if Microsoft wanted to invest in and to say, you know what, let's make this thing bigger than what it is, then you got to put up the money. And the thing that I'm looking at is, like, if PlayStation pulls off the GTA 6 marketing rights, how in the heck did you let that happen? That's like slipping on the biggest banana peel in the world. You're Xbox. You got money. You could pull that GTA 6 marketing and run that. You could run that, and that will do wonders for Xbox to bundle that pack. So if they're the only ones to be able to bundle it, that will do wonders for the console. How do you slip on that? How do you slip on that? They can pull that rights. Yeah, I understand that PlayStation got a bigger market, but guess what? Under the table, you know that ponies are gonna buy it. They're still gonna buy it regardless if um if it's getting bundled. So I mean, Xbox could have pulled that marketing is that they had to put up that bread. And if they would have put up that bread, that's a good investment. Only one game like that comes out in how many years? Not that game doesn't come around often. A game like that. If I was Xbox, I would have secured it. That would have been the number one thing. As soon as they announced production for GTA 6, I would have like, man, yo, let's go and grab that and lock it up. I would have. They should have locked it up. And I don't know if they got it or not. And if they didn't get it, man, at least 50-50 50-50 marketing. You know, not have PlayStation get full rights on that game. That goes to exclusivity. A game like that will sell your box. And you know, the exclusive all by themselves is not gonna overall sell the box, but that's a part of it. And it has to go with from exclusives, a couple exclusives or whatever, to marketing, to how you treat your brand, how you show the world your brand. You know, and you can't be showing the world like, oh, you know what, everything here is even your cat is an Xbox. You can't do that. You're
Well,
messing it up.
well, I mean, they already closed that chapter, right?
Yeah,
Like they're already
yeah.
like
I'm
that's
glad.
already
Thank
done.
God.
So they're not doing that anymore. So all right. So this is the thing. All right, I understand. I hear you. So like I feel like in all of this, and I took a bunch of notes of things I wanted to bring up, but ultimately, I hear a lot about what Xbox has to do. I still don't really hear what that means to you.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
how does it? What does doing all those things that you said?
I said it in the
What
beginning.
does that do for you as an Xbox gamer?
I said it in the beginning. Nobody wants to go and watch a sports team and root for them just to
Okay,
be like, oh well, fuck it. If
so
they
that's what.
lose, it's over with. You know,
Okay, so
like okay, I'm cool with it.
that's what I was waiting
I
to hear.
you
So
know, I'm a bot. I love the games. They supply me. Like I said, as far as it doesn't do nothing for me. If you want me
mhm.
to say that, that's I'll give you that. That's it. But to know that, hey, you know what? Uh, I got to see the brand that I prefer, to see him out there and doing all these things. Hey, it it's like look, I'm from the shy. I'm from the city. You know, I'm a
Mhm,
Chicago Bears fan. All right.
mhm,
So you can imagine how I felt when the Bears was kicking the shit out of the Packers ass this year. We didn't go to the
mhm.
Super Bowl, but damn, that was my Super Bowl right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like I said,
So
if you're gonna root for, if you don't want to root for your team and then to see them, you know, getting thrown dirt on all the way through everywhere you go, you know,
so
I
this
want
is
to see
the
them win.
this is the thing. Um,
Mm,
I gotta tell you whether Xbox was number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ponies are still gonna throw dirt on them, right?
No,
That's
true,
just what
true.
they're always gonna do. So you're always gonna see the same stuff. That's never gonna change. But my
Hmm.
thing is, you know, as much as the sports team analogy works in general, right? With being a fan of something, um, in a world where the way PlayStation does things is the way that Xbox does things, then I can agree with you, right? Because then at that point, you're just another person, right? Because nothing has changed for you. But the reality is on Xbox is not that way, right? On Xbox is not that way. On Xbox, they are giving you, if you're a subscriber. If you're not, then obviously that's a different situation. But if you're a subscriber of Game Pass, you're getting what no one else is getting, right? Like when you think about these things, like you're talking about the sports team, but like, do you care about Xbox winning or about you winning? Right? Because like for me, the reason why I'm even doing this at this point is I don't understand how Xbox having, an exclusive stopping somebody else from playing the game and they're not collecting that money from somebody else. How does that hurt me if I'm getting that game day one in Game Pass?
Oh,
Like if
that doesn't
I'm
hurt you. That
yeah,
doesn't hurt.
I'm
That doesn't hurt
winning.
me either. I
It
think it's
doesn't.
more of, like I said, I think it's just more of you just wanting to see them do good. Like I just want to. For me, I think it's just more on a, like, they don't got to win a Super Bowl for me. I just want them to be respected. That's it.
Yeah, but Xbox is respected by many. That's why they make billions of dollars of profit.
If we're talking about Twitter, the ponies,
Yeah,
and the
that's the
media,
only
I don't
conversation
think that
we're really talking
respect
about.
is gonna be like earned in that way, in the way
Xbox can
that
make every
we're
game in the
we're
world that's
hoping.
amazing.
We don't want the
Tony's just gonna
Xbox
say it's
tax to
trash.
we don't want the Xbox tax to exist, but it does, and it has for
Yeah, it does.
so freaking long. And listen, Asha said they're gonna bring someone in to kind of like help with the image, and that's
Brand image and shit, yeah.
yes, and that's something that they're gonna be trying to address and work on and see what they can do. And she's been very forward with some of the people that have been kind of slandering and saying certain things about, why don't we have a conversation? So she's trying to address some of these things. But the idea that us in our Game Pass giving up Halo, Forza, and Fable to um bring them in as exclusives, and that's going to somehow change the way that these people talk about Xbox or their games. I mean, that's not something that we're just gonna get. Realistically, probably no matter what they do, because think of where Xbox was and where they are now and all the changes that they've made. And um even when they bought all these studios and now it was out of the loop of the Halo, Gears, and Forza, that's all they have. That didn't change the mentality out there. They just found something else to bitch about. Oh yeah, well, they bought the studios, but where are the games now? The games are not coming out. What do they buy them for? Like, it's always moving the goal to the next thing to talk about. And honestly, like, we have 6 kids, and like, I personally, for the sake of potentially getting the media or anybody out there to change their opinion, because Xbox is doing Xbox things. We talk about all the time how Xbox is dead every other day, but somehow it's more alive than anything else out there. So if this is being dead, then
Like, we
you know what I
literally talk
mean?
about that. You know what I'm
So
saying?
I
So, like,
don't
it just makes
think
no sense.
I just wouldn't say, you know what, take these games out of my Game Pass, in the idea that these ignorant people who are trying to do nothing other than find a new reason to slander Xbox. And we're not talking about an even feel here, because when PlayStation does things that are not even imaginable for Xbox to do, because who knows how far they'll take it with the nonsense, they don't have the same energy. They don't even address it. They think it's all fine and dandy. PlayStation's doing well. For me to say take out these games in hopes that the ignorance will stop,
Yeah, that's
no way in hell that I'm
kinda
gonna
wild.
gamble and say, here, I'm gonna take money out of my pocket. And honestly, Halo, they make a collector's edition, that's getting bought regardless of it being in Game Pass or not. But telling them, here, take these games out so that Fate stays with whatever, or even taking it further back, these people talk about Xbox when they fire someone, or they have to let some people go, and it's like this big mean corporation, instead of continuing to pay them even if they don't need them or they're not doing their job, That's what they should be doing because they have so much money. So if they have so much money, I'm not going to sacrifice what's in my Game Pass so that big old Xbox gets to somehow try to clear their image. No, sorry, I can't put my being before
for
a
Xbox.
corporation.
Yeah, like they're making
stupid
billions
money.
Of profit. You know what I'm saying? Like billions of
They're
dollars
making
in
stupid.
profit.
Even if I'm not going out there and buying every single game that I'm playing straightforward, like here's the money. Every month they're getting full price because I'm not going to get deals. 3 Game Pass Ultimate subscriptions from us. So they're
Right.
getting plenty of money. I don't need to say here, now take this out too.
For somebody else to maybe think we're cool. You know what I'm saying? Like that's something crazy to me. The other thing too is like I know you brought up Helix, right? Because I saw you say like what you got a new console, you need something to sell it with, but like I think we're forgetting that this is not going to be the same. This is not the same situation. Helix is not going to have an exclusive. Like I literally was at GDC. The entire point that Xbox is doing with Helix and that entire package is build the game once, it goes everywhere, like through the whole Xbox stack. Like they're not interested in creating fake gates to make people do things. If anything, they're positioning Helix as a luxury item. Like, hey, if you want the absolute best, pony up and go buy the Helix. If not, we're making Gen 9 literally what she said. They're trying to make it sustainable, right? They want that generation to be great because that's the generation that is staying. This generation is not leaving. So like if you want the Helix, you're going to get the benefit of having the best looking game. I'm sure that they're going to have a DLSS 5 like setup with whatever their thing with AMD is to make that crazy advancement in Starfield and all this other game, make them look crazy like that Resident Evil 9 demo we saw, right? Like that is going to be the exclusive for Helix, is having the better version of the game, right? Like we all talk about, well, people are leaving Xbox to go to PC. Well, if they're not console gamers, then like they didn't go to PC because PC has exclusives. You know what I'm saying? Like they went to PC because they have everything there. It's the anti-exclusive. You know what I'm saying? It has all the stuff, right? So it's like, I don't know. That seems wild to me. And then I guess the biggest thing for me is like not the biggest thing, but like you brought up your PlayStation, right? And how you want Wolverine, and it's like, okay, cool, all right. Well, I mean, are you using your PlayStation outside of that on a regular? Like, are you normally playing other games on your PlayStation?
I'm
Like, are you
actually
buying other games all the time on your PlayStation?
I buy games on my PlayStation, but I'm more Xbox. I play on my Xbox, like pretty much. I'm loaded with games on Xbox to play, so
Okay.
I'm playing there. I'm playing Stalker 2 right now. I'm playing Mouse PI. I'm playing Ninja Gaiden 4. Um, I'm 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 playing like I do have Game Pass and all that, and I do play that, but I also play the games that I buy too. Um, on PlayStation, the only thing that I'm attracted to really is Wolverine, but outside of that, that's really my son. He plays on that.
Okay. So outside of your son who plays on PlayStation because he has whatever game he likes on there, right? You personally, you're not really playing on the PlayStation, right? So
No,
outside of Wolverine,
I try to
right?
hold on.
Okay.
Majority, like, okay, we'll go back to like the Phantom Blade Zero. I wasn't sure if that's coming to Xbox or was just a PS5 thing. But I've been eyeing that game for a hot minute. I heard a rumor that it was coming to Xbox. Majority of all the games that I buy that that uh that where it's available on Xbox, even if it came out on like if it came out on PS5 first, like for instance, uh even though it was with all that drama with the Black Myth Wukong, I wanted to play that. I could have played it, but I knew it was coming to Xbox, so I waited and I bought it on Xbox.
Okay.
So it's not like, for me, I prefer Xbox.
So so that's
That's the
the
whole
thing.
thing. But go ahead.
So just like what you just said, right? And I think that's the point, right? So just like what you do, right? Where you buy the PlayStation just to, go ahead and
Get the shit
play
that I'm not gonna
certain
be able
games.
to get.
Yeah, but
But
that's the only
at the
time
end of the
PlayStation sees money from you, right? Is those few times a year, right?
Mhm.
That's not what you're buying every month, all your games, right?
Yep.
You're just a few times a year you're doing that, right? If
It's just a
somebody
few
was on
titles,
Xbox,
whatever. A
yeah,
few titles, yeah, whatever.
yeah, a few titles a year though, like 12
Yeah, something
months.
that grabs my attention that I'm gonna buy. Yeah,
Yeah, if not,
and
you're
if
normally
it's
buying it on
And
Xbox. And even if it
and do
comes
you
to
pay for
PlayStation, if you have an
PlayStation
inkling
Plus?
it's coming to Xbox,
I
you'll
got
buy it on
PlayStation
Xbox too.
Plus paid. That's paid too. I mean,
So they're getting
my
that money too. What
Oh,
attracted
so
your
you
son
yeah,
to that?
yeah,
to what my son to PlayStation.
To PlayStation. Yeah.
All right,
Friends?
so I got two Xboxes. I got two Nintendo Switches. I got a PS5, and so um, I bought my son my oldest. I bought him a Switch back then, the Gen One. Then after that, um, when when the Xbox Series X came out, I got him a Series X because I'm originally always been a bot since the OG one. The only gen I missed was Xbox One. That gen I missed because, like I said, I had some stuff going on in my life. But I missed that era, that PS4 era. Also, that era I missed. That gen I missed. I have a PS3 big boy. I got the original. I got Xbox 360. I still got my systems, but I bought him a Series X. My little one, he wanted he wanted a game for himself, something. So I figured, I was like, you know what? I showed him the PS. I showed him PS5 because I necessarily don't hate PlayStation. I don't hate it. You know, I don't. I'm not a pony either. But like my whole thing is that I just don't like their community. Their community sucks ass, and I'm a bot. I just prefer Xbox, but I don't necessarily hate them. I don't hate, I don't, I think some of the games they made were
right.
great.
It's just
So
a console, like it's just games.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. So it
So
was your
I
choice. It
picked that
wasn't
up for
a
him. I
thing
picked
from
that
him.
up for him. So that way
Got it.
I picked it
But
up.
is he
Okay,
playing the
so hold on,
exclusives
my
over there only, or is he playing multiplats?
uh he's really just playing like Fortnite and Roblox.
Yeah,
Okay, so
multi-plats.
basically
Same
something
kid
that if
games,
you
right? The
didn't
same
buy a
ones.
PlayStation and you
So
had an Xbox
hold on.
instead,
But let me go back to the other reason why I picked it up too.
okay,
Sorry. So the other reason I picked up a PS5 is because when I was younger, you know, I had to pick up a system at a time. Obviously I was a
Now
kid.
you can afford all of it, right?
Yeah, my pops, he had to pick up, what I'm asking for him, and at the same token, for me to even get something new, I had to platinum the shit out of that game or whatever. Whatever I had to platinum it. I had to show him like, yo, I'm already tired of this. I already done did it all already. So
mhm,
I would have to work hard and do stuff to put away money so that way I could buy my own stuff. You know what I mean?
mhm,
So I I had I bought me a Genesis. Then after that, I got me a Super Nintendo. Well, he bought me a Genesis. I bought me a Super Nintendo, and then after that, I got me a Sega Saturn. I got me a PS1. You know, all those things. So I'm like, okay, well, when I was a kid, I didn't have those options and stuff. So I was like, I just figured, you know what? For their birthdays, I'll get them those gifts. You know,
Dope.
I'll get them something so that way they have a taste of everything. You know,
The
and
way
then
you
they,
should be if you could do it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
As
and
far as
they can decide what they like. You know, I put it in front of them, and they decide like what they like. My little one, he likes playing on his PS5. He also asked me for a Series S for Christmas. So I got him a Series S for that for him. I would have got him a Series X, which I would have rather done, but he wanted a Series S because it was white.
yeah,
but
that's fine.
but so the whole thing is, I just think that I don't, like I said, I don't think going full exclusive is gonna change and change the needle. But what it's just gonna do is just set the tone, like just move things along for everybody. I mean, as far as on their camp, if we're big into reading into the news and stuff like that, and what's happening daily with games and stuff, then that means that we care about what happens. So I mean, I just would just like to see, you know, Xbox being healthy and all that stuff. I like Xbox. That's my preferred brand, and that's about it. I mean,
What if
as
you
far
knew they
as
were
in
healthy?
reality, it doesn't do nothing for me.
What
You
if you
know,
knew they were healthy without exclusives?
then that'd be fine. Like I said, at the end of the day, I can care less. I'm just in under perception. Like, man, what can they do to actually fix the perception? That's it. That's my whole
But I,
thing on it.
yeah, I get that. I get
That
that. I think, and I agree with the situation. I think that, you know, I know people want to say like, oh, throw in the towel, or they're being defeatist. Like, guys,
I
like I don't think it matters to
yeah
us, because at the end of the day, what really matters is the games, right? Like that's why you own a PlayStation and a Nintendo Switch, right? If
yeah.
it
I
was
mean,
if it was only about the Xbox name, then you would have been like, I won't dare own that shit, right? But no, of course, you're a gamer. You want to fucking have access. You want your kids to have access. We own everything too. I don't give a shit. Ain't nobody gonna tell me that I'm not a whatever because I own other shit. That's crazy, right?
yeah. I
Like
mean, all it
I
is
own
is just
different brands
I
of cars
think
too, and I fucked like, I just own
I just
different shit.
think look, I just think all it is just people in the community right now. They're just trying to throw their ideas of what can they do to just change the perception of the brand. I mean, if that doesn't matter for anything, then why is Asha even tweeting? Because at the end of the day, they changed the CEO for a reason. You know,
Yes,
uh, we know Phil saved it. We know that. Um, but the thing is that they changed it for a reason, and if they're taking, I know the losses may not be huge as far as like the quarterlies. It may not look like, I mean, it may look huge if you look at the numbers, but for people that don't understand the numbering game in that, you know, that's going back from different calculations, and then now that every year they 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 increase their target. Every year their target's going to be different. You know, like even where I work at, year after year, our target goes up, and that still doesn't that that doesn't change how much you do or anything like that. The goal keeps getting higher and higher every year, and what they're trying to do is just to increase it to get up to that goal, and then after that, once they reach that goal, then they set the next targets. But Xbox haven't been meeting those targets, and in that and what people think, you know, like you know, it looks better than what it is on
yeah,
paper.
and I agree. I think the thing is though is that I think people are saying that, well, if they want to do something different, then they wouldn't have brought Asha in, right? But like she is doing shit different.
Yeah, she is.
You know what I'm
She
saying?
is,
Like she's
and
already doing it, but I think what we're trying to project is that oh, she's doing shit different, that means she must be coming back to exclusives. But it's
No,
like
I don't really
she's
think
just,
that. Like,
yeah,
I
she's
don't think
doing
that.
things different. She's talking about the stuff that we care about as Xbox owners, right?
Yeah.
She's going in here and giving us features right away, updating, quick resume, updating achievements, right? We just the fans saw a picture and they said, man, we want that as a background, and she said, fuck it, let's give it to you as a background, right? Like, she is moving shit along that she is able to just kind of do. Exclusivity, she hasn't done shit with, right? She hasn't. She said, oh, I hear you. Oh, we're gonna look at it. Hey, we're gonna take the data. I can't promise anything. I'm gonna make the right decision, not a quick decision, right? If this was something that she came in saying, oh yeah, we're doing it, there's nothing to think about. The decision would have been made, right?
Yeah, I
So
don't.
the fact,
But I also feel though. I feel though she's coming in with a different attitude though.
she
It
is.
is a different attitude.
Oh yeah,
I
because she's
don't. I
bringing
don't
it
think.
about Xbox players, right? She's
Yeah.
making us feel seen because she's giving us shit now. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like, she did upgrades immediately on so much shit so quick, right? Within 2 months, we had so many new features and so many upgrades for our box, for the handheld. Like, we got all this shit, right? Like, so yes, that's making us seen now. The
I,
conversation everybody's having, she's just addressing, like, hey, I hear you still talking about it, but like, if it was like, yes, we're gonna do it, it would already been done. She would have been like, yes, it's happening.
yeah. I mean,
Not to
as
say that
far
it's not gonna happen. I don't care either way, but I'm just saying that I don't think it's as like, I feel like a lot of people are getting hyped up on the idea just to be let down if it doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying? They're getting too invested in this idea that they're going to do it. And, talking shit about the brand that you like, supposedly, not you personally, but like the brand that we like, talking shit about it because of exclusives, which is something that doesn't change anything for you as a gamer. The only thing it changes is your ability to talk shit. And frankly, like, I understand, the YouTuber, right? The person who has a YouTube channel that's Xbox related, trying to get people like you to be like, yeah, that's important. Let's fucking rally it up, because if that happens, that gives them the talking point that they want, right? Oh, fuck you, ponies. You don't get to play this game. Ha ha ha. Right? Like, I get that. I understand. I was there. But at the end of the day, like, individually, when you think about yourself as a gamer,
no,
you,
like, look,
it doesn't change.
none of this at all actually matters to me. Like, it doesn't. It doesn't. Oh well. What I mean is, it doesn't. It doesn't change anything for me. Like, whether
Yeah,
they stay or they put out exclusives or anything like that, it doesn't do anything for me. Um, Other than that, this is just a club for people to go and talk to
and chill,
and chill
right?
and
Chill with your homies,
kick
talk
it with
shit.
your people, and that's it.
Yeah,
But at the end of the day, I mean, whatever they do, I mean, is besides what I can control. And so, I mean, I'm only, the only thing I can control is what I is from my wallet. That's it.
exactly.
100%. I think
Exactly.
it's also like the idea is hypocritical with like the brand being damaged, but then all we do is complain about the brand. So how about we figure out who's damaging the brand? Is it just the media and the ponies, or how much of that are we contributing to? I mean, when they're doing
To your
right
point.
by us.
So to your point, I don't like, I'm sure you guys noticed, right? Or maybe you haven't. I don't know. But I've been making it a point to try to, like, align our channel with more of what Xbox is doing. Like, I don't
Mm.
know if you guys have noticed, but like, sure, every once in a while I have like a crazy PlayStation headline, but I've been focusing a lot more on what Xbox is doing, what Asha's doing, what we're gaining as Xbox fans, because frankly, as much as obviously you still see we're going to talk shit whenever the moment is required, when something's going off, we're going to do it. But like, I feel like, we've like, there's so much good at Xbox that I want to highlight more of that, right? And that's why, we started doing doing it live, right? In the game night and doing all that shit, because it's like, I want to make sure that we're representing what I actually feel, which is fucking gaming is what it's about, man. And Xbox gaming in particular is the best gaming there is out there. If you could only be on one, it has to be Xbox, because they're the only ones giving you so much giving you, not allowing you to spend your money on as a buy every game that comes out. Game Pass is a crazy situation, and they just made it even crazier, going to $23 for Ultimate with everything intact outside of COD, which if you still want it, you still can just spend the money you're saving, right? So it's like, I've been trying to put more of a focus on Xbox fucking kicking ass and doing what it's doing, because it's underspoken about. Like, people don't really talk about too much of all the dope shit Xbox does, unless they're specifically targeting PlayStation in the mix. And it's like, cool, like, I understand that, and yeah, every once in a while we're definitely gonna do that. And even in talking about it, we still talk shit about PlayStation.
Hey, let me ask you this.
Wait, go ahead.
Let me ask you this.
Sure.
Okay. Now, for me, most of the brand damage for me doesn't come from PlayStation. And besides whatever these ponies think or anything like that, these pony channels and all that, besides what they think, I care less what they think, because I already know the truth. I play my Xbox every day. I know what's on there, and I know what I'm getting and all that stuff. But as far as for the brand damage is somebody not knowing what Game Pass is. That's kind of brand damage for me.
I mean,
for
but
me,
like, that
that's
doesn't take away for you.
no.
Somebody not
What I'm saying, it doesn't take away from me, because I know what Game Pass is. I'm saying
Yeah.
outside of me, like, if I'm at work and stuff, and I talk to somebody at work about gaming and stuff, and they're like, "What is Game Pass?" They don't know what it
Yeah, but
is, and
then you explain it to them, right?
and that's, to me, that's brand damage. Like, I know it's not like a definition for it, but for me, in my eyes, that's like, if somebody never heard of you, and like, how is that? And that's crazy. If they maybe they even play video games, how do they not know about you? And
So I would say that's a good point from somebody who is ingrained in this. But I would venture that those people you're talking about are not super ingrained in this, right? They could
yeah,
play games,
they
but there's a
they play
difference
games,
between
but
playing
it's,
games
mhm.
and being on YouTube watching videos all the time and living that, hunger for gaming information all day, every day, right? There's very different things, right? Because there's tons of shit. Like, my industry that I'm in my business, tons of people don't know like anything about the stuff that we're doing, right? It's only until they are involved in that exact scenario where they have to look into it, do they actually know anything about this stuff, right? So it's
I mean,
like, sure, that's cool, but you still have to have people have a desire to know things,
And then you're
in
hoping
order
that the
for them to
people that know, when
will
they run
spread the
into
will spread
somebody
the
that
news,
don't know,
word of mouth,
well,
right?
exactly, word of
let me
mouth.
ask
Just
you
like,
something.
Sure.
Is that brand damage a Halo developer wearing a PlayStation shirt?
No. No, that doesn't mean anything to me. They're marketing to PlayStation people. If they're talking about, hey, we're going to bring the game to PlayStation, um, they're just putting on a PlayStation shirt. That type of stuff is emotional damage.
wouldn't that
You know what I'm
be
saying? Like,
wouldn't
that's
that be good marketing?
yeah, that's like
That's
somebody seeing it and just being like, oh my god, I can't believe they're wearing what the fuck does that do to anybody?
wouldn't that make the PlayStation player feel more comfortable or
Yeah, they're
more
marketing to them
yeah,
in
a
that
little bit
moment. We already
more
know about Halo.
yeah, have the game appeal more to them?
And again, the game is going to be purchasable in both places. They're making that money. Again, I know, trust me, I know what the other people out there are saying, right? And how, oh my God, it's so crazy that this would happen. How dare they? What are they doing? They're doing nothing. They're doing nothing. If they're releasing the game on another console, do you expect them not to market it? Like they're telling it. I mean, they're wearing a
Can
fucking
you
t-shirt.
imagine burning down a PlayStation in the background and like, here, buy my game?
Like, here, we're releasing it there, but fuck PlayStation. You know what I'm saying? No, like they're gonna just play into what they're doing. And listen, you don't think that there's people who work at Xbox who are PlayStation fans? It's a job, right? People think that because they work in this place that they're huge fans of it. You know, I used to sell cars back in the day, and
Drove a different brand.
I drove a different
Or,
brand.
like,
I didn't even
you'll
like the
see-
cars that I was selling. I was just, they hired me.
You'll see
It's my
if you
job. I
go-
gotta
if
do what I
you
gotta
go to Starbucks, sometimes you'll see their employee walking in with Dunkin' Donuts coffee.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Like, it's
just
just
because
kinda-
they work at Starbucks, it doesn't mean that that's what they drink.
Yeah, it's just, look, and again, I would say that it's shit like that would never matter to me. And again, I know there's people out there making big deals about this shit. And look, I'm not saying people don't think for themselves, right? Like that's pragmatic. Duncan is 100% better. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate you. I'm not suggesting that people are some mindless drones and they have no thoughts on their own, but I will say that people are influenced highly by the shit that they see on these places, especially when people that you respect, right? You respect these people's opinion. You've seen them for years. They're saying things, and it's like, yeah, why the fuck are they doing that? Like, I get it.
Remember the Chandler episode where he was trying to not smoke, so he will listen to the tapes at night, and it just sometimes shit you hear does kind of
it
cause a
affects you.
ripple effect. Yes.
So I know
That's why when you're around a bunch of negative people, that's gonna probably bring down your mood, and you're gonna get affected by it. I don't
That's
like
why
that
people
shit.
get so pissy when they see us. They're like, "What the fuck are you happy about?"
They get
Don't you
so
see the world is
mad. Like,
burning at Xbox? Like, no, bitch,
I'm not upset.
so many games.
Fuck out of here.
What are you talking about? I'm living my best fucking. I can't too many games. I can't even catch up with shit. Like, what are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, look. This was important for me to do because I wanted to have people come out and kind of give their bars. And look, I'm definitely open, but be nice. I gotta tell you, and I think by now you feel it. Like you don't really think they need exclusives, right? Like,
No, personally, I don't. But
it's just part of the hype. It's part of the, oh shit, you guys don't have this game. That's dope. We're bots. We got this shit. Like, I get it.
You
And
know,
I'm
you
not
know
fighting
what it
and
is
you
more
feel
of.
that
I
way.
think it's more of like we got that new box coming, and just want to set the tone right. That's all.
Yeah, but for you, when you buy that box, right? You buy that box, you get it, you turn on your game, it looks fucking amazing, right? Whatever game you play, it looks amazing. Are you gonna be pissed that is not exclusive to this box if it looks amazing? Right?
Well,
if you look
for me, it's more about what I want from Helix as far as I don't need a day one exclusive, but what I would like is some launch titles. That's what I would like. Like,
I mean, I would venture that they would have something
that's for
lined
me.
up.
That's what I
would
want.
imagine they would have something lined up, but it's not going to be. I honestly don't think it'll be an exclusive. It'll drop on Series X.
No,
and Series S
like I said, I can care less if it's exclusive, but I'm more of like, look, Series X, it didn't. Okay, I'm not even gonna say Series X. Let's just, why don't we say it like this? Nintendo Switch, the Switch 2. They launched with Donkey Kong, right? But can you imagine if they would have launched with Mario? If they would have launched with Mario and maybe Donkey Kong at the same time?
They would have had they don't make enough games that are big to pop them both at the same time, I don't think. But
Mario would have been a more.
They had to do an opener and
impactful,
closer of the year like they did with the first one. You would think that they would follow their own, their own trajectory, right? They broke records with the Switch. They gave us fucking Zelda in a way that we've never experienced it before. I guess they I guess they thought they did that with Donkey Kong because they gave us Donkey Kong in a way we never experienced it before too.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
turned
that
out
was, that was completely new.
about Donkey Kong. But
I
they
think
did.
they thought
Legend
Mario
Zelda
Kart was the other
and
one.
Mario.
Yeah,
Yes.
it
They
was,
did.
so,
They
Well,
thought
it's actually with
Mario Kart was
Mario
gonna be
first,
that game.
right? The Donkey Kong was right there. Or
Yeah, it was
later,
like a
or
month
what?
or
I
two
don't
later. Yeah, Mario
Yeah,
Kart
it was
was
a
the
little later.
launch title, and
know.
yeah.
But
yeah.
the Mario Kart wasn't enough of a jump, right?
Yeah.
We all know that
Well,
now.
I wasn't, my whole thing from day one, I wasn't gonna jump unless they give me a Super Punch Out.
Yeah, well,
That's it.
it got you
But
anyway.
no, I'm talking about Switch 2.
Oh,
Switch
okay.
2. But for me, as far as for Helix, you know, if I'm gonna put up that, I want to play some stuff that, you know, just came
It's
out.
just dropping fresh. Yeah.
Yeah, I want some fresh. I want to be like, man, I got the fresh thing. I got this fresh thing right here. I want to play it up.
I'm sure we're
they
gonna
always
get.
have.
Listen, Helix is gonna be no pisser.
It's not gonna be a pisser. That's true.
Oh
No.
wow!
That's true.
Look, they
can keep
always
the
have
pisser.
COD.
I'm
That's
good.
gonna launch with it anyway,
That's true.
right? Because
There'll be a new
every fall
COD
you're gonna
around
get
that
that.
time.
Yep.
They always have one or two other big games in the fall, right? So I
Yeah,
would
and honestly, they have so many
It's not
games
like they
now.
don't have a roadmap.
Yeah.
There's so many games still to come, right? So
Yep.
I'm
and
not
then
worried about
expect
that.
like
I'm
a
sure
big
they'll have
game
games.
in
That's not a problem.
the beginning of the year, the following year after Helix. Like expect a big game.
Yeah, and I think they have Clockwork. That could be the
Yep.
big fall game,
State of
and then
Decay 3.
Elder Scrolls 6 could be the one in the spring, just like they did with Oblivion, right? They could launch that as like that launch window. You'd have two big RPGs. That'd be awesome, and you have COD right in the middle. And you're right, State of Decay 3 could come out right around then, or it could come out in the summer or something like that. I don't know. They'll have to space it out, but they have tons of games. That's really just not.
That
the
being
issue. They have
said,
so many games.
Launch titles very different than exclusives, right? So for the sake of this conversation that we kind of came here for, right? Xbox doesn't need exclusives. Changed my mind. That was the idea, and I think we can agree that Xbox doesn't need exclusives.
I'm still in the middle. I'm still kind of in the middle. Like I don't know.
It's a desire, though. It's not a need. It's a desire.
Well, for me, I don't care, but I'm just trying to see it through other people's eyes. You know, people that ain't in the ecosystem. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, but they're not missing out on what they don't know. Do you know what I'm saying? Like they're not,
and that's a problem.
But how do you attract them? I think that's the problem, right? So how do you keep the enthusiasm up with the core, and then how do you attract more? And that's something Asha has to figure out.
That's something that's their problem to figure out if that's
Xbox's issue to figure out, because I can't sit here like there's someone out there not worried about this because they don't know about these games or this box or whatever it is. But I'm supposed to be here stressed about the fact that they don't know. That's not my job. My job is to enjoy the games and the things that they're providing us with. See, that's where that line is. That shouldn't be crossed, because like, give me the fun, give me the joy. I think there's enough with like work and bills and all the stressful shit in life that when we're talking about the hobby, focus on the idea that some people out there may not know, because Xbox has not covered that yet somehow. Like there are plenty of people that don't know about a lot of shit, but I can't carry that on my freaking shoulders. That's bullshit.
Also, if it helps, anytime you have the inkling of feeling like, man, I really wonder how I can help Xbox sell more consoles, just remember every time you ever saw a pony post about console sales and you said to them, console sales don't matter, bro. Okay, nobody's buying the fucking games, right? That's what we say all the time. Console sales don't matter because nobody's buying the games, right? How does your console sales help you, PlayStation? If 90 million people have a box and 3 million people or 1 million people or 5 million people or 10 million people buy your game, how did those console sales help you? If they can't sell more games than Xbox has on an install base, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. They don't matter having more, right? But all right, yo, listen, be nice, man. Thank you, my
Thank
brother.
you for rocking out,
Appreciate you
bro.
coming through. Thank you for giving us your bars, man. Thank you for always coming through, man. You're the man with the master plan, bro.
All right. Thank you
All right,
guys. You
homie.
guys have a good night. I'll continue to
Yeah.
watch the show until you guys break out.
All right, man. Thanks, bro.
You too, bro.
All
Have a
right.
good night.
Looks
Good
like
night.
we have one. Good night, brother. Looks like we have one last man on the clock here. Motherfucking E-Ranks.
E-Ranks, number 3 in the building tonight.
Live in the building. He made
Steve,
it.
Doodle,
been-
Hargeet. What
What's
is
up, player?
up, bro?
What
Oh
is
man,
up?
it has been forever since I've been on. Oh man, I almost fell asleep waiting. But
Well, thank you for not falling asleep.
Thank you for waiting, man. We know it's a long wait, but happy to have you back on the show, bro.
oh, of course. So I'm glad to be here. Glad to hang out with you guys. No, it's super late,
man.
and thanks for having this town hall thing.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
great to
absolutely.
hear everyone's perspective on the matter.
Absolutely.
For sure, man. Well, let's start us off, man. Are you for or against?
You see, this is going to be very painful for me.
Oh shit.
I am against
Mm.
pretty firmly.
Nice.
And you know what? I'm not going to sit here and, try to play it down the middle, act like I'm not biased. I don't like Sony. I don't like PlayStation. I really, really don't like these annoying ponies that are living on Twitter. I'm like King
Preach.
David. I want them to die on the vine. I want them to get
Oh,
Popeyes
shit.
biscuits, nothing.
Oh, shit.
I want, and all due respect, to be nice, I might have to change my name to Be Mean because, honestly, I am sick of all of this garbage that they have. But enough with the worst platform. But let's focus on Xbox here.
Yes.
As much as I would like exclusives to come back in theory, that is not going to help them grow to be where they need to be. Listen, they don't need a game that no one else can play. They need a service and a subscription and features that no one else can match. They need to be on a level where people choose to play in the Xbox ecosystem by default. The way that you do that
Yes.
is not by locking away games from other people. And I feel like there's this misconception that exclusives is going to be some silver bullet to fix the perception issues that they've had. The problem for them is they haven't really had much of a presence they've only had a presence in 13 countries. So most of the world doesn't really understand the value that Xbox offers. And even in those countries, stock has been relatively limited. And even
Yes.
in places where they've had stock and they have a presence there, the messaging has been off. And a lot of that is Microsoft's fault. Just from it, I think it's been very clear they've been cutting back on things like R&D and marketing to fuel a lot of AI initiatives that they have, and now they're starting to come around back to it. And this isn't just an Xbox thing; you also see it with Windows as well. But really, what Asha is doing, and what she's doing a great job, is really resetting a tone in communication and being clear. I think the clarity is kindness bullet point that she had is what she's practicing every day, and that is going to help fix their their perception. It's not going to be locking away all of these games. Their first party studios, they need to be showcases for the brand, not gatekeepers for the brand. Like they every time you put a first party game like on PlayStation, ugh, yeah, but we put it over there, or Nintendo. I don't think a lot's gone over to Nintendo yet, but it'll get
That's
there
the way.
eventually.
That's the market we didn't tap into yet, bro.
Right, but like when you do that, th- having an amazing game is just going to be almost like an advertisement being like, hey, you could pay $70 for this here, or you could get it in Game Pass either on the Xbox console or PC. You're spreading your message that way. I mean, Sony does exclusives, Nintendo does exclusives. I don't. I think Xbox trying to fight Sony and Nintendo in an exclusive battle is handicapping them. You don't see
Yep.
Batman trying to fist fight Superman. The dude brings out kryptonite to win that battle. It's like they gotta switch the shit up. Like they can't
Facts.
just
Yep.
like battle them and win that. Honestly, I want just the ponies to shut up and go away. The fastest route to doing that is using your superpowers, which is your service. So really,
Yep.
I think a better way of spending that money is to fix features on the PC store, increase your presence in other countries, increase stock. Hey, here, how about campaign on value? How about lower the console price to get people who are still on the Xbox One and the PS4 in? By the way, I'm not sold that people who are just on PS4 wouldn't switch over to a Series S or X if it was a good enough value. Those guys are still playing like 10 frames a second at like 1080p over there. You think they care about like a Series S performance? They'll probably be just super excited if that's playing
Exactly.
GTA or the new Madden or whatever. And it's like, I don't know. I don't want to be PlayStation. They got like 95 million consoles over there. 93 million of them are Roblox machines. I don't want
Mhm.
to
Facts.
like go down that route. It just seems like it seems like a waste of money and time, and it's just really limited short-term thinking to think that exclusives is going to be your silver bullet. As much as I would like them to work, and I think it would help, like Xbox content, like creators and channels, like you say, which I'm a part of and I enjoy too. It's just not a long-term strategy that I think will win. Netflix didn't beat Blockbuster by having exclusive DVDs. They beat Blockbuster by making their whole system obsolete. They put
Yep.
those guys in the ground by switching it up. Like
God
that
damn. I wish
is
I had like a rewind button, so like rewind
Yep.
that shit, say that again. That people keep forgetting that part. They keep
right.
forgetting that part.
Yeah, it's like it's insane. And I keep hearing all these analogies that are just drive me insane. It's like, oh,
Trash.
I can't order a Whopper at McDonald's. It's like, no, you have to get a Whopper at Burger King. But I don't have to buy a Burger King franchise to get a Whopper. I can just drive up and get it. Like there's
Exactly.
Facts.
it's just different. It's like I don't know. It's like PlayStation has Spider-Man, Nintendo has Mario. And the Xbox, I guess we'll just have to settle for the best deal of gaming, thousands of games, cross play, cross
Woe is
Oh
buy,
us.
man,
progression,
what the fuck?
Woe
subscriptions.
is
But yeah,
us.
I guess Xbox is the one losing. And somehow, if this is a sports analogy, I'm supposed to feel like I'm on the losing team. No, look at all the great stuff that all of us get. Like we have been winning. We have been winning this entire time, and
Facts.
like the last couple years, I realize it's been there's been some copium going on in our community because it's very easy to make a Twitter post like, haha, I have your game or whatever, and but I'd rather respond back, haha, I still have $70 and a lot more games than you. um
Facts.
it's
Facts.
I I don't know. I just I think Xbox has a lot of work to do, and exclusives is not this silver bullet that people think that it is going to be. Um, I just
They're just hoping, E-Ranks.
yeah.
They're hoping. And they're spreading that word for the hope that their channels will get bigger if exclusives come back. That's the hope. That's the
Yeah,
prayer.
which I mean, and I can understand it from that standpoint, and I want these channels to grow. Hey, hell, I'm a mod for for Dirt and Sean. I love those guys. I root for those guys. I'm in the chat all the time. But like, I feel like there's it feels like there's a divide in the Xbox community when there doesn't really have to be. Um,
Exactly.
it just I don't know.
Like
This
if we can't
feels
come together when there's Game Pass and all these
All
games
the
and we
most
have a
amazing
new
shit.
console coming and it's like when is that time going to be? There's always a reason for some bullshit. And it's like just cut the crap.
right, exactly. And you know what? Like, okay, you asked the last couple people who called in, like, what changes for you and what makes it different. And really, exclusives doesn't change anything for anyone. It makes me kind of annoyed, like honest, like if I'm being just honest, it makes me feel annoyed to see the the Halo market guy wearing a PlayStation shirt. It makes me annoyed to see Gears going over there. It makes me annoyed that they have like okay, it makes me annoyed, but honestly, it doesn't do much for me. You know what really actually pisses me off though? When I want to play Resident Evil 9, when I want to play Pragmata on my 5080 rig, and I can't buy them through the Xbox store because they didn't optimize their shit properly enough to
Mm.
expand the selection on that. So now I have to take my money over to Steam when I would rather keep my gaming and my collection on the Xbox PC. And I know I'm weird because I use the Xbox PC, but I still I love Play Anywhere.
Yeah,
I harken
but
back
E-Ranks,
to yeah.
in some circles, some people out in the streets say what you have to say don't mean shit because you don't only play on console. So since you don't only play on the Xbox console, E-Ranks, like us, we don't only play on the Xbox console. We're just PC guys. Even though we buy more Xboxes than most people will ever buy in one lifetime. We're just PC guys, E-Rank. So you gotta be careful. You see, you had everybody until you said that you want to use your 5080 rig, bro. Goddamn.
Yeah,
So
and you know what?
E-Ranks.
I have my Series X right next to it, and I play on the console quite frequently, and it's why I really love seeing things in Play Anywhere because I'm always jumping back and forth from the couch to my office, and different games I feel like have different optimal experiences depending on what the game is. Maybe I want to be on the couch for a more, a cinematic narrative story driven game, and maybe I want to be, at the computer for something that's more intensive. And Xbox provides the option to do that. And sometimes I'm in different rooms and I don't feel like moving. If I can take my library with me from one room to the other, from one machine to another,
Yep.
that's amazing. And by the way,
That's a W.
that doesn't make me not an Xbox gamer. That makes me more of an Xbox gamer. I'm playing
Yep.
on more places than
Facts.
people. And I'm looking at Play Anywhere, and it's just Xbox is solving so many issues that I had as a kid. Like one with Game
100%,
Pass,
bro.
like going to Blockbuster and only selecting like one game a week with my parents, and you get home and it's like, oh man, this game is ass.
Yes,
But I'm
God
stuck with
damn.
it for the next
So
week.
many times.
Yeah.
Fucking
Take me
box art.
back to take this shit
Fucking
back.
box art. Like, yo, that shit looks crazy. You turn it on, like, what the fuck is
Yeah.
this?
Oh yeah, exactly. Or like, and with Play Anywhere, man, I remember just having a Game Gear and a Genesis when I was a kid, and I was a Sega kid, and I'm just like, man, I'm only getting one game for my birthday. Do I want to get Mortal Kombat on Game Gear, or do I want to get it on the Genesis?
Yep.
And I had to make that decision. Now, like you buy that once in the Xbox ecosystem, you got that everywhere. That is such a service, and that is the marketing that they need to get out further and to more people. They need to.
Well, they tried with This Is an
Yeah.
Xbox, and that shit did not fly. That shit did not fly.
I mean, well, because they started. I mean, the whole "This Is an Xbox" campaign, I feel like had a lot of issues in
Yeah,
there.
that blew up in their face.
But I mean, like, if they just kept it to, hey, check out, this Xbox Ally and your console, and you can
Well,
move
she
back
wanted to
and forth.
brand it. You know what I'm saying? She wanted to brand the movement. This
Yeah.
is an Xbox. Like that was.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a
That was-
movement, but I hear you. Like it should have been a little bit more simplified, a bit more to the
Yeah,
point.
it should have been simple. Like for instance, Asha kind of did a backhanded. Well, I guess it was just pretty direct. Instead of "This is an Xbox," she wrote "We are Xbox."
Mm.
That's power.
Yeah,
it's a power move right there.
It is. I mean, I don't know. That's about all the bars I have.
bro,
There were
you
bars, bro.
freaking killed it. You cooked, bro.
Look at
Thank
that.
you for coming on the show.
Fucking close it up. Fucking lovely.
Of course,
Close it up,
guys.
lovely. Well, E-Ranks, you the man, bro. Appreciate you.
Thank you,
Been a
bro.
pleasure, and you guys have a great weekend.
Hey,
You
thank
too,
you,
man.
brother.
Thank you
Appreciate
so
man.
much.
Adios.
Absolute pleasure.
All right. Well, I think we made it through everybody. So before we go, Hargeet.
Yeah, you want me to give you sort of the Yeah, I
So
can
how
give you
you-
sort of like the devil's advocate view of this, right? So, you know, my view, I don't care about exclusives. I think it's kind of pointless, but I will try to give you the other side of it as best as I can. So we can take a look at where they were and what they've been doing. So they tried the idea of exclusives. That didn't go. They tried the idea of put everything over there, and that made it even worse. And now they have to figure out how to deal with it, right? And so we say, okay, look, exclusives aren't going to change anything. Cool. What will? So you take the idea of, say, Netflix. Hey, we just changed the industry. They tried that. It didn't work. Now what? So the only thing that happens right now is exclusivity, which sad, but it is what it is. Their two main competitors are looking for exclusives. That's the way they work. As we hear from PlayStation, I don't know if it's true or not. They're even pulling their games from PC. Okay, that's an idea, but that's the world they're in, right? So now if you're Xbox and you see this and you say, well, okay, we tried. We're going to give you everything. We're going to give you a whole new way to play. You can play on anything you like. We're putting the thing on the TV. You don't even have to have a freaking Xbox. It's in the TV. Just use it. Didn't work. Now what? So now you reevaluate and say, all right, if that's the game, how do we play the game? Right? So I don't know if this is what they're looking at, but I bet you they are thinking about it, right? And what will they do to say, all right, do we go back to the fray and do exactly what used to work? Maybe that's the only answer. And an unfortunate thing, but maybe that's the only answer. And so I don't know if that's like, if there's just no way forward, which sucks, but there may just be no way forward.
I don't think that's
it is what it is, right?
I don't think that's
So,
I just can't see it being the thing that, not that way. If they're gonna do it, if Asha does exclusivity, it's not because that's the way forward. That's her trying to do what she's been doing, which is make her little mark everywhere she can. And if she says, hey, we're doing some form of exclusivity, and she comes out and say, hey, these games are going to be exclusive for a year or whatever the case, that will have an impact that she would be the person who did it, right? And I think that would be the case. There is no way that a company like Microsoft, again, they're focusing on the core, and that I agree with. And maybe to them, the core means showing exclusives again. Maybe that's the case. We don't know what
and
they're
it's
gonna
all
do.
phrasing, right? Because
is all
again, if you can phrase it as if that's the situation when it's not necessarily. Look at, this is an Xbox. It's all phrasing. Had they phrased it properly, that would have worked just fine. So
nothing
if
has
she
changed.
wraps it with a ball, exactly.
This is an Xbox.
RG.
Still is the exact thing they're doing.
They went and grabbed the freaking eraser and deleted everything, but guess what? It's all still the same. But if she goes ahead, wraps it with a bow, and says, this is somewhat exclusive, they'll eat it up, because that's what they need to hear right now.
Bro,
So,
if they do exclusives and that shit doesn't sell, if every single game they make exclusive doesn't sell stupid crazy,
we're
get
screwed.
ready for
We're
it
screwed.
going back to the same
Well, why
way
does it
was.
have to?
The same reason why it has to now.
No,
If
the only reason that
same
was
reason
happening was to stretch the profit levels to a ridiculous amount. They don't need it. Like it's absolutely not necessary. It's about 250 million a year so far. That's what they made. 250 million on PlayStation. Like, is that really going to kill them? No, they make multiple billions in profit.
So this is the thing.
That's not
right now.
that's
Asha is clear. This is the way I see it. That she's taking away the idea of console sales to Satya and saying, hey, this is not going to happen right this second. Don't fucking be on my ass about this. We need some runway. We need to get the core back, and then we can start growing, right?
Yep.
It's going to be at some point time to pay the piper, right? At a certain point, that runway will run out, and Satya's going to be like, well, what did this bring? And then we will be back in the same circle. This is her chance to do whatever she's going to do to make it work, but we will be back in the same place at a certain point if they go back. Again, the plan is the plan till it's not the plan. If they go ahead and bring exclusive back, be prepared that if they're not doing the numbers that they want, because they will want it. Like, let's be clear. Microsoft is not magically saying, you know what? Fuck it. We don't want the money anymore. No, this is deferred. Okay. Just like when you go finance something and you get your 0%. No, bitch, that's deferred interest. You're still going to get that interest if you don't deliver by the date that we agree upon. Okay. So understand that Microsoft is not going to just take this laying down.
No, they're
going to
just putting a pin on it.
You could do what you think. Be the people person. Great. Let's see if that does it. If it doesn't, it'll be back. It'll be back.
Your going assumption is that the margins need to be 30%.
Nope. My assumption is that the reason that they will go back to exclusives for the idea of the people speaking enough about it that it will actually make a difference. If it doesn't make a difference and they find out that they're just losing money because the same group of people who are buying it while it's on the other place are still the only group of people who are buying it when it's exclusive, they will 100% look at that and say, nah, we'll take the extra money. If the numbers go up drastically, then you start solving that problem. That's why I said they better fucking sell, because if they don't, you'll be back in the same boat. They're not gonna. It's not a forever solution.
But
If
you
it
make it
doesn't work,
sound like
they
they're
will-
making so much money. They're not.
They
Like
are.
if I
Money
took
is
Forza
money.
Horizon 5 out, if I took Forza Horizon 5 out, they haven't made that much money.
But you can't take it out because it's already there, and they've already seen that they could make that money. All the other games are smaller, no-name games. Gears, Halo, they have big
Doom is
games. They
not
drop
a
them.
no-name game.
Say it again.
Doom is not a no-name game.
Well, Doom is a game that existed everywhere before then. So if it didn't do good,
Correct.
that's
And
not that's not a
Yeah, it made
exclusive
like
or not
25
a
million.
problem. Say it again.
It made like 25 million on PlayStation.
Yeah,
5.
yeah, but
It
what I'm
came out
saying
day
is
and
that
date.
that had nothing to do with exclusivity. That game was already on PlayStation. Those players who didn't
I'm
buy
just
it
saying,
now,
if they had made
they
it
just don't-
exclusive, the
Yeah, they
total
knew
loss
about
to
the
a
game, is
$4
what you're
trillion
saying.
company is $25 million. It's a drop in the bucket.
yeah, I'm not. It's not about. First of all, it's not about. We already know for a fact, and I think there's some confusion here. This has nothing to do with Xbox because every studio's responsible for their own money. So yes, it does make a difference to that studio. There's not. It doesn't matter how much Microsoft has. Doesn't matter how much Xbox has. Xbox holds each studio accountable for the money that they bring in. So that 25 million doesn't sound like a lot to Xbox or to Microsoft, but to the studio, if that game didn't sell as much as they wanted it to, that 25 million helps their bottom line. So yes, it does separate. It's not about Xbox, it's not about Microsoft. They've already told us that every game, every studio is responsible for their dollars, and these dollars go back to help them get their bottom line and secure what's next.
Yes, and they partially get that by people downloading it from Game Pass as well, right? There's an equation
Yeah,
there
but
that
that
they do
number
get
is
money
much
from that
smaller.
too.
Yeah, it's much smaller.
Well, we
than
don't
what
know
it is.
that. We have no idea what that number is. Because apparently
Well,
Call of
in a
Duty
share-
was so devastating that we had to remove that. Oh my god, it's so much money. Like whatever.
Yeah, but
so
but we know it's only $30. We know it's only $30 a month or $23
no, we know it's
now.
$2.50. We know it's $2.50 because PC Game Pass went down $2.50. We know it's $2.50.
No. I'm not talking about Call of Duty. I'm saying I'm talking about the money that they can split. There's only $30 per person, right? Max. But now it's $23 per person. Max.
Yeah.
That number shrinks as you go down. So there's many games that are going to get a cut of that money. So I do know just by number wise that it's not a huge substantial part of that number, right? You have to take that and multiply
again,
it by however many.
They still somehow managed to make $3 billion in profit, just cash. $3 billion in profit, right?
Xbox, yes, not the studios that make these games, right? The
Fair
studios
enough.
that make the games are on a
That's for
different.
them
They're
to
like
figure out.
employees.
But that's for them to figure out. The way Jim Ryan said, "I don't care if my games are making money. I make them by selling Call of Duty." That's what they said, right? They make their games by selling Call of Duty.
Yeah, but
Guess who
Xbox
owns
said
Call of
each
Duty?
studio- Facts. And they have that money. That money's guaranteed coming in, but they still holding each studio accountable for what they do.
And that's
need
for them to figure out, right? So
exactly.
they have
And that's
to
why
work that
putting the
piece
money
out.
over there helps out over here. So even though it's a small amount in your words where you're saying 25 is nothing, 25 million to
No, 25
ID,
is in the top 5 games, 4 games. Sorry, the top 4 games.
yeah, but
making
each
money on
studio
that side.
progressively costs less to make their game. So the smaller amount still adds into the bucket. The point what I'm saying is that it's
Avowed
easy
made
to say
like under 2 million.
yes, but that's
you're telling me
still
that Avowed, like Obsidian's going to get shut down because of $2
Obsidian
million?
makes 4 games. You know what I'm saying? So Obsidian did all those games. They made Grounded, which did
Oh my gosh,
really
Grounded
well.
was so dope.
Grounded
too.
Grounded is really
Grounded
the thing that
made well over that. That
exactly
made like 20
but
million.
That's all going to Obsidian, right? As a whole,
But
all those dollars
Avowed
go together.
Avowed only made 2. So
yeah, but when
this
you
is the
think
thing,
about
right? So-
Obsidian putting games on PlayStation, they put 4
Yep.
games on PlayStation, or however 3 or 4, and together
18.
combined, Grounded. If games are not going to PlayStation, then Grounded doesn't go to PlayStation. Grounded doesn't go to PlayStation. None of that money helps anyway. So, but now everything's there, and collectively, all the money from all those games goes to Obsidian back, right, to help their bottom line.
And this is, well, our assumption is, of course, they don't get any money from the other side. They do, obviously they do, and they also sell on Steam, right? So,
Yeah, of
but
course,
look,
they make it everywhere.
I'm trying to give you the opposite side of that, right? To say, no matter how you cut it, if Xbox decides, hey, it's more important for me to take my content and make it available in Game Pass and on my platform alone, they could do that. And it's
And
up
that's
to
fine.
them to decide how they want to do that.
100% their decision.
Right? Yeah. Like they don't have to, for instance, Candy Crush just prints money, like literally just prints money. It's near like $1 billion in profit, like every year. They print money, right? They're not spending that much to keep King running. So they could just take that money and say, you know what? This funds all of our studios. Here you go. Done. Right? On top of making whatever they make from Game Pass. Right? So there's potentials. There's potentials for them to figure it out. Now, again, this doesn't answer the question of what do they do? They've tried the new way. It didn't work. They're in a very different state right now when they should have been in a better state. They bought ABK, they bought Bethesda. You'd have thought, hey, they'd be flying high. They're not. Right? So as a business, Microsoft said, this isn't good. Let's change things. Okay. So they went down the Satya direction. Let's go multi-plat. Cool. Didn't work. Now what? Let's try a whole new way to get access. Didn't work. So maybe the answer is you go back to the tried and true. This is what happens. I'm not suggesting it's the answer. I'm just giving you a devil's advocate of,
I mean,
I can see people saying that and saying, why not go back to what works?
I would say that, and that's fine, but it's the part where go back to what works because it didn't work. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they also didn't have the breadth of games, right? So now they do.
The reason why you make changes is because what you're doing is not working. So, you know, if the change was made to begin with, what is there to go back to that worked when you made the change because things weren't working out?
Yeah.
Well, because they didn't have anything, right? They didn't have like first party content. That was the big complaint. It's like, where are your games? You don't have any first party games. So then like they bought a whole bunch of studios and eventually they finally came with games, right? It just took a while, right? Now we're there. Now we're getting a whole bunch of games every year, first party.
Yes,
so,
and keeping those games exclusive, that was the issue. They went to venture to see if, because the idea was, hey, right? We have now all these studios, we have all these games, come buy our box, right? Because, you know, we got the games. That didn't happen, right? So now we're going to venture into, now we got all these games.
They were exclusive.
Now we have all these games
were exclusive already.
Exactly. So now we have all these games, but will they buy them on their platform? That was the next step.
But they flipped right as they started doing that, right? So that's the thing.
Yeah, but they didn't say they were going to bring every game right when they started doing that. South of Midnight didn't go for a long time. Avowed didn't go for a long time. A year, exactly. But for a year, people didn't buy it on Xbox.
It wasn't like, hey guys, listen, we're gonna put we have South of Midnight in a year. PlayStation is gonna get it, and so everybody was like, "I'll just hold off the year." No one knew
that's exactly
the
what
game was gonna go right, and still nobody said, "Let me go buy an Xbox to go get South of Midnight."
No, but everybody assumed they're coming to PlayStation, right? Because they said it. They said we're just putting everything on PlayStation.
But let me tell you a secret, Huggy. If Xbox comes out tomorrow and says, "Hey, we're doing exclusives," everybody's still going to assume that the game's going to come to PlayStation.
Yeah,
they don't believe them. They're not going to believe them. Yeah, but
when it doesn't, then it's up to them to figure out what to do, right? It's up to that player, that customer, to figure out, hey, well, how do I want to handle that? Do I care enough?
Yeah,
I may not care.
But I think what happens with these discussions that it turns into the fact that whether or not they should do it. I frankly don't care what they do with it, right? It's never a question up to me whether they should or shouldn't. My problem is the narrative with Xbox people, with the chat of these, like the people with the community saying that if Xbox doesn't do it, they're fucking stupid. If Xbox doesn't do it, fuck Xbox. Those are two very different scenarios, right? What Xbox does, they're a business. Ain't nobody in here, you, me, no one is privy to understanding exactly what they're planning or what they're thinking or what Asha's talking about or who she's talking to about it, right? So like whatever they decide, I don't give a shit. And I've said that already.
Yeah.
Right. If Asha says I'm gonna get points for my name and I'm gonna bring exclusives back, then let her fucking do it. I can give a shit.
Yeah.
Again, I will 100%. If they fuck with my subscription and start making it where they're taking games out, and Call of Duty is different. Call of Duty is different. They're giving me the money to pay for it if I want it. But if they start doing other games like that, then I will do exactly what I've already done. Right? I'm not a man of words and no action. I went ahead and they took out something from me that I couldn't justify, which was lying to me and telling me that skins were coming over to Black Ops 7. They didn't. I don't play it. I didn't spend one dime on Black Ops 7. Not one dime. I didn't give money for the charity. I didn't do shit. I don't care. I'm not spending nothing. So I spent nothing on it. If they I already made the proclamation. If they took my Game Pass and fucked it up and they took out the first party or made it where the value's not there,
expect that's gonna happen. So
I've
already given up on that.
Stupid. I don't think they're stupid.
I fully expect that to happen. So
if they do, we'll deal with it when.
But if that were to ever happen,
Doodle, right? It's like
as
long as it's there, it's there.
When that comes, if that time comes, then that will be a new decision with new information I will make. But I'm not going to make up shit in my head and be like, yeah, that's going to happen. I don't think so. I think it's Call of Duty is very obvious why they did it. And again, she is very smart and she made it where you can't talk shit. If you're talking shit, you're just choosing to do it because they're giving you the money, literally giving you the money back.
Not if you're on PC Game Pass. I keep bringing that up, but if you're on PC Game Pass, it's not.
PC Game Pass is not the biggest group of Game Pass subscribers. Number one,
it's like a third, right? It's pretty.
Yeah,
big.
but they already had a cheap price, so I have no sympathy for them.
They do have a cheaper price.
They were saving $14. They could have always bought Call of Duty. I don't give a fuck.
Ultimate went from 15 to 30 within 2 years, right? And they added some things there, but it's like you're telling me that Call of Duty was $15 worth of increase? Like I don't know. They're just
Fortnite was $12, right? Like these are all different things that are there.
They're not paying $12. But and why do I need Fortnite? Like you guys want that? I don't want that. Like so to me, that $16 is what I wanted to pay. So why didn't they just give me that?
Yeah,
like,
but anyway, the same argument will be to people who don't care about Call of Duty. Why am I paying for Call of Duty? I don't like Call of Duty. Well, why am I paying for this game? That argument doesn't hold water because you can do that with any part of the subscription
of
to say
Game Pass.
I don't care about this part.
Which is why CMoney, I've given up on the first party's day and date. It's done. To me, it's dead. I don't even expect it anymore. I expect it's gone. So they might put smaller kilns and all that stuff in there, but they're not going to put the bigger games in there. I just assume it's gone. So
yeah, I mean,
if that goes, it goes.
That wouldn't be my bet at all. Like I don't see that.
I fully have given up.
Anyway, that would literally be killing Game Pass, which is a it's a substantial part of their income, right? And let's be real. We already saw Game Pass.
They may be looking for sales, to your point, and saying, tell with it. We just want the sales.
Again, if they want to do what they want to do, again, I'm not going to live that life thinking that that's going to happen. But if something happens, I will make new decisions with the new information in front of me. Right now, none of that information exists for me to say that that's going to happen.
Especially at 2 in the morning.
I know, right?
Thanks. Yeah, but
anyways, I guess I'm trying to give you the alternative side, side of it, and like,
yeah, I mean, again, it's never been about whether they're going to do it or not. My thing is simply, do they need to do anything? No, anything they do will be a want. It will be a choice.
They need to do something to change where they are. Right? You keep saying that the brand isn't damaged. I'm sorry, the brand is absolutely damaged. There's no way you don't have this kind of change in leadership unless there's a massive change needed, and there was a damage to the brand. They're absolutely. I was watching Gamers Nexus, and he's like, "Oh, PlayStation did this bad thing. What are you going to do? Go to Xbox?" Everybody
he's a PC guy. They don't give a shit.
But that's
always been the case. But that's always
it was not. That was not the case.
Since when? We lived our entire. We could
Xbox 360. Are you telling me that people mocked?
Are you talking about 2005 to 2013?
That's
13?
why.
Yes.
You're talking about 13 years ago.
Yes.
Okay,
And the
guess
brand
what?
has
You know what?
shifted downwards.
13 years ago, I was in a way better situation. I could do a lot more stuff with my body 13 years ago. It just is what it is.
So they should just give
Life
up
moves
and
on.
say, you know what, 360 was a peak, and you know what, the brand was what it was, and it is what it is now, and that's the way it is. I mean,
People
I don't
were
think they're gonna look
bitching
at it
about
that
the
way. I'm just
360
saying.
No, it's
too.
not
Like
gonna,
if
you can't live that life. You can't say
like we
I'm
can't
gonna
be stuck in
relive
the
those glory
past.
days. You need to make a
I
new path
disagree,
forward.
Even
dude.
if
Like,
he said,
no
listen,
company
if
likes to
Asha
be
says we're
mocked
going
that
back
way.
to the 360 times,
Well,
you
they're only
can't
mocked
be
by
back in that
haters.
moment.
Yeah, they're
Like
only
that-
mocked by
that's-
haters. Like I don't mock it. A lot of people in the
Yeah,
chat
but-
don't mock it. We don't. A lot of people don't think it's damaged, right? So yes, is there a group that think it's damaged? Sure. The same people who cried when this shit happens and they go out in gloom and doom all the time because their emotions are hurt by it. But I don't think for a second is damaged. So you can't, no matter how you cut it, as long as there's one person who looks at the exact situation that you're looking at and is saying that, well, it's not damage to me, then the damage is not actually real. It's a feeling that
No,
people
that's
have.
bullshit.
An
dude.
opinion, guys.
Get out of here.
Are they making?
You're telling
are
me
they
that if
making
the
money or
entire
are they losing
media,
money?
if the
Are they
entire
making money
media
or
says
losing
you're
it?
dead, you're telling me that me saying it differently makes it okay? No,
Yes,
that's just not
100%.
true, dude.
Show me
That's
the
not
dollars.
true.
Show me the dollars
That's
that
just
they're not
true,
making,
bro. Come
show
on.
me that they're not making the money. Show me that they
Come
don't
on.
have 40 million
They just
people.
went down in
hold
revenue.
a console.
No, come on, dude.
I don't care
You
about going
can't look
down.
at it
They're
that way.
comparing it to Call of Duty.
My
here.
opinion
Black Ops
is not
6.
going to override the entire media machine. That's baloney. If
No,
Forbes,
it's
if
but who's
Wall
talking
Street
about?
Journal, if
So
all
wait,
of them are
when
saying you're
was
dying,
the media on our side,
dude?
When was the media on our
It
side?
never has
When they were
been.
kicking butt. When they were kicking butt. That's it. When they were kicking butt.
According to the media, Xbox has never been kicking butt.
No, the 360, they absolutely were. They absolutely were. It's their own fault that they made mistakes and then it hasn't recovered to the point where it's
That
getting
time
better.
doesn't
That's a
exist
problem.
anymore, Hargeet. Can you imagine
That-
going to
that's
your
how- we've
company
moved
and
on
saying,
from
"Hey,
then,
I got
and-
the perfect plan
and-
for you. Go back to 20 years ago and follow that plan." No, you got to adapt for today. Today's
And saying that they made some mistakes there and they've never
The world we
recovered.
live in
You
doesn't
gotta
deal with exclusives.
However, you move on from the fuck ups that you do. It's
Facts.
your version of moving on.
But so hold on. So their goal should be fuck the brand and we will never recover. That should be the plan.
Well, what you're saying is that not fucking the brand means to bring back exclusives.
No, I didn't say that at all. You
But that's
made
the only
that
option you're
assumption.
giving them. But that's the
No,
only.
you
what's
made
your
that
other
assumption.
alternative? What is the alternative solution?
Mine
you're
is that they
presenting?
have to go from where they are to something better. Your answer was fuck that. I think it's not damaged, therefore it's okay. Like, dude,
No,
what
no,
are you
but the
talking
only
about?
solution you discussed.
You
the only
literally
thing you
asked
said
if you
were
thought the
exclusive.
brand was
That's the only thing you
damaged.
talk about.
No,
It's exclusives.
No,
Okay,
no,
so
that's
what
a
you're
fact.
suggesting
That's
is
not
that
up for
the
debate,
only
guys.
way
It is
the only
damaged.
way to solve it is to have exclusives.
No, the brand is damaged. Something has to change. Okay, you've been saying the whole
what would
thing
be
that
the
the brand isn't damaged. I'm
'Cause the
sorry,
only
it is
thing that you said
factually
was-
damaged.
But the only thing you're suggesting as the remedy is
How about this?
exclusives.
They have to change.
What are
They
you
have to
suggesting?
change.
Okay, so
I mean,
by
I think it's
doing
marketing. I think it's perception. That's what I think it is, right? But I also have to, and I'm just playing devil's advocate that, hey, their competitors do this other exclusive crap, and that seems to do something. Maybe they have to play in that world, right? But for
But
me,
they
it's
already
always been
played in that
do
world
better
2
marketing.
years ago.
Right?
2 years ago, they were playing in that world. They
No,
had the
they
system
weren't,
out
because
for
they
3
had shit
years.
for games. They've had shit for games for so long until they finally had the floodgates open. And then the second they did, they're like, oh, we're putting our games over there too. Okay, fair enough. It's just the way it is.
I think I definitely heard that argument. I did about the idea that they didn't have as many games. I'm sorry, but like that, if you can point to a success story on Xbox with exclusives, right? that happened
Oh,
recently.
I can absolutely point to one. It was called Halo.
Tell me. I'm not again. Woo! You're talking
I
about
mean, it's
years ago, my
obvious.
dude.
Halo.
Okay. Yes.
And on
Cool.
360, BioShock,
Okay.
Mass
What I'm saying
Effect,
is now
Gears
they
of War.
release South of Midnight. They release Avowed. They release all these games that were
Which is
exclusive.
all under the guise of being on every platform. They've already
It
said
was
it.
not
They're
on
going
the
to be on every
guise of that.
platform.
Only certain
No.
games were under that guise, right?
No,
Only
no,
certain
they told
games
us.
were.
They told us
kind of
everything's
going.
They told us everything's going.
No,
No,
Twitter
not at
told
that
us
time.
everything
Not at
was
all.
going. Not Xbox.
Oh,
Twitter
Yeah,
said
Xbox
that.
told
no,
us
that was
everything
the
was going to
Twitter
go.
joint.
Yeah,
They did
that
not
was
say
Twitter.
that when South of Midnight dropped. They did not say that when Avowed dropped. Nobody had any idea about that. It wasn't until Indiana Jones
Yep.
that even the idea of other games were going outside of that main kind of group, right? That
Indiana
one moment
Jones
was like the
literally,
literally.
people were
That's
clipped
mid-
as to how Indiana Jones caught people off of guard
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
that was not
August
the
of
situation.
24. Is that right? August 24? Correct? I think that was
For-
August
for
24,
what?
right? When we got that
What?
that announcement for Indiana Jones.
It was Jeff in
Yeah,
where did Jeff do it?
Fest? Yeah, in August.
August
Yeah,
August
August.
24, right?
Let me see.
And 23 is when we got Starfield and Redfall. Is that right?
Yep.
That was that year. And then so the following year we got Indiana Jones. We got a couple of other games. But that was the year that was supposed to start the big games, and then suddenly we found out, what these games are going to PlayStation though.
Yeah, so I mean, the
That was also
I could only
four games year, right? That was the 4 games year.
2024 was the 4-year
4
was,
games, yeah.
4 games. In February is when they announced it. And then
Yeah.
all that's for the rest of the year, the 4 games went. But that still was not an announcement that every game was going. And in fact, it was like the contrary at that point where they were just playing it by ear. Some games were going, some games weren't. That's the problem with this entire idea, because they're not taking out Call of Duty, they're not taking out Minecraft, they're not taking out other games. They're not going to take out Fallout 76. They're not going to take out any of these games that exist on other platforms. So even King on the show was like, well, we're only going to really talk about these few games. Like, we just need a few games to do it. And it's like, okay, well, that's where the confusion comes in, right? Because people are going to be in the same boat, right? It's going to be like, well, why aren't all the games exclusive, right? Like, it's going to be a shit show when
it's not going to be happy about something. That's just the bottom line. It doesn't.
No matter what.
If everybody picks a different game, then everybody has a reason to be pissed about.
Yeah, everybody's going to think their game is special. Why is my game going over there?
Yeah.
And this other game's not going over there. Like, look, I think it was Rusky said, it's always case by case. That's the word they told us every single time.
And right above that, Asha actually is hiring a senior manager, Xbox brand and reputation, because that's the problem they're trying to fix.
Literally. Yeah, I brought that up
the
before.
Brand and reputation manager is not going to be deciding on exclusives, right? He's just going to be the person that is looking at Twitter, looking at what's going on, and trying to help it. But
I gotta go, babe.
Look, at the end of the day,
I know it's 2:30.
Yeah, it's real. Yeah. We're gonna wrap it up. At the end of the day, I think this was a great show. It was crazy long, but it was cool to have everybody kind of come up, give their bars. It was dope to have the chat involved. And this was just a crazy fun show, man. Shout out to all the real ones who fucking try to stay as late as possible. Listen, if you left early, it's long. I get it. Like, it's been fucking forever. But this was really, really dope. Fun fucking time, man. Holy shit. And it was cool, man. Everybody got their bars off.
Yes.
Right. I would say conclusively by the end of this, Xbox doesn't need exclusives. That has been no one has made it make sense to me where they need it. Whether they want to do it is great. That's up to them, but it's not a need. Everybody who came up to tell us about it, by the end of the conversation, it was just kind of like, yeah, I guess, yeah, I guess not, or yeah, it wasn't really all in. The gusto wasn't there. And listen, I just, again, to be clear, whatever Xbox does, they do. I have full faith in Asha. So if she feels like this is the play, I'm all for it. Whatever the case is, do what you got to do. I have faith that they're not going to fuck it up. And
Just keep making those games.
Just keep making them and keep putting them in Game Pass. That's all. That's all. Guys, thank you so much, man. Appreciate each and every one of y'all. Thank you to everybody.
And hashtag mustard for CMoney.
Never,
all right.
Never mustard. For
Thank you,
money.
Pragmatic.
Never
That's something
mustard.
we should close the show with.
Never
every
mustard.
time.
Never.
Absolutely. We'll give you some mustard.
Yes. There we go.
Look at what you did. Doodle, how dare you?
You get some mustard and olives.
Why would you do this to me? That's wild.
Enjoy, baby.
Guys, thank you to everybody who super chatted, everybody who gifted memberships.
You guys.
You guys are fucking fantastic. Appreciate y'all. Everybody who's been rocking with us for this long. If you made it the whole show, goddamn, you're fucking awesome. But everybody who dipped in and gave us some time, I appreciate y'all. Of course, we have the motherfucking everybody who was here, who came on the show, giving their bars.
Thank you,
fire.
guys.
Thank you guys for coming through. It was fun as
Sorry
fuck.
about the wait.
Yeah, sorry everybody had to wait, but I think it was worth the wait. Everybody really delivered. So thank y'all. Appreciate y'all. And then, of course, the motherfucking homie Hargeet live in the building for this long. Goddamn. Appreciate you, brother. Why don't you let everybody know where to find you, what you got cooking?
Mustard and olives.
No mustard and olives. God damn it.
No mustard and olives. Yes. Yeah. So I'll be on with Web Dave now tomorrow because it's already Saturday.
Of course.
Seriously.
Of course.
U.S. Eastern time.
Nice.
Check that out. Yeah, if you want to pick up my merch, I do have the Make Xbox Great Again. If you want to get that, shop.chiny.us. Check it out. I also have Make Xbox Not Dead Again, which I think Gosh has already done. So
Nice.
check those out if you want. Of course, I have my book if you want to pick that up as well. And I have my channel.
Get the book.
Awesome. Guys, thank y'all so much. Appreciate y'all. Remember, we'll be back Tuesday night, 8 p.m. Eastern with the Night Quest. It's going to be a fun show. Guys, thank you again. Have a great weekend. Look out for some of our gameplay. If you didn't catch we doing it live, you know we're going to start putting up our raw first impression videos of them. So we definitely had a good time playing those games. So we will be putting them up soon. Guys, thank you again. Appreciate y'all. With that, we're going to go ahead and end the show the way we end every single show. Doodle!
Yes.
We're done.
We are.
Until next time.
You're intruding.
You're intruding.